Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello everyone and welcome along. I hope you are all looking forward to this one because we are not live from my back garden unfortunately, but instead from Motorland Aragon located in Alcañiz, Spain for the iRacing Team Endurance Series powered by Champion Motorsport here on Apex Racing TV. As always, my name is Ashley Demon and alongside me in the comms lounge is the sensational Charles Boschel and our top class production manager keeping everything running behind the scenes. It's not Samuli Kumo, but instead Lee Thompson this evening. Charles, welcome along to the fourth round of the championship. We're now on the return stretch, just past the halfway mark in the series. Last time we had an action-packed race, but tonight the series is heading to a new venue in Aragon. How are you doing, and what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm good, Ash. Yeah, it's I've kind of been reading up. There's a few changes I'm sure we'll go over during the course of the broadcast. That's going to kind of tighten up the driver restrictions or driver experience here. So looking forward to it. It's a track I'm not necessarily familiar with, but I have been watching practice. And this layout that they've got selected for Aragón tonight looks like it's going to make for some really, really good racing. Lots of opportunities for the prototypes to work their way through for their multi-class passing. So yeah, it should be a fantastic race.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to it myself. It's something a bit new to me in Aragon. I've only really played it on the MotoGP game and had a little go on motorbikes. Of course, that is what the circuit is mainly used for nowadays, is the top class of MotoGP. But they do obviously see a lot of four-wheeled action here as well. I think notably was the World Touring Car Championship has also hosted here a few times. The Renault Formulas as well have also been here. But it's a lovely circuit when you look at the layout of it. It's sort of first section, lots of twists and turns, and with the layout we're using here this evening, that long back straight, you should see some nice overtakes in multi-class action. But also, when side by side with your own rival, good overtaking opportunity down at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the you talking about MotoGP, that does explain why there's a Marc Marquez corner. So that's named on this track. Yeah, it does. For me, it gives me kind of the Barcelona feel. So obviously Spanish track. It kind of feels like a very similar layout, probably a little more elevation here than at Barcelona, but the same type of wide open track, really designed for some good racing. The motorcycles obviously have a different set of handling capabilities that they have to work with here. So this is going to be a good challenge for these cars on this circuit tonight.
Yeah, certainly. Well, it was another one of Herman Tilke's design, so it had cars in mind as well. But the thing I found interesting with that was Pedro de la Rosa, Formula One fame, also had a hand of making this circuit. But yeah, you're quite right. The elevation here, you rise some 50 meters from the starting point up to its highest around about the top just before turn 8, and then you have a steep 7.2% drop through turns 8 and 9. It gives that sort of Laguna Seca feel. They call it the Spanish corkscrew here. So I'm looking forward to that corner especially, and then you lead on to Marc Marquez onto the back straight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking forward to a good race, and as you said, the outer layout, which I'm sure we'll cover the differences during the broadcast, really is really wide open. I mean, it's they've basically taken the back half of the circuit and removed all the corners. Any technical challenges back there, it's just going to be basically once you come out of turn 10, it's flat out to turn 13, coming back around to the start finish straight. So for the prototypes, won't be an issue. Should be some good places to make their passes, and it should make for some good racing amongst each class.
Yeah, absolutely should do. I think the drivers, if they're not finishing practicing, they're just having their briefing now. So we'll get qualifying underway very shortly indeed. Then we'll be following that with a 4-hour race around this circuit. You mentioned earlier, Charles, I think you touched upon it. The sort of limits, the incident limits, they've tightened up their scrutineering, shall we say, of on-track infringements, and so that could also play a factor in today's racing. We've seen lots of clean racing. I wouldn't say they've been overly aggressive, but may see a few more cautious moves from people out here this evening. Yeah,
it's the incident limit's now been 20x to get to the drive-through penalty, and then a 36x disqualification. So I can't imagine anybody. I think if you get 36x, you've been in enough incidents on track that your car's probably got a lot of damage anyway. So yeah, I don't expect anybody to get a DQ just on incident points. As I said, they took out several of the backside corners, so there's really only a couple of corners they're going to have to be concerned with as far as getting those 1x penalties. So I think that's plenty for this track.
Yeah, it certainly should be. I can't imagine a real reason as to why it would all go sort of awry, wrong. But the other nice thing about the sort of circuit itself is it has quite a fair bit of runoff. So if there are some incidences that may come, that may come into play, then they have got that area that they can manoeuvre the car in to avoid potentially a bigger incident than it needs to be, and therefore continue on racing as well. So. Lovely.
Yeah,
well, sorry, go on.
No, I'm just going to say I was just agreeing with you.
Fantastic stuff. Well, why don't we have a look at the current championship standings as we head now onto the latter half of this season. We'll take a look here at the top class, the LMDH 100 Force on 83 points with Team FFSR only 4 back with 79. Real tight championship we got here on all categories. We had a brief look. Team Tenuto's third with Hyperion Racing number 2 in fourth. Solpec is in 5th with Punkru Pink in 6th. The virtual drivers Master, they are on the up and up because they've won 2 from 2. The last 2 rounds they've taken top step. They of course were not here for the initial race, but they are definitely a team to keep an eye on, shall we say. Solpec Precision Racing in 8th with RD Simsport 9th, and then CRF Motorsports for 10th. Team FFSR, the Cinderella car, they're in 11th. German Pitbulls are 12th. Moose Motorsport 13th with Pneumatic Motorsport Blue 14th. RD Simsport number 2. I got confused for a moment there. They're in 15th with Punkru Grey 16th, Wild Goose Racecraft 17th, and Arctic Sim Racing in 18th position.
Yeah, in our LMP2 category, we got Punkru Blue out with 102 points, leading the championship standings. Echelon Simsport 10 points back. That's the biggest gap we're going to have in any class. In second place at 92, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple with 90. That rounds out your podium. Punkru Gold in 4th, Team FFSR, Maison Kellery Dubai in 5th, Dog Bear Bark in 6th, Blue Chip Racing Black 7th, West Coast Racing Endurance Blue in 8th, Sim HQ Motorsport White 9th, Bear Pope Pro Tipo in 10th, and Initial 3 Racing in 13th, or 11th. I'm sorry. I just completely forgot how to count there.
No worries, Charles. We'll look at the pro category for the GT3s. Sonic Racing Team on top, clear by 2 points from Penguin RC, the GT3 Pro team they've got running. Solprec Precision Racing is 3rd, with Bear Pope Workers Union 4th. Team Tenuto is 5th, with Tectonic in 6th. Arc Motorsports Pro is 7th, Hyperion Racing 8th, Solpec Precision 9th, and Fendi Racing. That is your top 10 there for the pro category. As we then move further on into the amateurs.
Yeah, Go-In Racing Ruby, 100 points in P1. Fendi Racing 383 in 2nd. Backpainted iStrain up to P3. Penguin RC AM in 4th. Bear Pope 0 5th. Longhorn Racing Carbon in 6th. Solpec Precision number 112 car in 7th. Go-In Racing Sapphire in 8th. Lunatic Racing 9th. And Madness M Squad rounds out your top 10.
Well, that is the championship standings for the entire series, as we've got cars just finishing off their practice session. They've had their drivers briefing, so they would have been told what to expect, sort of the rules in place, and particularly this sort of first twisty section, the sector 1 I'm going to call it, sort of turns 1 to 10. They've called it the orange zone here, Charles, and it's sort of the zone where they need to be a bit more careful when going wheel to wheel.
Yeah, and that's just the first lap. So, the orange zone is, hey, look, we want to get a good race start. We don't want people trying to win the race in turn 1 of lap 1. So the penalties are a little harsher if you end up being hit with a penalty in the orange zone on the first lap. Then once everybody gets kind of sorted out and lined up, then they can go full on racing once they get that first run down to the backstretch.
Yeah, so we'll see how they get underway when we get to the race itself. But qualifying will be first of all, which is 15 minutes. They get the track to themselves, and they get three laps, so 2 full flying laps, to see what sort of lap time they can produce and where they set that car up for the race itself. But it'll be a rolling start when we do get to it for the 4-hour race. And it's the circuit as well. When you look at it, I think there's lots of opportunities actually for overtaking. So I want to say qualifying is not the be-all or end-all here this evening. But of course, the further up you are, the better chances you've got of keeping it clean, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the closer to the front you start, that's just the fewer cars that you have to pass during the race. So yeah, like I said, I think this is a pretty open track. So I think, the opportunities for passing are going to be good in amongst the classes. The multi-class aspect, when it comes into play, I think should be fine as well. I mean, like I said, that from basically the exit of turn 10 to the entrance of turn 13 is, I think, just basically foot flat on the floor for the prototype cars. No, I mean, there are quote unquote corners there, but for these cars, it's just going to be flat. So they'll have lots of good opportunities to make the passes, and then we've got a couple of hard braking zones that will invite some aggressive overtaking in amongst those prototype cars. So that'll be something we'll look out for as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the opening sector, a lot of the corners have a rather wide entry, so you may see some people try and absolutely send it down the inside, sort of block them off from taking the apex and sort of snatching the position away in that fashion. But it's all fair in love and war, and that is a very legitimate way of making some positions up. Your rivals might not be happy about it, but there's nothing wrong with it,
Right. Yeah, as long as no contact's made, then yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, it certainly is. But yeah, a few minutes now left for practice here. But you can sort of see the undulations as we watch Scott Haddock in his Pun Crew Blue making his way through this sort of first orange zone and up and over the rise of some of these corners. I think we're coming up to the highest point now towards turn 7, turn 8. It's turn 7 now, sorry. And then you should start seeing it drop back down and get to this Spanish corkscrew, as they refer to it as, turn 8. Look at the elevation change on this.
Wow. Yeah, it's not obviously not quite as severe as what we would see at Laguna Seca, but that's still a very difficult, because with the quick left-right action, or right-left action in this case, along with that downhill braking. Sometimes those prototype cars don't really appreciate that. You'll be susceptible to lockups, especially on the front. So that'll be something that these prototype drivers will have to be on the lookout for.
Like, I can feel for them. I've had a little bit of experience now in the LMDH cars, and you can really snap the rear if you overdo it on the brakes. So they are sort of rear biased in that manner. So particularly that corner we're talking about, that turn 8, turn 9, you're saying snatching a front. I feel like you could snatch a rear if you're not too careful, trying to overdo it and get the car slowed up. It could catch a few of these guys by surprise, but either way, it's going to be fantastic to watch, especially when you've got cars trying to go side by side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because that seems like another one of those little sections where it invites somebody just kind of let the car float down into that final corner to the inside and try and late brake to make a pass. And that seems like that would be an opportunity that's probably not the highest of percentages to be made properly. So it'll be something we'll have to look out for as practice is now over, and they'll get ready for the qualifying session to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, 3 laps on their own, clear track, so they've got no distractions around them. It's just them and the car, 100% focused in, trying to dial everything in for that all-important 1 lap time to try and get that pole position for the overall pole, of course, for the LMDHs, but each individual category as well. And if they do earn pole position, they get entered into that prize draw to earn that, I believe it was a year supply of... I'm trying to think. It was the Xbox.
The Xbox Game Pass.
Correct me. There you go. You got it for me. Thank you, Charles. But they all get entered in if you get that pole position, so it is very important.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's that's another little incentive for to try and make your car go fast for a lap. If you get a nice prize out of that for setting the pole time. That's a pretty cool deal. So yeah, it's just like I said, it's another opportunity for cars to want to take that qualifying seriously and put some effort into practicing it to just get the optimum lap out of their car. As we see the weather forecast, which we haven't talked about, and I think the reason we haven't talked about it is because we don't expect anything dramatic to happen today. I think it's going to be overcast at the start of the race and then kind of moving back to mostly clear or partly cloudy. Depending on what terminology you want to use by the end of the event. So we're not expecting any rain on the course today.
It's Spain, Charles. It shouldn't rain in Spain.
Well, I've heard the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've never been to Spain. But that's what I've heard.
Well, I have no idea either. I've never been myself, so we're both in the dark on that one. Either way, we're not expecting it here for the race itself, but like you say, a little bit overcast. But that should help with tyre temperatures, keep them a little bit lower, making sure they've got grip, as much grip as they can get, and help with the lap times as well. And looking at it, I did a little bit of research gathering. I'm expecting the GTPs. I'm thinking a low 120. The LMP2, sort of a mid-25, somewhere around there, and then the GT3s, maybe another sort of 9 seconds off, so sort of low 30s. I'm thinking sort of 33, 34, something around there, but we'll have to wait and see if my predictions come true.
Yeah, we'll see. It's and that's a nice gap in lap times between the classes. Ooh, whoa, and there we go. That's what we were talking about with that Spanish corkscrew there. You can just kind of see the rear in the car just unstable as you're getting on the brakes, and Roberts was doing everything he could just to keep the car headed in the right direction. That was a nice little catch there as he was fighting the car going down that turn 8-9 complex.
Where is the end of this straight? My word, look how long it is.
Yeah.
It just keeps going and going and going. Where's the braking zone? About now? Oh, he's still going. Oh, there it is. Wow. That is massive. There's definitely going to be some slipstream battles going on down there. Oh, yes. For sure.
Yeah, and even that last corner is still pretty open. It's not like it's a hard 90-degree corner that you've got to brake and slow down for. It's he lifted and downshifted a couple of times, but still was carrying a lot of speed through that last corner. So those prototypes, that might be a fantastic battle toward the end of the race there, coming down that backstretch.
And as the lap times come in, my predictions weren't far off. This could
No,
be
we're good.
obviously, track temperature related as well. You never know. I think the times I found were sort of the optimal track, but yeah, I wasn't far off. I'll take that.
No, yeah,
Pat myself
absolutely.
on the back.
Yeah. So basically 5 seconds between LMDH, LMP2. Obviously, at the beginning of that long straight we just looked at, the LMP2s and the LMDH class are going to be pretty even. But that top end speed is where the LMDHs will get to pull away a little bit toward the end of that straightaway. And then even with their added downforce, we'll be able to carry a little more speed through that final corner. So that 5 seconds is going to be. I think that means that it's going to be pretty tight in that first section of first sector of the track between those two prototype classes. And then a nice 8-second gap down from LMP2 to GT3. So plenty of room there for even a LMP2 that may have a little bit of damage or off the pace a little bit. Can still not have to worry about fighting the GT3s through every corner.
No, absolutely. The one thing that I will say, though, going down towards that turn 13 final corner, the speed difference is going to be monstrous.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be interesting to see how they judge that, because from a GT3 to an LMDH at top speed down that far end, it might not seem like a lot, but
Right.
especially under braking as well, the LMDH can brake so much later. That's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and if the lines on the track are any indicator, it looked like he was braking that, and then we were in the LMP2 car, we're braking at about the 50-meter mark. The GT3s will not be able to do that. They're going to have to check up quite a bit earlier, probably between the 100 and the 150 to get the car slowed down for that corner. So we might see some issues with braking distances between the classes that might play into it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll have to wait for all of that to unfold when we get to the race itself. We're all speculating at the moment, but
Yes, we are.
We're probably making some good predictions, I'd say. We've been around the block a few times now, Charles, doing this, so can't be too far off it. But either way, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple currently looking at on board here with. They're currently sick for the LMP2 class, some 8/10 off of their pole time for their class. But it's very natural and flowy when we're just looking at the circuit and the cars heading round it as well. It really does have a nice flow to it from the looks of things.
It really does, and I think that goes back to the fact that this was, they're using this for MotoGP as well. I think that that's the biggest difference between the two-wheel variety and the four-wheel variety of racing here is the reason there are two numbered corners is because the motorcycles just can't take those corners flat. They have to kind of lean in and maybe lift or brake. Just because they don't have that extra downforce that they're getting pushed on the cars. So it helps. It's definitely a help to the motorcycles to have these open corners to allow them to kind of flow through nice and smooth. And it just makes for better. I think it makes for better racing for the multi-class aspect of this as well, because when you start getting to smaller tracks that do multi-class racing with some very, very tight corners that may be. Let's use the final sector at Barcelona for an example, with those with that sharp corner down into a chicane before you get to the final corner. That's almost murder every time through there if you're multi-class racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, when you think of multi-class, immediately your mind transforms itself to Le Mans, and when you look at the characteristics of that circuit and sort of compare it to a motorcycle circuit in a way, it's sort of long straights with lots of sweeping corners. Of course, Le Mans is a bit different, being it's public roads. You do have a few sort of hairpins, but that's mainly because it's primarily for cars. But yeah, when you get to sort of Porsche curves, the long straights of Mulsanne, that would be very, very brilliant for a motorcycle. It's just they've got the hairpins in there, which they can't handle.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's exactly right. It would be, you get those 90 degrees like Arnage, if we were using Le Mans an example. That's basically just an intersection. And so they just got one of the ways through the intersection blocked off. So you have to take that right-hander. It's 90 degrees. you have to slow down. It's the slowest corner on the circuit. But for the most of it, yeah, your public roadways, you're not going to have, massive, 90-degree corners built on the roads for the most part, just because it's, it just makes for inefficient driving. We'll say it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, why don't we get back to some of the traction we're looking at unfold? Traction? Action. They're trying to get some traction. Going Racing Sapphire here, we're looking on board with in their blue Mercedes, and currently 11th in their category, the amateur GT3s. Let's see if they can improve here. Oh, Josh at the wheel. They've been going pretty well. Him and it's his brother's team, isn't it? They've got the Ruby side of the garage, so they've been going very well recently, and so looks like they're struggling a little bit here for qualifying. We'll have to see how their race unfolds going forward as we jump over to an Acura, one of the newer GT3 cars in a sort of very lovely looking racing green. Just trying to figure out what team this is. It was the Pro category, Team Tenuto, currently 5th.
Yeah, the nice Acura NSX, which obviously you can tell we both speak English because we pronounce the name of the car differently. But the Acura is only an Acura, basically, I think, in North America. I think everywhere else that's a Honda NSX. So because it's the North American racing car, primarily used in IMSA, they call it the Acura. Same with the Acura GTP. So yeah, it's strange, and I've noticed this not just with Champion here, but there's a couple other leagues that I'm involved with that they were very happy to bring the Acura NSX in, but they did not bring the Ferrari 499 prototype in. I think that there was maybe an issue with the deployment of the Ferrari 499 that kind of left it maybe not quite balanced performance-wise with the rest of the car, so nobody here switched to it. So, or at least I don't see any on the grid, which tells me that I probably did not have the opportunity to switch to that car between this race and the previous one.
No, I think we'll sort of brush over it briefly, but I think iRacing having a bit of an issue with that, aren't they, with the LMDH top class? So. Yeah, I think that's pretty well known in the community itself. What is currently, what I'm loving seeing right now here, Charles, we've got back pain and eye strain, provisional pole for the amateur classes. They're currently 2 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. Get in there, boys, come on.
Absolutely, yeah, they started off, had struggled a little bit, but this seemingly have progressed, every race we've gone so far. They were... had a really good result last time. They're up in the top 5, I believe, if I remember correctly, in points in the championship. So be good, so far so good, and hopefully they'll have a good performance in the day. We want everybody to have a good performance today. Obviously, we're not biased in any way. We just like the name of the team. I mean, come on. It's you can't not. That's right. So as we see here, we're on board with the Fendi Racing.
I like the livery. Have they had a new one put on the car?
It does look new. I don't remember that before, so maybe that is a new design, and it does look really good. I do like that is also a gradient, but it's much more sharply defined. But it looks really nice. I like the stripes going down the side to kind of split the white and the blue. It's a very, very nice looking car.
Yeah, I know you love your gradients, Charles.
Oh yeah. So, this I don't mind so much. It's the ones where they kind of blend, yeah, and it's just like, oh, come on, because most of the time it's 2 colors that shouldn't ever be blended together. Period.
Oh, and it looks like he's going to give that up. But I was going to say it reminds me a little bit of like an old Apple computer with the colours. But
it does. I would agree with that.
Like an old Mac. I'm not old though. I shouldn't know what that looks like, but I do. Well, I don't know. Is 28 old, Charles?
I mean, to me, no.
Okay.
That's about half of how long I've been on this planet. So no, that's not old. You're just getting warmed up. I mean, you're just getting the engine broke in at this point.
Yeah, just running it in as everyone else running in their cars, getting ready for this race to come. We're in the final 1.5 minutes then of qualifying. I think most of them have put their laps together as we look down the timing tower. A couple of temps between the first few in the LMDH top class there. Solpec Racing currently provisional pole, 100 Force in second with CRF Motorsport third. And like I say, only separated by a few temps between them. And Virtual Drivers right there in fourth as well, so definitely in the mix. Punk Crew Gold currently on provisional pole for LMP2, and look how tight that grid is, Charles. You've got 0.06 of a second between the front two, and then 75 hundredths between them and the next car. You know, how close can you get?
I mean, it's a tenth of a second between P1 and P4. That's pretty impressive, and we've seen that with the LP2. The LP2 has been the most, even though the points from the championship don't show it, it's been the most competitive class, I think, of all the classes we've had during the course of the season. I'm just also look at the progression for the LMDH cars. We were talking about them earlier, and they were running 121s. They were 5 seconds ahead of the LMP2 class. Now they're 7 seconds ahead, so they're down to a 1:19.7 on pole, so their lap times have progressed significantly over the course of this qualifying.
The 1:19.7 is what I was sort of predicting as well, so they're right on the money with that one, as qualifying has come to an end. So no more laps for any of these guys. You start where you are now, and let's see as we look down the not championship, so the qualifying standings where everybody ended up in the end. Once we get there in just a moment. If you're not already subscribed, as the little button there says, why don't you give it a go and give some lovely support to Apex Racing TV, always putting on a good show. But here we are, top class, LMDH, Pat Pelchet for Solpec takes pole position with Nicholas Maynard in 100 Force for second. Ben Ford is third, alongside him is Julian Retty, with William Day 5th and Peter Sikdar in 6th. Pat Labrosi is 7th with Julian Kramer 8th. Thomas Sangelbioff is 9th with Bradley Holly in 10th. Michael Parker 11th with Alexander Oppenheim in 12th. And Ben Roberts there 13th for the LMDHs.
Yeah, in LP2 category, Punk Crew Gold takes pole, Andrew Taphorn, P1. Luke Patrick for West Coast Racing in second. Ludovic Ortiz in third. Matthew Perrin in P4. Scott Haddock in fifth. Davis Braun in sixth. Darren Mowbray in seventh. Thomas Baker in eighth. Ron Paul Beres in ninth. And Ian Henneberry in 10th. And last one, Max Sunthun Lap is P11.
And then we get to the GT3s. The pros first, with Bryce Rodriguez first, with Blake Reynolds second. Derek Heiberger is third, with Michael Hooper fourth. Jonathan Newman fifth, with Marius Blendea is sixth. Daniel Mills and Jamie Hopper take the next row of the grid, with Federico Faria and Christian Youngwall in 10th. Following that is Adrian Kukalaus in 11th, with Spencer Reitzma in 12th. James Logsdon is 13th, with Matt Quinn 14th, and Zane Khan is 15th.
In our poll for GT3 AM, as we mentioned earlier, Vincent March, back pain and eye strain, takes pole. Matt Kingsbury for Penguin RC AM takes second place outside of the front row. Joseph Carnes in third, Matthew Hickman in fourth, Luke Fisher in fifth, Nicholas Gowen for Gowen Racing Ruby in sixth. As we scroll on through, Mark Johnson for Longhorn Racing in seventh, Scott Angelo, Morad and Sim Squad eighth, Josh Gowen in the Gowen Sapphire car in ninth, Craig Gill for Bear Pope Zero 10th, Paul McKenzie 11th, David Nelson 12th, David Anderson in 13th, and Zach Sternhagen is in 14th, and that is the last car on our grid.
Absolutely, so we can see they're then pulling away, getting ready for their formation lap. We should also mention the GT3s will be blended together, so the pros and AMs are not separated. They will be put into one category. So it does mean that you will get amateurs and pros sort of maybe not quite in the separation that we saw there for the timing tower. They'll actually be mixed in with one another. So it's a good chance for the amateurs to show pro drivers what they can do, what they're made of.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a nice little feature of this where all the GT3s are gridded together, so they're gridded, not gridded with their class. They're just gridded as a group, and so that does make for some interesting racing. Obviously, we saw with some of the amateur cars, for at least periods of time during the race, can maintain the position up near the front of the entire GT3 class. So it does make for some interesting little battles in amongst those GT3 cars.
And I think it's safe to say on a few occasions we've seen sort of the amateur drivers finishing within the top 10 of the pro category. So just because they've got amateur next to their name, it's not about their skill, it's about their experience that you always like to mention, Charles. And I love how you word it as well. But it's just experience in that car, experience in the series. They're not slow. They just need to gain extra knowledge about how to go racing wheel to wheel, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been, as a team manager myself, I've seen, guys that are, their iRating does not show their level of ability just because they don't really run official races. It's just, that they're time limited because, this is, we call it a sim, but it is still just a game. I don't like people. I don't want to don't at me. But we all for the most part, everybody that's out here running these races has either job or family commitments that they have to do, and so this is a hobby that gets time carved out when it's available. So if you don't feel like I don't want to spend 6 hours a week just running official races to get my iRating up, you can come in and prep for a league and run a league once a month. Probably put 10 hours of practice in or something like that over the course of that month, run the race and get a good result, even though your iRating is not where you would think that they would be finishing.
No, you're spot on the money as always, but we're rounding the final corner now. That safety car about to peel off, and you can see them, they've created a little bit of a gap between themselves and it, and we'll get ready to go for green here. 4 hours coming up at the Algarve circuit. Not Algarve, apologies. Aragon, similar name. I will get there. And away they go then, already pulling away down the start-finish straight. Tight left-hander is turn number one. Who's going to get away in front first corner? That's a bit wide from P2 there. It's allowed the door open from the guys behind him. Round goes, and he's round! Into the gravel. Who's that? I think that's 100 Fours.
I think you may be right. Yeah, it's Nicholas Maynard in the car for the 117 car, and you could just see he was a little got, I think, maybe too much heat in the rear tires, and just at some point just kind of let it go and maybe made contact with one of the other cars.
Certainly looked to be the case. Here go the LMP2s then away on the starting grid. Nice easy getaway there from I think the Solpec car, as they all line their way through, and now go the GT3s. Away they go as well, jostling for position, all still side by side. Incredibly wide line there from the pole sitter, trying to open up that first turn as best he can, as they all file their way through. Now as more cars off in the back, few incidents there. Trying to work out who's that one, Charles.
Solpec Racing 112. Joseph Carnes in the car.
Oh dear, well that's going to be it's a long race as it is, 4 hours, so they've got plenty of time to come back at it, but going to make it a little bit of a hard one right off the bat with a small incident there, as Solpec leading this race from 100 Force, having that moment early on. CRF Motorsport right behind before you get a massive gap of 4 seconds all the way back to Team Tenuto in third. Other drivers, Peter Sikdar trying to have a little look down the inside of turn 1 for 4th position, gets the move done nicely as well, as they now start lap 2 already. It's an absolute stormer of a lap here. It's so quick. They're already round to the first turn. Yeah,
we'll start seeing. I'm not sure. I'm going to guess probably 5 or 6 laps, and we'll start seeing them coming up on the back of the GT3s as we see that car is now off. It's at the 171 of Solpec Racing. Just maybe he got a little kind of bound up there in one of the corners and lost that position there to the Cadillac of Punk Crew.
I think the other thing as well to bear in mind is offline there is a lot of marbles around this sort of circuit. It's a new circuit in the grand scheme of things, built 2009, well finished I should say. So, you know, it doesn't have all of those years of rubber being laid down, put into it. So offline, it is quite dirty. It's quite clean, as they say. So hard to pick up some traction.
Yeah, let's see that as well. Looks like that the track after practice did not get a cleaning, so all the marbles that they laid down are still there. So that starts off with you got to be, yes, one of those things you have to be careful of, and I think that may be one of the reasons that, you know, we've got the orange zone in place for that first lap is you have to know the track limitations, and we've got the Acura of Joseph Newman, Team Tenuto, off. Like he kind of just maybe scraped the barrier a little bit. I don't see any real damage on the car, but it's definitely a weird place to be as you can see the debris on the track as he's picking it up and throwing it around as he's offline there for a bit.
You have to try and find a little gap to jump back into the queue, if you like, because off circuit you need to rejoin safely. He's managed to do so, which is good, but he's definitely lost a few positions from it, and I think he's dropped all the way back to the bottom of the Pro GT3 category, but he is still in amongst them.
Wow,
yeah, GTP's already up to the back of GT3s. What's that, 3 laps? Not
3
even
laps.
that.
Crazy.
That is rapid. That is absolutely insane.
Look at this look.
I know, it's going to be a car park down at this corner. Hang on. Oh!
Squeeze through.
He's found a nice gap there, though.
Yep.
He's done well.
Yeah, and you could just see the difference in downforce in that car. He just kind of went around the outside and made a pass. You know, jinked back to the inside, picks up 4 more cars as he's going. And then we'll get to the tighter sections. Got to be a little more patient here, but look at this downforce on this GTP car. Oh, just making moves all through there. What a great display of just navigating traffic.
Yeah, this really is. He's putting on a very good performance here. Ooh, a little bit there, but that was lucky. God, just look at it. Insane. I'm taken back. It's hard to get the words out because it's just, you know, it happens all so fast.
Oh, no.
Ooh, car off. One of the cars. Oh, and another one round in front of him.
Yeah, that was the 178 car of we got CMS Racing Endurance, David Nelson. I'm not sure how that happened. I saw the first one. Oh, as we see the Penguin RC car around as well, the Pro car.
That was that Spanish corkscrew, what we've been talking about. We knew it was going to be a bit of a precarious corner. I think that, you know, coming into play once again. That's the GT3s. So we were thinking more maybe the LMDHs struggle with it, but apparently the GT3s also having a little moment. As you've got lots of cars now all on circuit together. I think the LMDHs have caught up. Well, I think the LMP2s are not far away either.
Yeah, and I think that's an off-pace LMP2 in there as well. The 333 car, just kind of saw him in there. Was just kind of working his way through. Maybe that was one of the cars that had a spin early, got kind of stuck behind the GT3s and working his way through. And then here come the GTPs. I'm sorry, the LMDH cars to just fly by everybody. They're going 3 wide down the front straight.
Like this could be a bit of a pinch into turn number 1. It tightens up quite a lot. Oh, they've all just about made it through though. Very impressive stuff indeed as they now fire it through turn 2 and around the next one. 3 and 4, it all sweeps together rather nicely. Look at that, they're all trying to find space on circuit. This is very impressive. It's almost like a dance routine in a way. It's amazing that we haven't had a big issue yet, but it just shows their skill.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it really does. And that's how races for these multi-class events, sometimes that's how races are won or lost, is just how well can you navigate the traffic. And it's not a matter of just, you know, being aggressive and diving corners every chance you get. It's about, you know, how can you place your car, because obviously they've got a downforce advantage. They can run lines at GT3 speed or a little faster that the GT3s can't run. So you can run that outside line not at 100% and still be passing cars. And as you can see, they've already opened up. Solpec, the leader, has already opened up almost 4-second gap over CRF and P2.
Yeah, but I must admit, when I look at the track map, you got 1, 2, 3, and 4, all with a big advantage and gap really in the top class there. And then you've got 5 and 6 sort of on their own in the middle, and then they do start filtering back through the GT3s. There's a few LMDHs struggling to find their way through in a way, sort of 10 to 12. So that they're already spread out by quite some margin. And yeah, clearly Solpec, the top sort of top six really, they've cleared the GT3s now. So clearly their track management skills are on point, that they've cleared it so quickly and effectively. But even then, some have done it much better than others, and Solpec with a nice lead at the moment already.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, they've just kind of stretched that gap out. So now it's going to be all right. So now that we're clear and got clean track, how is our solo pace? And we'll see if CRF can actually start making up some of that stagger now that they've cleared as well. So we'll see if those start tightening up, or if we're going to have to wait for them to maybe get to the back of the LMP2s, because obviously that presents a different challenge than passing the GT3 cars.
Well, I can tell you now, I've also got the track map open with all the cars and where they are. The LMP2s are only about 3 or 4 corners behind the back of the GT3s now, so they're closing in rather quickly as well. And just to add insult to injury, the leading LMDH is only about 3 or 4 corners behind the LMP2, so that could become quite an interesting thing when they get round to it. It won't be too long until we see that unfold. As we're looking here, Marius Blendea, Tectonic Racing, currently 4th in his GT3, and he's got an Acura right behind him keeping him company. I think that is Bear Pope Workers Union, only 3 tenths back, maybe 2 tenths back from them. So even though they've had cars weaving in and out, they're all incredibly close to him.
Yeah, you see, I think that was Team Toledo, coming into the pits. Saw them with an issue earlier where they were up against the barrier. So they're going to come in and maybe get some maybe some new tires, fuel. I mean, we're early in the race. They really don't need anything. So this is probably just them coming in and getting some work done on the car. Maybe had a little bit of wheel or suspension damage that's just making the car difficult. As we see a spin there, one of the Corvettes, I believe, is who that was. Could not catch it. The 58 car of CMS Racing Titanium. Got the car righted again. Yeah, got the car righted again. So no contact. I didn't see any contact with anybody else. And the car looks clean. So just a little spin coming through that corner. And he's got the car righted and back on it. I always thought it was interesting that it seems like this happens more often than not. It's the first time through, if you're having this classic multi-class configuration of LMDH, LMP2, and GT3, how the first time through the GTPs clear the GT3s, or the LMDHs clear the GT3s. But then the second time through, it seems like they're all together. You've got the LMP2s catching the GT3s while the LMDHs are catching the LMP2s. And it just makes, I think this is the most critical part of the race. This is kind of where, this is going to determine how well you're going to do, is this first time with all the classes together on track.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on with that, Charles. And again, looking at the track map as well, looking over to my second monitor, you're spot on. You've got the LMP2s have now caught the back of the GT3s, and the LMDH is right on the back of the LMP2. So we're about to watch it all unfold and see who can really navigate it best of all. Out front, Solpec Racing have increased their lead, now 3.5 seconds in front of CRF Motorsport. And Team Tenuto back from CRF, quite a gap as well there, about 6 seconds between them. But they have also got, though, RD Simsport keeping them company right up behind. As we look at the front of the GT3 amateur category, with Matt Kingsbury in his Penguin RC GT3.
Yeah, and I like that livery too, by the way. That's a nice looking car. The McLaren with the black and yellow, the papaya. And black and white. It's very, very striking livery. I really like that.
As a McLaren fan, thank you for using the correct colour. Oh dear. I'm not fussed. It is orange, but yeah, papaya orange is correct, technically. Matt Hooper in 6th for the pro category, trying to have a look around the outside of that incredibly wide Ford Mustang in front of him. Has a little look late on the brakes. But we're going to jump back to Federico Faria in Sonic Racing Team, currently 7th, and watching this battle unfold in front of him towards turn 1. Tight apex, clipping it very nicely indeed. You can use a lot of the runoff, but immediately you're turning right into the next set of corners, so you don't want to hug too tight on exit because you want to open up the next one as well. And this is a corner I like, turn number 4. You've got an apex there. You then want to get it as wide as you can into turn 5. And that's what I was talking about, sort of that wide-lined entry. If you're close enough, you can maybe sneak a car up the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good place to try and make that, especially if you're, I guess, behind a car that's been holding you up for the better part of the lap. It's a good place to try and make an overtake, or as they split the Mustang there. Oh, and contact.
Oh, they did well to keep that.
Yeah, the inside of the Tenuto car just a bit wide on exit there. Just could not hold it to the inside. Swings out after they get clear of the Mustang and makes contact with the RD SimSport car.
That was heart in mouth stuff right there. That could have easily have gone wrong. And I tell you what, to keep both cars on circuit and still going at full racing speed, bear in mind, that was very impressive indeed. As round Marc Marquez corner, turn 10, and onto this long back straight gap, opening up just a tiny bit. Matt Labrosi just struggling clearly on the exit of that, but there'll be more traffic in front of them, so plenty of chances to close it back up again.
Oh, gotta be careful there. Is he was on the outside in the car in front, the GT car, just took his normal racing line, but kind of put him in a little bit of a bind. Had to go out into the little bit off into the runoff area to make that pass cleanly.
Yeah, well, we're back here with Federico, Sonic Racing Team. He's claimed a couple of positions there, so you know, the Ford Mustang also finding their way through, and they're still battling away. They're going to have to keep an eye on their wing mirrors though a little bit more now, as there goes James Logsdon for Bear Pope Enduro. Down the inside of, I think, back pain and eye strain, and I think it's his, yeah, back pain, eye strain, there we go, second in the amateur class, some 3 seconds off Penguin RC, but they're in still a very good position here. I think that is the gap mainly, once again, is traffic. It's all down to a bit of that, trying to navigate it as best you can, and they've got more LMDHs right behind them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, I'm just kind of looking at this. The Ferrari, I think, is going to have the advantage. The Ferrari GT3 is going to have the advantage in the first part of this track layout. I think that Mustang is going to do real well once you get past Marquez Corner and on that back straight. This car's just got so much power in the straightaway. If you were racing at Daytona, you saw that in spades. The Fords did very, very well there. So just look at this gaggle. It's like rush hour traffic on the front straight here. We see all the classes are now intermingled, so working our way through and around. Was that the back straight? Oh, it was the back straight. Okay, now we're on the front straight, and you know, it's still rush hour traffic. We see, you know, cars trying to get through as we see 2 and 3 wide coming down the front straight as the multi-class passing is taking effect.
It's so difficult to work out who's racing who when it's like this, because it's of course you can pick your difference between a GT3 car and a prototype, but then between the prototype cars it's a little bit trickier. And I remember you told me the trick of look at the lights at the back, but you're not always looking at the lights at the back, so it's a little bit harder to spot.
Yeah, it's true. And yeah, those cars you know, are, you know, obviously the front and the back, the nose and the tail, as I said, the lights, but you know, they're essentially the same configuration with just accents based off of, as we see trouble there between an LMP2 and I think a GT3 car.
That's Matthew Parent for Echelon SimSport in his LMP2, and I think you're right. I did see another car in contact with him. I don't know where that is gone though.
Yeah, I don't know if we got a tow. Yeah, so Spencer Reitzman, the 227 Ferrari, has towed. So that would have been, I think, the other car involved in that, in 227, which is. I'm gonna pull up my notes here.
I wonder if Lee can get us another look at that at some point shortly, but either way, Matthew has managed to get the car back up and running. It must have been a fairly small incident from his side of things, because it doesn't seem to be affecting him all that much. As we jump back forward then to 4th in this race, Peter Sikdar for RD SimSport, and he's got Hyperion Racing chasing him down very intently as he is right on the gearbox of that car as they make their way now through this long right-hander of 6 into 7. You've got a very short little back straight here, and then you get to the Spanish corkscrew. Tight left-hander, tight right-hander into a tight left-hander. And then as best you can, getting your power on out of Marquez corner and down this long back straight. It's probably the most important corner on the circuit, I'd argue, simply in this configuration because of this long back straight.
I think you're absolutely right. You want to be able to carry as much speed through that corner as you can to maximize your top end and how long you can stay at the top end of your power band down this straightaway. And just as a follow-up, the 227 is the Echelon SimSport GT3 car.
Pull out there rather late, going for that defensive line. That was the car behind. We're still looking here at Peter. He's gone too much! And they're going to have to try and avoid him. They have done. Oh, can he get the safe free straight? Whoa, look at that as well. Car avoiding very spectacularly and did it just about. Peter losing a few positions there, but thankfully he didn't have any contact with any other car, so he's able to just continue on.
Yeah, that was just as we're watching here, this battle, and it just like he just maybe carried too much speed. Yeah, just too much speed, maybe just a little too early back on the throttle, and then the rear end just kicks loose and comes around. And luckily, the LMP2 that flew by was able to avoid him, and no contact from anybody else.
No, some very good awareness from the drivers behind, able to avoid a spun car in the middle of the circuit, pretty much on the racing line as well. It was very impressive. As Lee, you've done us an absolute treat. That previous incident, let's have a little look. What happened here for Matthew? Oh, we got clipped by an LMDH, and that's knocked him into the other car.
Oh, and it's Echelon SimSport Prime there. So team cars, and it was obviously nothing the 46 car did. It just kind of got bumped on the inside and kind of sent wide, and it just happened to have his team car out there that took the brunt of that.
Yeah, it's one of those things you have no control over, and you are a passenger when it happens, kind of thing. And it's a shame because it was like you say, team on team, Echelon SimSport. So they'll be ruining the other team, I'm sure, but you can't do too much about it at this present moment. We're not even 20 minutes in. It feels like we've had a whole Grand Prix of action. Really impressive stuff.
It really is. And yeah, it's been a very, very dramatic race so far, as we're on board now back with our race leader Pat Pelchat in Solpec Precision, with 9-second gap over P2. So obviously, then CRF is another 9 seconds back to P3. So obviously, fantastic navigation through the traffic is able to just really stretch that gap out. Looking at their times, it doesn't even, his best lap was only a 10th and a half faster than P2. And so it's not like he's just setting the world ablaze with his lap times. He's just been done a much better job through the traffic than everybody else in the field. But, we're still, halfway through our first stint. We've still got pit stops to come and pit strategies and all that other things that we're going to have to worry about during the course of this race. So race not over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, absolutely not. We saw their Punkeru Gold. They're leading their LMP2 category by 7 seconds. And we've now jumped on board here with Bryce Rodriguez for Hyperion Racing leading the GT3 Pro category. He has got Solpec Precision right behind him as well, only 3/10 adrift. You can see them there both in shot, as that's a bit tight into the final corner. This might actually allow a move from Solpec Racing right behind. He's now absolutely tickling the tailpipe of that Hyperion car. Can he maybe have a little look down towards turn number 1? Getting close to the braking zone now. Not quite close enough alongside to make the move. Gonna have to sit in behind once again.
Yeah, that was kind of an odd. Like that LMP2 that was they were around was a bit off the pace and just kind of got in the way when you wouldn't have expected to. You would have thought as they got through that corner, the LMP2 would just kind of cleared them and went on about his business, but not so much, and able to close that gap down even further. That's our biggest on track battle for the lead by a far stretch in between Hyperion and Solpec.
Yeah, and then we've got Matt Kingsbury currently piloting the Penguin RC amateur car and leading that category as well. But I think the gap between that, though, has stayed fairly stable. Back Pain and Ice Strain doing a very good job, able to keep that gap pretty stable too. But equally, you've got Fendi Racing, Going Racing Ruby. They've been very consistent so far this year as well, constantly there or thereabouts. They're not far away either, as that's a car off into the barrier at the Spanish Corkscrew. Can he find a gap in the traffic to get back out? Yes, he can. And Zane Khan is now going to be trying to work out, has he got any big sustainable damage to that car? Can he keep it going?
Yeah, it didn't. He was up against the barrier. I don't know that he actually made contact. He was very close as he was trying to back the car up and get it right into head the right direction back onto the track. But from what the quick glance I had, didn't really see anything as he was getting rejoined. Oh, there's another one of those. These prototypes are going to have to, the prototypes are going to have to just kind of be wary of the fact that as they come out of that last corner, all the GT cars are going to be going wide. And so if you're out on that outside line, you may want to think about just give it a little bit of a, let that throttle breathe just a little bit and work your way back to the inside and just get that good inside run and let these GT3s work their way to the outside, because obviously these cars are a bit heavier and they want to kind of float from apex to outside corner on the way out of that corner.
I think I had my mystical hat on today, Charles, because I think that is down to the speed difference that I was talking about in qualifying coming into effect, and catching a few of these drivers out as we look on board here with Marius Blendea, as there goes in LMDH past on the inside, and once again just showing that grip and acceleration that it can produce in that car, as we look forward to Federico Faria in Sonic Racing Team, currently 5th in category, but they are right up behind RD Simsport and their Ford Mustang. And I think this is Ford versus Ferrari here.
Well, it is indeed.
And the Ford, I think, definitely has the advantage down this back straight.
Oh, I think so too. But I will say this though: the Ferrari, if you've ever driven any Ferrari at Le Mans, especially the GT3s, they do a really good job of working in that second position. They're really good in the tow. They can just really make up tons of time on those straightaways just by utilizing the draft. They draft really, really well. So I don't think the Mustang's got the power to get away. But obviously, definitely the Ferraris are going to be hard pressed to try and make a move and pass them down the straightaway.
Yeah, I think that's what Matt Quinn is doing here in his Porsche. So not the same manufacturer, but similar concept in a sense. They struggle slightly down the straight, and he's using it as well. Another Ford Mustang, believe it or not. So clearly,
get behind that big box and just and let it break the air for you, and you can make better laps that way.
Yeah. The problem is does it hamper you and slow you up in the tight, twisty first sector? That's going to be the crucial difference. And if not, brilliant, just stick behind, save some fuel, away you go. But if he does, you might want to get past.
Yeah, I will. You're absolutely right. And I will say, the later we get into these fuel stints, the more the likelihood is this Fords will start holding these the Ferrari and the Porsche up, because they have the same similar characteristics that the Mercs and the BMWs have, is they really lean on those front tires. And so the later we get into this stint, those tires wear down, they're gonna struggle a little bit just trying to get their car to bite on entry into the corner, and they'll start pushing and losing lots of time during the course of that. So that'll make might make it a little bit easier for those Ferraris and Porsches to get around.
Yeah, the one thing I would say though about the track, again, back to sort of track characteristics, we do have, of course, after Marquez corner, turn 10, long left-hander, but then there's a very long straight as well, which gives the chance for the tyres to cool. The first sector, yes, it is quite twisty-turny, but they're quite short, sharp turns. I wouldn't consider them very long per se, so I wouldn't say it should affect them too much in this race. So the Mustangs I'm referring to, and the Mercedes.
Maybe not. That might be some benefit, but it's the cumulative effect And once you get into that first sector, especially with the tighter corners, it's going to make those cars just a little bit difficult. I've even seen, and I was kind of watching Bear Pope earlier as we had them on shot in second place in the, sorry, back painted ice train, not Bear Pope. Second place in the AM class. Was watching him, I think, actually coming out of that the Spanish corkscrew, just really kind of struggling a little bit, trying to get the car pointed the right direction. Maybe a little understeer into oversteer as he got back on throttle. So we'll see how that plays out during the course of the race. It might not be that big of a factor, but it seems like anytime I've kind of driven those front engine cars, which is really what I prefer, that is one of those things you have to kind of be looking out for.
It's funny, I actually have slowly started preferring the opposite, sort of mid-engine, rear-engine. I like the rear getting a bit loose and coming round on me, but can you tame the beast is always the question.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I do enjoy driving the 296, the Ferrari 296, because it is that jack of all trades car. It does everything good, nothing really great, but everything it does really well. And but it's not really exceptional. The Porsche, for whatever reason, he and I just don't get along. As much as I love Porsches and hope to own one before I leave this earth, I don't think I'll be racing one anytime soon.
If you've got a life target, it's certainly a good one to have, Charles, and fair play to that as well. I'd love to own a Porsche. But yeah, you're right though, that Ferrari is sort of the jack of all trades but master of none. But equally, that does mean it's a very balanced car, and I think that appeals to lots, and particularly sort of to more of the amateur side of things. That Ferrari is a very good car to be able to pick up and race with. But racing cars aside, but sort of racing cars that we're looking at on the circuit, back to it. Looking at Michael Parker here, currently 9th in the top class, and he is right up the chuff of Punk Crew Grey as they make their way onto this back straight. Bit of traffic in front of them, but is this potentially a chance of making a move into the left-hander at the end, turn 13? He's taken a much different line. Is he maybe lining something up for the next corner? That's going to be the interesting thing, but traffic might now come into play.
Well done. He did it exactly right. He took that inside line on the exit of the corner, and that kept him right within earshot there of Punk Crew. Punk Crew did a good job. Just basically centered the car on the track. Didn't really leave the car behind pneumatic any room for trying to make a move going down into that final corner.
Well, there we go. That Ford just held up Punk Crew Grey a little bit there through the apex of 5. Now 6. Long right-hander of 6 into this tighter one of 7. Short little straight, and then you get to the Spanish corkscrew before we begin the long straight all over again, and still nothing separating these two drivers. Or really was nothing separating them there.
No, there was not. Yeah, just a little brake check there, and I don't think that was intentional. I just think that the Punk Crew car slowed up a little more than pneumatic thought they were going to. And he had to get kind of quick lock of the brakes to try and keep from causing any massive damage to either car. Back on track and is already hunting him down again.
Yeah, he'll get a nice little bit of help from sort of slipstream down this long straight as they now find their way towards turn 13. This time they take a similar line to each other and back over the start-finish line to begin another lap. They do really come at you thick and fast, don't they?
They really do.
Rapid.
Yeah, extremely quick, and you just see that this track configuration just plays into the prototype's hands. They're loving life out there, and that was, like I said, that was a great job done pneumatic as they were coming out of the final corner of the previous lap. He just noticed that there was going to be some GT3 traffic. Punk Crew went to the outside. He just kind of lifted a little bit, went to the inside, and it really didn't cost him anything in the long run.
No, and we look now here to the battle for P4 between Virtual Drivers and Team FFSR. Thomas doing his best defensive drive at the moment, but let's see if he can hang on to that 4th position as they barrel their way down to turn 13. Still is the car in front, slightly different lines into this corner. We're going to be looking at the all-important exit up to turn 1. Bit of lap traffic in front of them now. but not going to cause them too many problems. To turn one, pulls to the inside line. Can he get it later on the brakes? No, he cannot at the moment. Small little slide into turn one, cost him a tenth maybe. But no changes at the moment. Virtual drivers and Julian here, he's going to have to rethink it about trying to get past.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just kind of looking. It's not, there's no real rush at this point. Running in P5, we're only just past the 30-minute mark of the race, so there's no need to press the issue at this point in time. Just kind of riding behind the Porsche and seeing if there's an opportunity that he can take. Nothing so much yet, but there's obviously, if you're familiar with driving the LMDH cars, the Acura is kind of known for that front end downforce because of that split wing on the front end of the car. So to see him kind of, pushing the envelope there and breaking the front end loose was a little bit of a surprise, but it didn't really, like I said, it didn't really cost him anything in the long run. And he's still there in position and just making laps at this point.
Yeah, well, that was a freeway battle because you also had Hyperion racing right in front of them as well, so just sort of touching distance from them. As we look here to Tectonic Racing, Marius Blendea, currently 7th for the Pro category in the GT3s, and he is right behind Sonic Racing Team. Now that would be Federico Faria still in that red and white car. You've now got a LMP2 trying to find their way through as well. I think that's one of the amateur cars, splitting them as well. The green Acura there. Nice livery scheme on it. These are the accented sort of luminescent yellow.
Yeah, it is a very striking livery as well. I was almost going to call that. That's not really. It's a kind of a bluish green. I'm not really sure what actual color that is. I don't think they were trying to go for an Aston Martin style green in that car. But I do like the way the accents are kind of laid out on that with the yellow. It does give it a good line.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, we're looking here. Darren Mowbray, SimHQ Motorsport. The white car is right up behind West Coast Racing. This is the LMP2 category, and this is the battle for that final podium spot at the moment. Like Charles said just a moment ago, we are just over half an hour into this race, so still a hell of a long way to go in it. And they are just also beginning to find their rhythm now. Does that look like a car spinning off in the background? Maybe we'll find out who that was in just a second.
Yep, just trying to check the timing and scoring and see if I can catch anybody that may be dropping down the order. I don't see anything yet, so I guess that car is. We see another car with a little half spin behind. That's the
Davis
pneumatic. Yeah, Davis Braun pneumatic LMP2 with the little spin coming out of the corner, and gets it righted and back on the track. Don't really see anything out of place with the car. As we're now on board with Team Tenuto, Pat Labrossi running in 5th.
Running in 5th, and I think he's closing down the next car of 4th, which is now Team FFSR, as virtual drivers just found their way past and have now taken that final podium spot in the top category. So this could be an interesting battle that is going to be building up into this race, because they are slowly gaining on the next car.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's it's the this is kind of an ebb and flow in these races where you'll get cars that are quicker. As the stint goes on, they just kind of naturally pick up pace. As a 22 car, Scott Haddock, Punker Blue, comes into the pits a little early yet for the prototype, so this is a little bit off cycle. As it looks like there's a driver change. Is that right? There is indeed. Lewis Clark is getting into the car, so going to come in, do the driver's change, get that done. Should be coming up on time for the LMDH pits in the next 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10. Then followed by the I see the LMP2s. There's a couple more coming in, so this may actually be the pit cycle starting for the LMP2 class. Obviously, GT3s are going to be much closer to the 1 hour mark And that'll, again, as always, that's something we'll look out for, because that hour mark is significant, because it's a 4-hour race and you can save yourself a pit stop.
Yeah, that is interesting that the LMP2s are in already, because I have the fuel and tyre limits for every class that we've got out there. So the LMDHs are at 98%, the LMP2's 92%, and GT3's 100% worth of their fuel. But for tyre sets, you've got 5 for the LMDH, 6 for the LMP2s, and only 4 for the GT3s. So LMP2s there with only 6 sets of tyres, and they're already pitting now, not even at 40 minutes. That could be quite interesting, because they may work their way through all of them.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So you really can't afford to do anything abusive to your tires, because it's going to be, at this point with you said 92% fuel for the LMP2, so that computes out to about right, because they normally run to the, I don't know, somewhere 42 to 45 minute mark for the LMP2s. So that seems like that's about the right time for the cars to come in, and that will put them. I'm just trying to think here. 460s, 240. So 40-minute stint would be 6 stints. So yeah, that's putting them a little under fueled. So, for the cars that are in now, that means that there'll be a splash at the end, unless they can figure out how to save a little more fuel during the course of the remaining stints.
I love it when you leave school, you feel you've done with maths for the rest of your life. You're never done with maths. Maths is never done.
Never done. Never done. It's always math somewhere. So yeah, I think that mental math was correct. So yeah, based on that rough calculation, yeah, it's going to put them a little short of doing 5 pit stops to get you 6 cents. So that means they're going to have to, like I said, do a little fuel saving somewhere, or they're going to have to take a splash at the end of the race, which obviously, as we've seen, will alter or could very well alter the end results from people not making it on fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, whilst you're calculating that out, recently I've been calculating how much money I can spend on some new racing equipment, and one place I did have a little look at, because they do have some fantastic stuff, is Penguin RC Simulation. They do have a whole host of brilliant sim racing equipment at very affordable prices as well, of course including the likes of sim wheel boxes, button boxes, even kill switches, and much more. So if you do want to get some brilliant well-made, well-priced sim racing equipment, you should check out Penguin RC Simulation.
Well done. Segue 10 out of 10. That was great.
I tried.
that was brilliant.
Yeah, currently looking at the Penguin RC car as well. They are leading the amateur category. Backpain and Eye Strain have closed the gap slightly. It's now down by 8 tenths. We're only 1.2 between the pair of them, but they are holding strong that lead. So yeah, they're doing very well this evening so far. Long way to go. We're only a tenth of the way into this race roughly, but they are looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, having a good run so far, as we see a little on-track passing there, and the LMP2 taking it really deep, making that pass. Penguin just forced a little bit wide through that corner, enabled Backpain to gain another half second or so during that, but there's a little bit of traffic in between the two cars. I believe that's the 111 car, is that correct?
It looks like it.
It does look like it, yep. Adrian Kukulis in his AM car. I'm sorry, maybe that's a pro car in between the two AM cars of Penguin and Backpain and Eye Strain. And that is still, as you said, that's still the tightest battle. The Fendi Racing team's only 2.5 seconds back. So that's 3 cars within 2.5 seconds. So that is our tightest battle on track for position, especially when we're talking about the class lead.
Well, you say that. I'm looking at the pro category, Charles, and there's only 3 tenths between the front 2 there. But you are right. It is one of the closest out there, and certainly is hotting up now as we're getting towards the end of the first hour. Like you say, there is a pro car in between them, but all of them on circuit looking pretty similar in pace. And so that is definitely going to be a factor at play for Backpain and Ice Train if they want to try and retake the lead of that amateur class. They started on pole. They lost it early on, but they've very much stuck with it and are close to it as well. As we now jump forward to the pro category of the GT3s, as Hyperion Racing still hanging on from Solpec in second. And they've been pushing this Hyperion team round the entire time. I think that gap has barely opened up over half a second. It's doing it now. Bit of traffic in the way, but it will close right back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, traffic giveth and then take it away later on, as we're still on board here with Hyperion and Solpec, as we see, the prototypes navigating their way through. I think it's hurting them in equal parts at this point, not really causing any significant gaps as they're working their way through the tighter section of track. We're just coming out of the Spanish corkscrew there. The gap's still 0.7 of a second. Just kind of looking around the rest of the gaps. The rest of them. The top 2, the gap has tightened between the Solpec and the overall lead and CRF. They've got that gap down to like 7.8 seconds. So they've taken about a second or so off of that time. It's just, I don't know who that was back there, but that was really deep into the corner. But the gap between P2 and P3, Tenuto in third, is now is significant. It's 27 seconds from P2 to P3, 35 seconds overall. And we see a little incident decision, Punk Group White, with a 5-second post-race penalty for avoidable contact. So they'll get 5 seconds added on to their final result.
I don't mind that, the sort of post-race stuff. I think Formula One gets a lot of bad rap for it, but I think it's almost a sensible way of doing it in a sense, because you can still have a lot of on-track action without it being affected by a drive-through.
Yep. And our leaders are now in.
Yeah, here they are. So the LMDHs haven't made it to the top of the hour mark. They have, I believe I said 5 tyres to each of their cars. I can double check that. I think it was 5. It certainly was. Spot on the money. Yeah, 5 tyres to each team there. So this will probably be the first of 4 stops, I would imagine. Last one maybe a bit more of a splash and dash.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's what they're going to. I think that's the game plan. They probably set based on practice, getting everything set up for the race. They probably said, okay, we're going to have to stretch that last set of tires with a splash, maybe a half a tank or so at the end, and we're just going to have to be able to carry those on for an extra little short stint. So I'm sure all that's been taken into account for their race strategy.
Yeah, no doubt it is something that they've all pre-planned and been crunching numbers. They've been doing their own maths before the race, Charles, whilst we're doing it in the race. But yeah, they would have thought about it all during the sessions themselves. Interesting though, Team Tenuto still out there for the LMDH. They're doing another lap. That could come into play later on, definitely.
That definitely could. Yeah, that's just going to make that, if they continue with that extra lap every stint, that's just going to make that last, that's kind of free time on the track at the end of the race. So they take a shorter pit stop. So that'll definitely help them out. And there were, I think, a few cars that actually went on the extra lap. I think there's 3 that I'm looking at. So yeah, it was Team Tenuto, Punk Group Pink, and I think the Solpec 171 car. Is that right? It was indeed. Yep, it was a 171 car that's in P5. So obviously they were a little bit off the pace, and they've been able to work their up to the top 5 temporarily before they come into their pit stop.
Yeah, so it'll all be a little bit out of shape until the next lap, and we're already on that because here come Punk Crew Pink into the pits as well. Team Tenuto, I still don't think they're in the pit lane, so if they're able to do another lap as well, that's really impressive fuel management. I think Solpec Precision have also just gone through, but I want to say they've done their first stop, haven't they?
They have, yeah. Still, the only car left out that hasn't pitted is that Team Panuto 233 car. So they're going to be able to get another lap over the entire field, 2 laps over about half of the class. So that's significant.
It's impressive. It means they can think about that as they have fuel effectively in reserve. If they want to start pushing a bit harder, they've got the extra lap to do so, so they don't have to worry so much as we get later. We'll have to see how these strategies unfold. We're only getting to the first pit stops now. We have no idea what's going to happen. There's so much that can change in between now and seeing that checkered flag. As we look here at Adrian Kukulas trying to defend from that McLaren. Down his inside though he goes, and through he goes well for a mighty impressive overtake round the final corner, as here comes Team Tenuto into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. So they were able to do 2 extra laps over the majority of the field, especially the lead group. I'm going to say roughly it's about 3 liters a lap, I think, is the standard number for the LMDH cars on most tracks. I don't think there's any difference in this one. So that's 6 liters. That's probably 4 seconds of lap time, just roughly, or 4 seconds of pit time at the end of the race. Just off of that particular stop. So, if they continue to do that, there's a good chance that last stop is going to be really rapid for them.
Yeah, that could be pretty crucial when we get to the sharp end of things. We'll keep an eye on it all and try and keep everyone up to date as well, as Pat Pelchet back out into the lead then of this race, and has opened that gap back up. 13 seconds between him and CRF Motorsports. Team Tenuto now heading on to pit exit. Can virtual drivers get through and past? They are making their way through turn 1 now. There's the car in front. So Team Tenuto has managed to do 2 laps extra and still come out in 3rd position for their class, and for overall, of course, as well. That is mighty impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And they gained a little bit of time on P2, as you said. So I'm just kind of looking at the pit lane times. I'm going to say the outlap, or either the outlap or the inlap was the difference between P1 and 2, because there was only like 1 second difference between the cones in time. So whatever Pat Pelchat did on his inlap or his outlap was pretty tremendous to get that extra 6 seconds of lap time over P2. So that was a great job by him, just on that 2 lap pit cycle swing.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Lee can jump back up to Team Tenuto, actually, because they are looking in very much under threat from virtual drivers behind as they try and warm up their tyres. The gap is only a couple of tenths as they now through turn 13. Now you can see the superior grip there on the virtual driver's car from where they've already heated them up. Peter Lowe is now at the wheel of that Team Tenuto car. Is this going to be a chance down to turn 1? Yes, it is. Inside line for virtual drivers, later on the brakes and able to find their way through as well, back onto the podium. And Peter Lowe there, as he's desperately probably trying to warm up those tyres and get back up to racing speed, very much powerless to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside to these LMDH cars is you put on a fresh set of tires in the first lap out, which makes what Pat Pelchat did even as just as impressive. Is it's hard to get the heat in those tires. That first lap is very, very slow. And then I guess if you take the fact that Peter Lowe's jumping in the car now, so we got a brand new driver in the car. He just wants to be cautious. He doesn't want to do anything drastic on that out lap. So probably smart, just let the car go, let Julian Reddy in the virtual driver's car go, and then we'll say, okay, let's get the tires heated up and let me get settled into a rhythm here, and then we'll come back and see if we can battle later.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a new car in P2 for the amateur category, Charles. It's Fendi Racing, Luke Fisher at the wheel, and they've managed to get past Backpain and Eye Strain, but the gap only a couple of tenths of a second between the pair, so they are right behind them, hot on their heels. And Penguin RC for the amateur category as well, managing to stretch his legs a little bit, and they've managed to open up 2.5 seconds between them and now Fendi Racing. So it ebbs and flows, as you said, and we're seeing that once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're coming up to the final 5 to 10 minutes of the stint for the GT cars. So maybe the Ford's starting to give up a little bit at the end of the stint. I don't know. That is them off the pace because Fendi was basically 2.7 back of Penguin earlier when we checked in. So this is Ford losing time. So they're already lost. They're down a second now over on Fendi. So they're still continuing to drop a little bit of time. I don't see, I've looked at their last couple of laps, haven't seen anything that just looked out of place like they made a mistake somewhere. So it just looks like that maybe the Ford's just starting to give it up a little bit toward the end of the stint.
Maybe you also had your mystical hat on today because you predicted it, yeah. Maybe you are spot on the money. I expect you are, Charles. You know a lot about this kind of stuff, so yeah, I'm no doubt about it. But he is still right there, back pain and eye strain. You can see there goes Fendi Racing, and the car behind them is that Ford Mustang that we were referring to with the gradient from sort of orange to purple. As Michael Hooper for Bear Pope Workers Union just found himself off the circuit there at turn 5, running a little wide, but finds his way back on relatively easy too. Might get a replay of what happened. Here we go then. Through turn 3. Now the kink of 4 and into 5. You want to run it wide to open up the corner as much as possible. Too much speed, and around goes the rear.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Just a little too much. Not enough braking there to get the car slowed down. And loops the rear end around as he's trying to add some steering input there. As now he's kind of swamped from some prototypes. As we're on board now with the Penguin RC Pro car. Christian Youngwall running in P9, and I believe that's his sister car in the AM car directly in front of him. So as you can see, we talked about this early, these classes running together. You can see some of the AM teams can put some good pace out there, and you've got the Penguin AM car sitting in basically in P8 overall. So or P9 overall, and Youngwall is in P10 overall. So the AM car for Penguin having a good run so far.
You can see it there. I believe Lee has kindly changed the timing tower for us briefly here, so we can see the blending of the amateurs and pros there. So yeah, the two Penguin RC cars right next to each other on circuit. And would you believe it that, like you say, Charles, the amateur in front of the pro. So it just goes to show that it is all in name. It's nothing to do with their pace. It is just purely down to a bit of experience.
Yep. And if you're familiar with league racing, a lot of times that's you get no good deed goes unpunished, as they say. You get an AM team that's pretty dominant in the field, and next thing you know, they're a new pro team. So we're going to migrate you up because obviously you've got the pace to be in the pros, not in the AMs. And so a lot of leagues will have that in place. I don't know that CMS does, but obviously. The race is not over by any stretch of the imagination, so things could turn around. But so far so good. Kudos to the AM car for kind of running up there with the big dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not only them; it is of course Fendi Racing, back pain, eye strain. They're currently here battling with P12 of Bear Pope Enduro, the pro team. So they can certainly get mixed in amongst it, and like you say, it just. It almost is in a way of fostering talent and showing who has got the potential to make that next step to a potential pro class. As Adrian Kukulas down the inside of that, sorry, not down the inside, down goes the inside of the Fendi car on Adrian in the Solpec. And so that is, again, an amateur on a pro. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I was kind of watching in the background, was watching back pain and eye strains. They were coming through. They just got swamped in that final corner by lots of prototypes. That cost him about a half a second on the track. He just got forced to the outside and just could not get back into the racing line. And so just had to be patient and give up the time until the traffic cleared. And I think actually that Bear Pope car came through as well because of the opportunity with the open inside line, and nothing really that back pain and eye strain could do at that point.
Really. I mean, that again is another sort of quirk of the multi-class racing is sometimes a faster class can open up a door on a rival that you've been stuck behind, for some considerable number of laps. And when that door opens, you kind of have to jump at it and go for the gap created. Otherwise, you're not going to get another opportunity. And I would imagine that is something of what may have happened, as in comes Bryce Rodriguez, the first pro GT3 car in, but also I believe the first GT3 car in to do their official pit stop.
I believe you're right.
Following.
Yep, as right. Daniel Mills is also coming in, as well as Jamie Hopper in the BMW is coming in as well. Got several cars starting to take the opportunity to get their pit stop done, and you know. It's early. We're 3 minutes before that hour mark, so you know that they're already got to be thinking in the back of their mind. Okay, we're stopping short. We're not going to make the hour. Can we stretch that somewhere else? Maybe get a lap here over the next couple of stints to try and stretch that back out to that 1 hour aggregate, so we can get to that last stop and not have to pit for a splash. So that is going to be in their minds, and it may be that they just decided to come in now because this was an opportunity where they had maybe some clean track on exit, and maybe that'll be helpful to them, and they can get a good rhythm going. So don't see, there's a pretty nice gap there as they're coming out. They're going to be very careful. We didn't mention this, but there is a, on this out lap, they're going to be exiting the pits. They've got a 90-degree corner to deal with, and then they're going to exit basically coming out of turn 2. And they have the left side racing line, and so as these cars come through, they have to be aware of that those cars are that they have the priority for that left lane. So you come through there too wide and have an incident, it's going to be your fault. So you got to be very careful as you're passing that pit exit line.
They sort of come out into the firing line, don't they? Because
they do.
It's sort of part of the racing line through that complex of 2 and 3. So they all have to be very wary of cars exiting pit road. But at the moment, there's nice big gaps in between some of the action. So it does mean it's pretty risk-free almost. Of course, it's never completely risk-free, but probably as close as you can get. That was very close. Into pit lane goes the Porsche, but Luke Fisher in from second position in the amateur class. A lot of the GT3s are still going around the circuit, so I think we're going to have a nice big field spread here for who and when comes into the pits and what sort of fuel and race strategy they're going for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're still just a little short of the hour mark, so these cars are going to be kind of aware of that. We see more cars coming into the pits. I think it was Josh Gowen and Colin McKenzie going Ruby. I think Sapphire was Josh. One of the two Ruby, one of the two Gowen cars. Could be it was Sapphire. So we've got the rest of the cars that are out there in the GT3 field will be coming back around, I think, right at the 1 hour mark. So that portends well for them as they can now be or at least semi-confident that they can go that hour, which means they can finish the race potentially without a little splash at the end. Nice even 1 hour stop times and pit, change tires. Don't have to worry about extending a tire life. Don't have to worry about stopping for a little splash at the end of the race. So I think they're all going to be happy with their fuel performance over the first stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I just noticed there on the pit exit for Luke Fisher as he's taken to the grass. Don't know what's going on here. He's back on the circuit now. Seems to have it all under control. That was a weird blip, wasn't it? I did notice though, as he left the pit lane, he sort of felt like he had to hold up and wait for the Porsche that came in behind him. Managed to jump him and was right there on exit as he went to pull out, and it looked as if he kind of tried to avoid them. So I wonder if they've got some different rules here for how they exit their pit box, because normally in iRacing you sort of can go invisible in between each other, but maybe and fair play for it, trying to keep it a little bit more realistic. I do like that.
Yeah, if they've got a defined fast lane, as you see the McLaren come out into that gray painted line that looks like the track, as opposed to a little bit lighter where the pit boxes are and the red stripe in between. I think once you cross over to that, if you've got a car on your outside, they normally expect the kind of the zipper effect, which means if you're already in the fast lane, you get priority to go ahead, and then the car that's even with you but not ahead of you has has to kind of wait and allow you to go through, and then you can just pull in behind them at that point. As you see this side by side, somebody didn't read that rule, or that's not a real rule. So they just so you just said, we know what, we're just going to do 2 wide on exit. Who knows? I don't know. I've ran leagues that prefer that. I think that's a very smart way of doing things. Is if you've got a car in the fast lane on your outside, you have to wait for them to go, and then you can follow in behind them. So we'll see if anything pops out between the 71 and the Penguin car as they're as on that pit exit. Who knows? So if we get an incident or if an incident report for a penalty on the 71 car, then you'll know that's probably what it was for.
I thought you were making it up.
No. Actually, there are a few leagues that our team runs that have that rule in place. So yeah, I'm not saying, once again, I haven't read through and memorized CMS's book, so I don't know if that's true or not. So it's just I've seen that applied quite frequently, actually.
Either way, whatever they have as the rules for the pit lanes coming down the start-finish lane is Thomas for Team FFSR, and he's just been passed by RD Simsport, who have just taken 5th position off them. Into turn 1 they go. They're still nose to tail as they find their way now, trying to lap some traffic through 4-5 and now through 5, sorry, as there's a car in between them, breaking them up ever so slightly through the long right-hander of 6. I think that's battle over for the time being, because the traffic there just giving them a bit of break between the pair of them.
Yeah. Sometimes that's actually a nice thing. Okay, I don't have to fight him for this corner. Just let me just get through the traffic, we'll reset and go again. And so far, I will say this: I think the track selection, because obviously this is it's not the default selection for the track layout. I think this has actually played into making this a really good race. It's been very clean thus far. We've only seen a couple of penalties come up on the screen. So I think it's been a pretty nice race so far. We've seen a few little incidents here and there, but nothing major where you've got several cars in contact with each other.
It has been top dollar, as Peter Sikdar has now come on the receiving end of being overtaken. Team FFSR back up to 5th position, so what was a lap ago him gaining the spot, he's now lost it back. So status quo returns, if you want to look at it like that, and Team FFSR back up to 5th.
Yeah. So nice little battle here between those two, and then Team Tenoto just in front, as we're back on board now with Tectonic. Marius Blindea on the outside line, going down into, I think that is, it's either turn 13 or, turn 13. Since they either turn 13 or turn 1, but it was turn 13. You got the nice Penguin brigade behind you.
Yeah, the amateurs still leading the pros there, I believe, in that category, as jumping back there to Luke Fisher and Back Pain and Ice Drain right behind them as well. So not a lot separating the top 3 really in the amateur class. 5 seconds between them, sort of from 1st to 5th is what I mean in that regard. But yeah, Penguin RC doing a very strong result here for their amateur team at least. Their pro team going well too, and it's shaping up to be a good race, this one. And like you say, I think the circuit, top class choice. I think they did very well in what they've decided here. When we thought about it last time, Charles, we looked at Donington, didn't we? And we thought there's a lot of grass around there. It's very tight. It's very technical. I'm quite glad in a way that they decided to switch the circuit layout, because I think we could have had a lot more carnage unfold if it was at Donington.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As much as I like Donington, it's a technical track. It really is. It's very difficult to to get really a good rhythm going, especially in multi-class. I think that's maybe a little small for multi-class racing, as far as, I guess, width of the track might have had a bigger issue. A lot of grass on the edges. So yeah, I think it was a good shout to go ahead and switch it over to Aragón.
Yeah, it makes sense when you're looking at this race now unfold. We're a bit over the hour mark, and we've not really had any major problems in regards to multi-class collisions. And I dread to think, especially the chicanes, for example, at Donington, you really have to slow the car up. But it's single file. There's no way around it. You have to go single file through it, otherwise you're looking for trouble. But looking here at Andrew Taphorn, Puncrew Gold, currently leading the LMP2 category and leading it by some margin as well. 17 seconds over the sister Blue Kart, who's also incredibly about 29 seconds ahead of West Coast Racing. So Puncrew really doing the business in this LMP2 class. And yeah, they're looking dominant. It looks like there's going to be hard to lose at this point.
Yeah, it's got a nice gap already out there. See iRTES SimSport 2 in for an unscheduled stop. We're still a little bit short of the time, but they've got, it looks like a driver change. Looks like Jared Bridwell's in the car now. So a little bit off cycle for the iRTES SimSport 2 car. And now we have Team Tenuto. I think this is not their first time they've been in the pits. I think they've, this is a second pit stop for them. Once again, I think just a little off cycle as well. So unless they were one of the cars, I think we did have a car stop early, so that might be them. That might be their scheduled pit stop now that they're off cycle from the rest of the group.
You say that though, they were in fourth, so they're going strong and well. So if they have been able to extend the fuel out by that margin, that is one, mighty impressive, and two, an absolute dark horse in this race and something to keep an eye on, because it really would mean the last stop is like a splash and dash for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a very, very advantageous. They might have been, or you could say it, they even kind of, if that was the team that came in early during the race, maybe came in because I think they were up against the wall at one point in time, had a little issue, came in early for a little repair. Maybe they're running the race backwards. So they've taken their splash now at that first stop. So now it's just standard pit stops just a little bit later than the rest of the group. And they all end up cycling out essentially at the same point at the end of the race. So, not a bad strategy if you can make it work. I think a lot of the pro single-seater teams kind of run that strategy that for series that have fueling and tire changes. So i.e. not Formula One. So yeah, it's a good sound strategy, because I've seen it play out and work to teams' advantage. So we'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're quite right. As I look at the timing on my second monitor here, Charles, I've got two teams in the pro category that have done two stops, currently 13th and 14th. So maybe we can work out in a minute if the Team Tenuto is one of them, because I can only see names at the moment. But I argue that might be their first stop, and they've been able to go super, super long. At the moment, though, we're looking at Vincent Marsh for back pain and eye strain. He's trying to get past the Porsche there in the pro class, as he then they both make their way through turn number one. They've got an LMP2 right up behind them now as well, so they're going to have to try and navigate a bit of that traffic as the gap opening up ever so slightly there, but this may come back to him as he almost runs it a bit too wide out of turn three. Holds it nicely though.
Yeah, he did hold it. Held it really well. Yeah, and it's just the LMP2 taking advantage of its downforce and working its way to the inside of the Ford, and now has done the same thing to the Porsche. So he treats all the GTs the same. Just kind of works his way to the inside, and as you can see now, they're just right back together again. And I think Back Pain and Eye Strain have been kind of following this Porsche around, or at least been close to them on the track for quite a while. So I think these two cars are pretty equal out on pace, and so so it's the Porsche now taking the lead over Back Pain and Eye Strain, where I think they were behind them earlier, or that was Fendi that was behind them earlier. One of the two cars. Oh no, that was a hip check and a half by and that's the CMS Endurance team, Brian Blanchette. Just got the and I couldn't catch the car that was. It was the GTP. There it is. Yeah, Team Tenuto just really forcing his way to the inside. Not sure he had enough room there, but it felt like he had enough room that he made the move, and then contact was made, unfortunately.
They were fighting with Team FFSR. We saw that down the back straight, had the inside line, and well, what do you know it, he encountered a GT3 on the apex, and thought he saw the gap, went for it, and it's a real shame how it ended up, but we move forward, and we're looking here at second place CRF Motorsport, 36 seconds behind Solpec Precision Racing. They have got an absolute commanding lead out front, the largest gap between any of the classes at the moment, so they really have been putting in an absolute performance. It's really impressive stuff. Equally though, it looks as though oh no, sorry, I'm reading that little panel there wrong. It has been increasing over the last few laps, so CRF seem to be struggling to keep the pace a little bit between them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think Jua Tomboy is, fresh in the car, so he came in on the previous pit stop. Not quite the same pace that they had previously. Was doing a pretty good job of keeping up with Pat Pelchat up in that Solpec car. But it's a team sport. So he'll get his stint in, and then they'll bring the other driver in. Of course, Pelchat will have to step out and allow another driver to get in the car. So that may flip the script a little bit, and those times will start coming down.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they would hope so, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem to be sort of maintaining at about 35 seconds. But like you say, it could flip at any moment. As Sonic Racing Team. They're now up to 4th in their pro category, so they managed to get past RD Simsport, which is the Ford Mustang right behind them there, and Zane Khan for ARC-E Motorsports, currently P6, so this is a 3-car battle then for P4 at the moment, separated by about a second front to back. Not a lot in between it, and it looks like the Ferrari's got a pretty good run down this back straight. Can he maybe make a move on the Mustang? There's going to be an LMDH that tries to go for a move as well. Just about managed to avoid it, everybody. Well done indeed. And through goes Zane Khan to take 5th position. Can he now mount some pressure onto the next team of Sonic Racing?
Yeah, that was, you called that a little bit earlier, I believe, was taking advantage of the faster cars as they're opening holes. I think the 26 car, Khan, anticipated that, made his move to the inside, let the LMDH come around, and just kind of followed him around to the inside of the Mustang, and was able to take that position.
As in come to the pits, Lewis Clark, Punk Crew Blue. So I believe this is their second stop in this race. I wonder if this is a scheduled one. It does seem a little early to me, but it could be plausible at the same time. This is going to be an interesting strategy for the LMP2s here. They if this is their second stop already, they're going to be going for quite a few this race.
Yeah.
As Lee confirms, our production manager, this is their stint length. So Second official pit stop. So that's going to definitely play into some strategy games in that category. It'll be interesting to see who can come out on top. But I mean, at the moment, the Pung Crew absolutely on top form and showing some serious pace in that category.
They've once again stretched out that gap, and there's this nice battle in P2 there between West Coast and Echelon. They're only about a second apart on track. As we're here with Pneumatic as they've come into the pits for their second stop. So we are starting to see some of the LMP2s coming in for their second stop of the race. It does seem a little early. We're at the 75-minute mark. I think primarily they were trying to get to that 80-minute mark to even the stints out. We'll have a few cars that'll be taking some of those splash and dashes at the end, and we'll see if some of the lead group here can extend it out to that hour and 20-minute mark, which is kind of the goal for removing that final stop at the end of the race.
Yeah, well, the thing I've just thought about for them, they've got 6 sets of tyres. If they've used 2 now, they've used 2 in just over an hour. they're not going to have enough sets to do a new set each stop. So they're definitely going to be double stinting some of those tyres. So that definitely could come into play, particularly towards the end of the race. So that's going to be an interesting category to keep an eye on throughout, really, if no humongous gaps continue to open up, because tyre will definitely come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this we're looking at the sim time, and we're basically at midday. I think that the temperature is not really, it's going to increase as the race continues. We're up to now 88 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 30 Celsius or somewhere around that neighborhood for track temp. The track is definitely getting hotter as these cars are putting heat into it. So that's going to make that double stint at the end, if this continues, it's going to make that double stint very, very tricky at the end of the race.
Yeah, it certainly will do, as Eli Singh now jumping into the gold car for Punkroot. So driver change for the leading car, and let's see how he can handle the conditions as he works his way back onto the circuit. But we're going to jump back to the GT3 amateur leader, Anthony Flores for Penguin RC, the amateur McLaren there, as they've had a driver change as well at their last stop. So a few driver changes out there, a few going for the double stints. I mean, maybe, I can't remember quite rightly, Charles, if you're much of a driver or more of a manager at this point. But, what would you prefer? Would you rather double stint it and once you get into the flow, or are you quite happy breaking it into equal segments?
I think for the prototypes, I think double stint's definitely the way to go. And yeah, I've kind of renewed my racing a little bit this year. I've started driving a little more. I'm still a full-time manager, obviously, but I jumped in the car for our team as kind of a substitute racer, because I don't normally drive prototypes, but we ran the Daytona 24 in the Ferrari. And I didn't do any worse than anybody else on the track. I didn't run as many stints as the rest of the drivers, but definitely double stints what you want. I think it just you get into that rhythm, and it just makes it a little bit easier, I think. So you can get a good double stint in, and you then get the next driver in, and he can double stint as well. So I think that's probably the preference. I don't think most drivers want to go unless they're just unless they're struggling with it. Then you might want to single stint them. If they're struggling with either the track or how the car is performing, you can do singles and kind of eliminate that. Ooh, is a good car around behind. Was that an LMP2 that went around behind the 63 Mustang?
Being honest, I missed it.
Yeah, I was watching, and I think the LMP2 just kind of got crossed up in the corner, and I didn't catch who it was, but was coming up hard on that RD Sim Sport Mustang, and had to lock the brakes down, just kind of misjudged the speed difference, and ended up, and that was a car over on the wall there. So lots of little things going on here. That's another LMP2, I believe.
That once again, though, is the charm of endurance racing. Of course, you need to be quick, but I think first and foremost, you need to survive the race. I think Jackie Stewart once said, if you want to finish first you have to finish.
That's it.
And it rings true, of course. You do need to see that checkered flag before you can even think about seeing where you finished. But, equally, you need speed to go with it. It's finding the balance, the perfect blend of speed, making sure you get the car home, managing everything. And that's why these drivers, some people think they're just dummies going round and round in circles. They're really not. They're highly intelligent people who are able to just have such a large mental capacity and process so many different things going on at once. Yeah,
that was, that's, you're absolutely right. I heard a story about Fernando Alonso, obviously F1 legend, and they said that his brain during the course of the race is 75% is in race strategy and 25% is actually driving the car on the track. So he's always working out race strategy during the course of the race, and he's bringing things up to the team that the team haven't even thought about yet. And so you have to have that multitask capability if you're in that race car. you have to be able to concentrate on your car, getting the optimum performance out of the car, lap in and lap out, navigate the traffic, and then be thinking about things that, you know, one could say that things that you really shouldn't have to be worrying about. But I think every driver is always thinking about, do I want to stay in? Do I want to get out? Can we double stint the tires? If I kept the tires in good shape, they feel good toward the end of the stint, so we can actually double stint this stint as opposed to trying to double stint later. So there's lots of things that the drivers are constantly worrying about during the course of the race, more than just driving itself.
Yeah, quite right. And just another thing to big up Fernando, you know, mentioning him is the other thing. You know, he was watching his teammate Lance Stroll on the TV as he's also driving in the car, and he said, "Oh, what an overtake! Well done, tell Lance he did great." And you know, it's just another thing that just shows their capability and sheer impressiveness that they can do on the track. And you know, he does some masterful work out on the circuit. So brilliant stuff from Fernando. Bigging him up here. And speaking of Masterworks, we do have another fantastic sponsor here for the iRacing Team Endurance Series. And Masterworks, a visionary in creative agency that blends artistry with technology to deliver captivating video and film productions. And they have collaborated with many global brands, the likes of Ducati, T-Mobile, HP, Aston Martin. And they bring inspiring stories to life and craft immense experiences that resonate with audiences worldwide. So give them a little look, because they do some fantastic stuff, and their portfolio is very impressive, I can tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. Another masterful segue as well.
I'm trying my best here this evening to get them all blended into one. It's working out so far.
Ooh, got looks like a little look to the outside. Oh, this is a 213 car. Oh, nice move to the inside there at turn 1. Make that nice late braking opportunity. And he's got the other car pinned behind a GT3. And that's the 9 car of CRF. That's virtual drivers now up into P2. So good pass for position in the podium positions. That was well done. He said, once again, it's driver thinking outside the box. He saw an opportunity to make a move deep, pinned the car behind another GT3 so he couldn't accelerate out of the corner, and made that pass nice and easy.
I can't work out if that was luck or skill. I want to lean towards the latter, because it was timed so perfectly. Gets the move done and then immediately uses a slower to box him in, and he just can't do anything to mount a counter attack. So very well done from the virtual drivers team there. Brilliant overtake for second.
Yeah, and luck has some things to do with, you know, a lot of times it's just once a driver gets in the car and gets in race mode and he's in the middle of this race and he's kind of familiar with how all the cars are behaving, either consciously or unconsciously, it just works. Then sometimes it's just unconscious decision making that you're doing that you're not even really thinking about, that just works out in your favor. Yeah, he might not have been thinking, oh, look, I see a GT3, I'll pin this car, I'll make my move to the inside. And it just may be, I need to get by this guy. And it just kind of works out in his favor. And I'm sure he saw the GT3 on the track, because obviously they were steaming down into the corner behind him. So a lot of times unconscious decisions are just as effective as conscious ones.
Yeah, certainly are. As Brett Stevens, Longhorn Racing, just losing a position there to the Acura, getting through down the inside of turn number 7 as they now find their way through the Spanish corkscrew of 8 and 9, and then out of turn 10 of Marc Marquez on to the long back straight. Position seems to be firmly cemented at the moment, but now he's going to have a nice slipstream down the back straight to see if he can maybe mount a counter attack into turn 13. Let's have a little look and see what happens as a few LMDHs trying to make their way through nice and cleanly. I think that's actually second and third that have just gone by them now. But down towards turn 13. Will he get an overspeed into the next corner?
Looking like he's going to have enough pace to get there. So he's going to got to lay back here through 13 and kind of just carry his speed through. See if he can ramp it up going down the front straight here into turn 1, as we've just got some more LMDH traffic working their way through. Yep, no such luck. I think he's just kind of being patient there. The Acura, I think, from what I've heard from some of my team drivers, the Acura 3 GT3 is quite good. Maybe not so much on the top end of the straightaways, but good enough to at least fight off some of these big fire breathers that he's got behind him in the Mustang. But quite quick around the technical section, so I think that's in his favor as well.
Well, I can tell you from experience, Charles, I've been driving it all season for iRacing so far. The Acura, yeah, you're spot on with what you've just said. It a little bit lacks in the top end, but you normally make up for it sort of in the technical sections, and particularly on the corner exit. I find if you can nail the exit, it's difficult to do, but if you can nail it, you do sort of counteract that top end deficit, and you tend to hold your positions off. But I think it's a hell of a car. I've been loving it so far, and it's brilliant to see it in the game as well.
Oh, it's a faster for P1 overall in the GT3 M class.
Well, there we go. So Fendi Racing have now caught right the way back up to Penguin RC and down the inside of turn 1. A little bit of door banging as they try and both file their way through the corner.
Oh.
That's Fendi having a half spin and round. He's not going to lose any more positions because Going Racing Ruby are some 14 seconds back, but he's going to lose ground on Penguin RC. Maybe we can get another angle of what happened there, but it just looked like the door banging was a bit too much to handle.
Yeah, it definitely did. It definitely looked like there was some contact made down in turn 1. Fendi got the short end of the stick there, so it would be nice to see a little replay from a different camera angle and see if we can get it. And of course, Lee will provide that for us. Fendi makes her way down to the inside.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Yeah, corner earlier, of course, turn 13, side-by-side action. So they're all there. All is fair so far. They're still side-by-side as they race their way over the start, down towards turn 1. You'd argue Fendi has the advantage here into turn number 1. Inside line, but a bit too much contact. And that's a little half spin for that outfit. It's a shame because it looks as though that could have gone on for the next few corners.
It does indeed. I think that might have been the Penguin car, maybe a little early on turn in. I don't think that either that or Fendi was late on turn in. One or the other. Couldn't really tell for the angle, but definitely somebody made a mistake there, and that might be something that gets looked at by the race stewards. Luckily, that is not us. We don't have to worry about that. But definitely somebody got their wires crossed there in turn 1. Contact made. Fendi got the half spin, and so now they are about 3.5 seconds back of Penguin RC. So they're gonna have some gap, some time to make up in order to get back up and re-challenge.
Oh, I'm so happy I'm not a steward, Charles. I don't think my heart could take it.
Same.
Too much stress involved. Oh dear. Either way, that Quinn, P13 in the pro category. I think he's just been passed by that green Acura as well. I'm trying to remember which team that is exactly. But they do seem to be... Tenudo, okay, fantastic. They do seem to be a little bit on the charge. So I did find out earlier as well, they have made 2 stops. You were right, Charles. So making that early one, and they're now going to see... Maybe they've reversed the strategy. Maybe they knew a splash and dash might have been an option, so they got it out of the way early.
Maybe so. I think that was a very sound strategy. That's, that puts you off cycle, so you don't have to worry about other, fighting teams in and out of the pit lane. And so, yeah, you know that if you do that, then you're guaranteed that you've got that little splash out of the way, and you can race hard, and you don't have to worry about fuel saving for the remainder of the race. You can just push to your heart's content, as we see LMP2 off in the inside of that corner there just a second ago. There we go. That was Evan Adams and Bear Prototipo. Just a little bit off track. Don't see any damage on his car, so maybe this is a bit missed braking zone, and he can just continue zone.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that car. He's still going at it.
Yep. Oh,
going at it very hard indeed. Almost,
he is
almost
indeed.
into the back of the Beamer. Just about keeps it out of trouble. It looks as though he's trying to find his feet again.
I was going to say, I wonder if Evan just got in the car, so they've had their, so they've actually had a third pit stop, so he may have just gotten into the car, so now he's kind of feeling things out as he gets settled in and trying to adjust to the different class traffic in there and where they're going to brake and things like that. And we've got the 110, the leaders in the pits now for their second stop. Pelichak gets out of the car. Victor Tanaka gets in the car.
Yep. So leader in. That's a nice easy number to work with. It's about 45 minutes per stint for the LMDH, so you can work that out quite easy. It does mean their final stop will definitely be a splash and dash, though.
Yeah.
It'd be about half an hour from the end, as Julian Retti for Virtual Drivers is also in. The gap between them was about sort of 40-ish seconds. So we'll have to see if that comes down when they both are on pit exit and back out under racing conditions, as I think Team Tenuto is going round again. Yes, they are. They've gone by. So is Solpec Precision 110, so able to get an extra lap out of it as well.
Yeah, I think Tenuto actually was one of the last cars to come in on the first stint as well. So so their fuel mileage is continuing to help them out and continuing to allow them to extend their pit stops or their pit cycle a little bit further. It just kind of plays out so well. That's a great strategy if you can make it work. Obviously, with a full stop time being 40-ish seconds for these cars for a full tank of fuel and tires. Obviously, that they're not going to have to worry about that at the end of the race. They're going to have a much less. So you said 30 minutes or so left in the race. So that's probably a 30-ish second stop or something like that. So, if you're in within, 50 seconds or so of the leader, then there's a potential that you can you'll be up and competitive at the end of this race by just extending your fuel stop out.
Yeah, quite right indeed. We just saw a change of the lead of the LMP2 class as well. Punkru Blue got past the sister team of Gold. I think that could be down to the fact that they haven't pitted just yet, and Gold have just come back out on the circuit or something along those lines. But we'll find out shortly indeed, I am sure. Either way, we're looking at FFSR. Instead, actually, we've jumped back to Punkru Gold, so they're jumping right back again. But looking at it either way, they've just been passed, and they're now dropping a little bit of time from the sister team. So the Punkru Blue looking very quick and racy at this part of the total race itself, and they do seem to be extending out that gap bit by bit. 1.5 seconds now, but it does seem to be slowly increasing. Of course, it will drop a tiny bit potentially down the back straight with slipstream and whatnot all occurring. But it's been a nice, I don't want to say calm race. It's not going to be a calm race, but what I mean is it's been very, very clean, very calculated racing here this evening. It's been a joy to behold.
It really has. It's a lot of these corners are really wide open, as we've talked about, and can support getting some good clean passes around. We're not fighting three different two or three classes in a corner trying to fight their way around each other. It's been as you said, pretty clean, pretty respectful driving. Nobody's really trying to be overly aggressive. They're just kind of taking as it comes, as we see the Cadillac GTP and the 13 car Mr. Singh is not thrilled with the way that Cadillac passes. We talked about how nobody's overly aggressive and everything's been pretty clean and professional. The Cadillac was I thought that was fine. I didn't see anything really wrong with that. But drivers think differently when you're in behind the wheel of the car. Everybody's making bad passes.
I can tell you from being in the car myself that there's two sides to me. I feel like there's me not in a car when racing, at least, and then there is me in a car when racing, and I feel like a little switch gets turned on and a completely different person sometimes, I feel. But it's more just I get a bit more aggressive.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
But I think the adrenaline kicks in and it all becomes a lot more intense, and that tends to be a lot of what it is down to. And I don't think it's just me. I think it's everyone out there that goes racing like this, and it's can you control it when you do get that when you almost go over the limit can you bring it back? That's the big question.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, and it comes to racing, right? It's you're in the car, you don't want to wreck the car, you want to be fast, and so everything you're doing is at its absolute limit. Your neurons are firing a billion times a second as you're trying to fight for every little mile per hour you can get out of the car, trying to catch slides. When you're over pushing things, and so yeah, it's I think that's a little bit of everybody. And once you get in that state, then anything that happens is somebody else's fault, and you're ready to just drive them off the road and shoot them in space.
I don't know about that, but I get what you're saying either way.
Yeah.
I'm sure some drivers might feel like about it. It might feel like that either way. Robbie Prescott, Solpec Precision 111, currently 11th in the pro category as some traffic trying to file their way through. A little bit too much there from that LMP2 car. Almost collected the few GT3s on its way through. Just about managed to find the gap. And I think that breathes a sigh of relief for some of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think there was contact with the Corvette. I think he did get a little bit. Yeah, I can kind of see the rear end, the left rear. Looks like it maybe sustained a little bit of damage. Not terrible, but yeah, definitely looked like there was contact made between it and the LMP2, and we'll see who that was as we get the 58 car on board.
And here we go, another look back at what just unfolded. There's that Corvette. Tries to go. Oh, yeah. Actually, that was a bigger shunt than I thought.
Yeah, it was, and that was pretty significant, and it was the 19 car. Is that right? I could be wrong. I didn't quite catch the number of the LMP that was in there. So anyway, but yeah, the LMP obviously just was a little over aggressive. Took that in too deep. Didn't match up the braking distances, and ended up having to lock them up, and still made contact with the rear of the Corvette.
Well, that is just part of the danger of this multi-class racing. Yep. You do have to try and calculate the closing speeds of the slower categories in front of you if you are, of course, in the faster car. And it's not entirely up to the faster car to sort of make it all safe. Of course, the GT3s play their part, and it's more about being predictable. I think in that scenario, the GT3 was absolutely predictable, and it's just the LMP2 just slightly misjudged, and it's so easy to do. So no one's going to be crying over some spilt milk in that regard. Still looking here, Pat Labrossi, Team Tenudo, they've done another stop later than the other LMDHs around them, and they're back in third with Team FFSR right behind them.
Yeah, and I think that's Pat coming back into the car. So I think they are doing single stints. So they're doing a single stint per and switching out every time they come in for their pit stops. They're 55 seconds behind the leader, running in third. And obviously, Team FFSR is right behind them in fourth, keeping them honest. So I think they're in a really good spot. If they actually can make it, and we're at the hour and 40-minute mark coming up right now, which is feels like that's pretty good. So if they actually make it without that final stop at the end, it's going to put them right in a good position to challenge, because that 45 second or 55 seconds or so feels like a pretty good number for a short stint stop, counting time in and out of the pits.
Yeah, certainly. I think earlier I said half an hour was the last stop for the LMDH. I think that was absolutely wrong. I think it's closer to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So that makes a bit more sense when I think about it.
And so if you calculate it out, it's probably I don't know, 10 to 15 seconds of stoppage time for fuel. Obviously, I don't think any of them are going to be able to put new tires on. I think they'll be out of tires at that point, so it'll be just a fuel only stop. But the entry is a little tricky, the exit's really tricky, so it's not going to be the fastest pit stop in the world, even if it's short in terms of how long they were stopped. Time in and out, travel time in and out of the pits is going to add to that. So I still feel like that's Tenugo's in a pretty good spot, and they are actually. So I'm looking at it; they've picked up 3 seconds on the lead car over the last couple of laps. So that both them and FFSR are actually taking time out of the leaders.
I think it's nice to see that there is a different strategy even for that category. GT3 racing, I think, is pretty much get to the hour mark, get your new set of tyres on, fill the car up, away you go. And if you can go longer than the hour, then great, your final stop's going to be shorter. I think the LMP2s is going to be very fascinating as that category goes deeper into this race. And it's nice to see that the LMDH is not just similar to the GT3s in that regard. They've got 2 different strategies going on, and it's going to be interesting to see which one comes out on top at the end. Yeah,
absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think that's what makes that. Hey, let's give a shout out to the league administrators for working out fuel calculations for these cars. It's going to make all their decisions as far as their race strategy that much more important. So, as we see a car wide there. And that's the Cadillac, and that's the number 9 Cadillac. Is that right? Ben Ford?
I think so. I think it's that CRF Motorsport, yeah. I want to say. I'm not quite sure where they are currently, but very wide indeed. Oh, they're 9th. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, they're 9th. Yeah, that was one of those that turn 13 entry that were there. I think they were thinking they were going to be able to go on the outside, and the GT3 said, no, I really need that part of the track. And so they had to go wider still, unfortunately. We've seen that a few times. But yeah, I think, hey, shout out to the league admins for getting the fuel count or fuel setups for these classes at a point that makes the race strategy a little bit more difficult to try and figure out, both before the race and then during the race itself. It's added a new element to this race that allows for lots of different cars to do different things.
I will agree with you on that one, absolutely, Charles. Well done, admins, because it definitely spices things up in the racing itself. So nice to see, and brilliant to see how it unfolds as well. Can't wait, really.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I was going on about. It was more about you and the GT3s. It's sort of like 2 toddlers playing with toys. It's like, no, you can't have it. I want it.
Exactly right.
My part of the track. Here comes Brett Stevens, though. Longhorn Racing down towards turn 13, right up under the rear wing of that Porsche. Slightly different lines there, so you can see the Porsche is able to take it slightly tighter and still maintain some speed. That rotation on that car, very much a superior over a lot of GT3s out there, but the Ford just about having the grunt on the straight, but not enough to get alongside. So still 5th, for Brett Stevens, as he is trying to find a way through.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Longhorn Racing because, obviously I'm going to guess they're an American team, but they threw the Boss logo on their Ford Mustang for the to signify the enhanced performance. So obviously not anything they can do in the car, but just as maybe just some nice enhancements to the livery, which if you're a Ford Mustang fan, that's really cool to have the little Boss logo on there. We're on here with Michael Opalka for CRF. They're running 14th. I don't think that's right. It shows them up in the LMDH category, and that's definitely not a BMW LMDH car. That is a BMW GT3. So to be honest, don't really know where okay. Timing Tower got them in P8 in the GT3 class overall.
Okay, so they're doing pretty well then in the grand scheme.
Yeah, having a good run.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were definitely behind one of the Bear Pope cars we saw that was in front of them. But Brett Stevens for Longhorn Racing once again can try and have a look at that Porsche in front of him, see if he can maybe make a move. Had a little look at it there. You can see him slightly pulling out of the slipstream, but pulls right back in for better of it. And a drive-through for 100 force for avoidable contact. So clearly an incident that we never picked up or didn't quite get to pick up, and they've had to pay the price for it and are going to get a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. It's avoidable contact means they were obviously in a position to not have to make contact and did. I don't know why I feel like I have to explain that. But yeah, so it's another little thing. Running 11th in class, are already a lap down, so not having the best day, and that's, I'm sure, adding to the will not make things any better. Having to take that drive through as well.
Unfortunately, their race really much came done from turn number 1, where they had that spin. So it's been a bit of a pain city for them right from word go as they try to pick up the pieces. They're still in this race, which is the main thing, and like we said earlier, if you finish the race, that's brilliant, because then you can start thinking about where you finish once you've got to that checkered flag, because that's the important bit. West Coast Racing, though, LMP2, currently in the pits. 5th position for them at the moment. As in that class, Punkery Blue have very much started to increase their lead over the gold team. 15 seconds is now the gap. It's a minute between Punkery Blue and Echelon Simsport in 3rd, so they've got a commanding lead in that category. Like I said earlier, it seems very much going to be a race for them to lose at this point, because it is so big.
Yeah, it's those are some pretty staggering gaps out there in the prototype categories. The GT3 classes are still pretty tight. That's 2.3 seconds between Hyperion and Solpec, the 113. We're on board here with the 111, which is running in 10th in the GT3 Pro class. And then I'm still 1.7 back with Fendi Racing behind. They've started chopping that. They've chopped that little gap in half from their little half spin earlier between Penguin RCM and Fendi Racing. And Back Pain and Eye Strain is kind of falling down the order. They're 16 seconds back, so I'm not sure what's going on with that Ford. If they're having issues, or if traffic's just finally becoming too big of a challenge. But they've lost quite a bit of time, because they were up here battling with these two cars in the 30 and the 383. So it's kind of sad to see, because it was one of those cars that we let's say it's sad to see. We don't really root for cars. We just like the team name. So it's good that we could talk about them. But here with EJ Bird in the Bearport Workers Union car, the number 321, running 6th place, and has I
think it's the amateur car we were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, the Michael Opalka.
That's the one.
Yeah. They're up to 7th in that BMW GT3.
They're going very strong in that car for the amateur category, so they're doing very well indeed. And the amateurs and the pros in that GT3 category especially, very much mixing it in with each other, so it is mighty impressive for some of those drivers. And of course, consistency is key with everything. And back to sort of the amateurs themselves, the sort of Fendi Racing, Going Racy Ruby, Back Pain Eye Strain, their consistency is absolutely insane when you think about it, because the Going Racing and Fendi have finished on the podium on all 3 rounds, and Back Pain and Eye Strain have finished just one off in 4th for all 3 starts. So they really have been super duper consistent, those guys, as that's a little bit of contact.
Yeah.
Of course, flashing his lights in frustration. Fair play. I don't blame him for that one.
I don't blame him for that one at all. That was the 60 car, I think the iRTES Sport car. It just came out of the pit, so that was not the best pass I've seen today. That was quite a bit aggressive, and I think maybe a little too much so, because he was actually. Oh, speaking of, we were just talking about them, the 117 car, 100 Force.
Yeah,
along with Cameron Craft and the Hyperion Racing. So LMP1's in contact with each other. I think that was 7th and 8th in the field.
He's had to tow it as well.
Here
they come though, down the back straight. He's in the slipstream. They're trying to follow each other through. But you must think the door. Oh no! Oh, just completely misjudged the braking speed.
He sure did. Yeah, that was a rough contact. Yes, damaged the car quite extensively. That's I think around a 12-minute repair to put that nose cone back on. And that's assuming there's no wheel suspension damage involved in that. So tough break there for the car, Cameron Craft in the 944.
Go ahead. No, sorry, Charles. No, please continue your point and I'll come back to it.
No, I was just going to say, Yeah, I don't think there was anything left to make the point. Was that's another one that will go up to the stewards. So luckily we'll have to figure that out. But I think that was pretty straightforward.
It is. The one thing I'd add, lots of cars around you. It could have just been a case of he missed his braking zone because he couldn't see his marker. It's so easy to do, especially when you're surrounded by that in a way. You know, braking markers when racing is so important to a driver. It enables them to consistently put in lap after lap within, tenths of a second. And if you can't see it and you miss it, even by sort of, a meter, 2 meters, it's the difference that makes that happen. And unfortunately, there was another car right there and he couldn't go into the runoff without contact.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. More. Wow. Yeah. More checking up there in turn 1. I think that was just kind of the accordion effect in action. You had 4 cars trying to work their way through the corner. And maybe one slowed up a little more than the rest were expecting. And that's SimHQ Motorsports White, Maurice Thuenson, with the brunt of the contact there. Obviously, a little spin and a reset, come back out on track. But yeah, there were 4 cars in that trying to get their way through turn 1, and just somebody got their wires crossed somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to communicate in cars. You can't exactly get on the radio to the man in front of you and just tell him what you're doing. It's you kind of have to communicate in like car body language and sort of try and get your message across in that. And that's where the headlights come in as well to help flash your lights. Right. Tends to mean you want to come through on the car in front of you, but sometimes it does get a little bit crosswise, as you say, lost in translation sometimes. These incidences occur, and it does come, part and parcel with racing.
Yeah, there's Punk Crew Blue in the pits. Their 3rd stop of the race. This kind of looks like this is a standard stop. I did not see the car go up on the jacks, so this may be a tire double stint here for Punk Crew Blue. And we caught it late, so I don't know that if we missed it or not, but I did not see the car go up on the jacks or come off the jacks.
No, but like I said earlier, I think these LMP2s have to do double stints, so it could easily be that they've just come in for fuel and away they go again. It should, I would say, it should shorten their stationary time in the pits, but I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it. I think it takes longer to fill the car up than it does to change the tires. I think it's somewhere. If it's, I won't say I'm an LMP2 expert. I know for the GT3, it's a 40-second full tank. And for tires, I think it's around the 25, 26-second range. So I'm assuming that the LMPs and the LMDHs are going to be somewhat similar to that. I think actually the LMDHs are a little bit longer. But
certainly would make sense. Like I say, I'm fairly familiar with GT3s. Yeah, 40 seconds, tyres or no tyres for a full tank of fuel. But LMP2's a bit lacking there. I'm going to have to try and brush up on my knowledge for the next round, make sure I'm on point with it all. But Luke Fisher going to try and go for a move here on the Porsche, instead giving him a little bit of a bump draft. Yeah, a little nudge into the bumper. I haven't seen that this evening much.
I have not, but hey, you know what? It's a really good idea. Obviously, 2 cars, in close configuration like that will go faster than one. So if you can give the guy in front a little push, it just pulls you along, and actually is a good way to save fuel as well. So if you're kind of stretch your fuel out, just kind of ride behind, get a good run, bump him, and then you can just kind of lift a little bit as. Or in in the case of NASCAR, you're basically dragging the brakes as you're got the foot flat on the floor when you're doing draft races. So we got a Punk Crew Gold stern warning for avoidable contact. That's the 305 car.
I wonder where they got that.
I don't know.
No, I don't. Either way. Fendi Racing still sat right up behind that Porsche in front. He's only some 2.5 seconds off the lead of this amateur category, still held by Penguin RC. And looking up and down the timing tower there, the only other teams that I can see fairly closely on circuit, I'm sort of looking at Punk Crew Blue and Echelon Simshawk, but I think Punk Crew Blue will begin to pull away as their tyres start to come up to temperature. We just saw them come out of pits, but they lose a little bit of temperature, but not a massive amount, as Luke Fisher does go round the outside of that Porsche eventually, gets the position. So now we're looking at this gaggle of cars.
Yeah, racing really well. Made the pass on the 111 Porsche. As we've got some prototypes coming down the inside, flashing his lights, say, "Hey, look, I'm coming." That's probably a good idea. As he makes his way through, lets the Fendi car know that yes, I am going to make this move to the inside. So that's probably pretty smart. As we see the 111 car coming into the pits now, Robbie Prescott in that 111 Soul Peck Porsche, making his stop, and we're at the 156 mark. So that'll be the beginning of the GT3 pit stop cycle for their second stop.
Yeah, we've seen a few cars come into pit lane already for the GT3 class, so it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen towards the end. I think we may see a few cars have to splash and dash here if they're not quite making the hour mark.
Yeah.
Then it's unless they can really do an absolute monster save on the next stint or two to make sure they do get to the hour mark, but it's going to be difficult. More lights being flashed down the back straight, but I feel like that might be a bit more for racing position, so doesn't have to let him through if he doesn't want to, but clearly feels he's the faster driver.
Yep, 3 Cadillacs in a row there as they're working their way around the 78 Ford Mustang, along with, couldn't tell who that was. I believe that is a Ferrari. It is indeed. So they made their way through. This is Jared Bridwell in the RD Sim Sport car, chasing the Punk Crew Gray and the pneumatic cars directly in front. So nice battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Certainly is indeed. And they're in the first sector, the orange zone, as it's been given the nickname for this evening, as they find their way through turn 7 now towards Spanish Corkscrew. Going to be a GT3 car in the mix as well, and so Jared is going to have to wait behind him, take a tighter line, and watch the power out on the exit. Absolutely trounce that GT3 car.
Yep.
As the superior acceleration from the LMDH is put on show. He's going to lose a tiny bit to those guys in front, but he'll gain that back up in the next sort of set of traffic, I'm sure. May even get it back on the slipstream. Yeah,
absolutely. And well done. That was very, very patient. Worked his way through there quite well. Just, it's like, look, I can't force my way around. I can't force my way inside. So just takes an outside-in approach to that, crosses the car over, hard on the power coming out of the corner, and it was a very easy pass.
Certainly was indeed. We made it look easy at least.
Yep.
More cars in the pits.
Yep. Evan Adams in the Bearpoke Pro Tipo in the pits. As we've got some of the LMP2 cars coming in, and that seems about right. We're 40-minute or so pit cycle, so yeah, this is their third stop as they come in.
I'd say that matches up.
Yep.
Yeah, seems pretty accurate. Seems on point for them. But yeah, 3 stops in 2 hours. So we're actually then six sets of tyres. Sorry, they may be able to do a stop. I'm trying to work out in my head. Maybe have to double stint one of them. So maybe that's what we saw Punk Crew Blue do earlier: is get that double set out the way, so then they've got fresh tyres to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's once again, I would think you would want to do that early as opposed to late, knowing the track's going to heat up, the air temp's going to heat up, and so let's get it where we can get the most use out of them when the track's a little bit cooler. Obviously, I will say this: at least we're not looking at Barcelona temperatures where we've got somewhere in the 40-degree air temp and 50 to 55-degree track temp, and that's in Celsius. Where the track's not 120 degrees and you're just blistering the tires as soon as you get them on the car.
Yeah, exactly. So, like you say, you expect the track to ramp up, times to effectively get quicker as the track rubbers in more and more. But, you did say also earlier, we're about sort of midday in Spain, so it's probably going to get a bit hotter, which might counteract that somewhat. So,
correct.
Who knows? It's going to be hard to judge. As the track temperature rises, you tend to lose a little bit of grip in the tyre as well, and trying to keep the temperatures down could be crucial. But equally, if you're doing a double stint, they're going to be really hot on that second one still. So maybe getting it out early while the track's slightly cooler could have been a good call.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the right plan. So we're on board here with Blake Reynolds in the Solpec Precision Racing. Have now stretched the gap out to 14 seconds over Hyperion. So Blake's putting on a show out here as he's getting toward the end of his stint. Doing a great job and has really stretched that gap out as well. And they're looking at the AMs as well. I think we had maybe the P2 car at AMs has already pitted, so that's the gap. And that may be the same with the GT3 Pros, and I don't remember. So how about that? So maybe there's a car that's already pitted that had filled that second position in between that was kind of chasing Solpec, and shows the gaps are a little bit inflated until we get the pit cycle done. So we'll kind of wait for that before we say, hey, he's doing a fantastic job or he's just doing a great job. But obviously they're leading the race, so he's doing a great job for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I can tell you for the GT3 Pros, the top 4 have yet to make their second stop yet. So from 5th down, which is Hyperion Racing, I believe, yes, they have stopped and done 2. So he's slightly askew from what you're saying there. You are correct. Yep. It will rectify itself, I'm sure, very shortly indeed. But crucially for those guys, they've gotten over the hour mark once again. Yep, so we're over the halfway point in this race. And it's good news for those guys because they're clearly doing very well on the fuel.
Exactly right. Yeah, they're over the 2. Oh, Fendi gets well, he got shouldered off the track by a hard charging prototype. That's why he was off there. A little bit of contact. It wasn't terrible contact. Fendi was kind of already, not quite on the apex, so he had left the door open a little bit. And of course, the GTP or LMDH car is just going to work their way through. And if you give them an opening, they're going to take it. And that's what happened. But a little contact was made as the car worked his way through.
If it was any other sport, you'd say fair play. It's a body check. In motorsport, though, it's a different kettle of fish. And
Exactly.
Something like that can spell curtains for another car's race. But thankfully, Fendi Racing and David's skill in the car managed to not spin or have any major reaction. Just immediately joined back to the track as GT3 Pro leader Blake Reynolds for Solpec comes into the pits, and I think we may see a driver change. Yes, Ray Kingsbury back in the car for the lead GT3. Yep,
so I think that we'll see if Federico gets out of the car as well. And we're at the halfway point. I think he's still in. I think he's been in the car the entire time. If I remember correctly, I think Federico Faria started the race for the 219 car of Sonic. It looks like he's nope, there we go. We have Afonso Suoto getting into the car for Sonic Racing Team. And so he's going to take over and probably run the rest of the race. I think the drivers that are changing down will probably end for the remainder. Nice 2 hours in, 2 hours out. Works out. And we'll get Ray back on the track as everybody's coming around, and we got Hyperion looks and taking the lead. So on the pit cycle, Hyperion has jumped up to P1 in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, so we can clearly see there the GT3 still very close in racing, and it could all come down to a bit of pit strategy and cycle as well, because different leader then for the Pro category. I'll just double check, they have indeed stopped. Yes, they have. Hyperion Racing have done that second stop, so that's legit for position, and they are only separated by about 4/10. So this could get spicy in the next few minutes. We'll have to see how it unfolds, but Ray Kingsbury's got to warm up those tyres first.
Yeah, and the good thing is GT3 tires warm up quite quickly, so he's probably in the operating window already, having gone through the first sector there of the track as we're heading down this long straightaway. We got a stop and go for Team Tenuto 233 for avoidable contact. So obviously they thought that was a little harsher penalty needed to be applied there than we got earlier for the warning. So obviously maybe some damage to another car involved in that.
The only problem with that, it messes up that alternate strategy that is
really
that they are playing out. So it really is a a bummer that has happened, because they are on that alternative strategy, and that's going to hamper their race chances quite a bit. A stop and go. It's a shame. I wonder how long the stop and go actually is.
I think it's just. I think it's just a stop and go. I don't think there. I think there would have been a time associated with it if it would have been like a stop and hold for 25. So it's just a stop and go, and that'll probably be manually, monitored. Obviously, they got to make sure they turn off everything, all the check boxes for their pit stop, because any service work that gets done to the car invalidates the stop and go. Right. So stop and go is you must come in, stop and go, without taking on any service.
Yeah, quite right indeed. As Ray here in the Solpec car, he was just losing a little bit of touch with Hyperion, but not really that much at all. As here is that stop go. We're going to see Pat Labrosi comes into the pits, stops, and it goes again.
Yep.
Yeah, you were spot on.
Yep. Nice, straightforward, and obviously, as you said, yeah, definitely puts a real big dent in their strategy that we think that they were trying to employ just from observing. So yeah, now that's all kind of out of mind at this point. So now they've got to just pedal, and that's all you can do.
It's gone a bit out of the picture.
Yeah.
I think that's what you were looking for.
Well, I thought people would say out the window, but yeah, same thing applies.
Yeah, same thing does indeed apply. It's the same meaning. Let's put it that way. Anthony Flores, Penguin RC amateur, still leading the amateur class. Going Racing Ruby have found their way up into second. Backpain and Ice Train back into third, and Fendi Racing have dropped a little bit to fourth, but they've been showing some good pace here. So the gap is not massive, and you could see them beginning a little late race charge, potentially back up that grid. But for the moment, currently sat in fourth, and Anthony and Penguin RC doing a fantastic job there. Solpec is still leading the LMDHs, with Punkery Blue still leading the LMP2s, and Hyperion Racing recently have just taken the lead of the Pro GT3 category. As we jump here to Maurice for SimHQ Motorsports, currently in seventh, and I believe he's got a car right behind him on circuit. Is racing in fourth position in Bear Pope Prototipo.
Oh,
that was close. Oh, he's gone off as well. Who was that?
Yeah, that's
Alexander.
Punker Gray. Yeah, I think once again, just kind of misjudged that entry into turn one. He was up kind of on the inside line with those two LMP2s, and just had to just lock the brakes up and took the evasive line out of turn one over into the runoff area. Just like I said, just kind of misjudged everything there.
Certainly seemed to be the case. They got away with it though. That is the key thing here.
Yeah.
No damage on any of the cars that could have been involved there, and we'll race forward. See him taking that tighter line, the downforce being put onto the car, and the superior acceleration for that LMDH, mighty impressive, even over the LMP2s as well. As we look back here to Emmett Lindquist, Solpec Precision, currently 10th for their car in the Pro category. I believe they're right up behind the amateur class leader of Penguin RC.
That is, let's see, yep, that's what it looks like. I think you're absolutely right. Yep, it is. That's the Penguin RC AM car leading the GT3 AM class. As you can see, having a good run. They're running 10th overall in the GT3s. And just kind of, as you said, just immediately in front of Emmett Lindquist as Lindquist makes a move to the inside.
Can he make
it turn 13? Yep, through turn 13. Yeah, so, Porsche obviously really good handling car, does those change of directions quite nice, but now he's got that McLaren behind him, and see if the powers are equal. Yeah, so it looks like the no real horsepower advantage for the McLaren sitting behind, and so he's going to hold on that position.
Yeah, nice move there from the Porsche. It seemed pretty simple down the inside, but at such a speed that you enter that corner, and the type of long left-hander that it is, it's not the easiest thing to do, as Penguin RC letting through one of the LMP2s nice and easy. And he's actually probably going to hope that it's holding up the next car a little bit and maybe get that position back. Either way, it's handling the traffic nicely. And looking strong still here. He's got 13-second advantage over his next competitor, Going Racing Ruby, in their Mercedes. So he doesn't have to look really in his wing mirror about sort of racing, because he has got a nice advantage.
Yeah, and that car directly in front of Flores is the 69 car of Lunatic Racing, 7th place in AM class, and they're about to be lapped by their class leader. So obviously it shows you what kind of pace that Penguin's been putting on display today.
That's mighty impressive stuff when you think about it. And I mean, not far up the road, you've got Going Racing Sapphire. As there he goes, does lap P7, nice and simple. The blue flag, of course, would be showing for that team, so you're not obliged to jump out of the way. As that got a little bit touchy, a little bit hairy. Oh, almost once again into the back of that Beamer. Nicholas Schwartz just slightly misjudging it, but managed to avoid contact. Currently P10. Can he find a way through on the exit of this next corner? He should do very easy indeed with the superior acceleration, and does. And into the Spanish corkscrew they go.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Schwartz there, but he was off the pace pretty drastically because one of the other LMDH cars passed both of those cars at a fair rate of knots a few corners ago, and it just seemed like he just, once again, maybe just got his wires crossed with that BMW and misjudged things a little bit, but no harm, no foul. Was able to get his way through, slowed him down a little bit, but nothing terrible. They're still running 10th. They're 2 laps off the leader. They're still out there running, making laps, and as we talk about all the time, this is a championship. Every point counts. So you want to be running as close to the front as you can at the end of the race.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, we are just over the halfway mark. This is, of course, the 4th round of 6, so there's still plenty of points up for grabs. And like you say, it's the accumulation. It's making sure you're consistent. Yeah. You can, of course, have a bad race. I think unfortunately 100 Force are having that race today, but previous occasions they've been right up there at the sharp end of things, and qualifying was showing that once again. And that's why they're leading that LMDH. They may not be leading it after today, but it's going to be pretty close still, and they've got 2 rounds to see if they can hang on to it or take that championship right to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you can have that bad race during a championship and still end up with a really good result. Obviously the virtual drivers running in 2nd place. I think they came in, they missed the first race. They are running, I think, 7th in the championship position because they won the next 2 rounds. So obviously not having that quite the dominant performance they had the last 2 rounds previous to this, but they are still running 2nd, so they're still going to get a good points haul, and that's going to move them up further. So it's incumbent on the rest of these teams to perform as best they can for each round.
Well, there's still time. We never know how this race will end.
Yeah, for sure.
They could get the top spot. They could easily have a moment, and they could finish right down the back. You can never tell, particularly in multi-class racing. It is absolute madness on occasions, and here they are, Ludovic Juret for virtual drivers, making his way past the Penguin RC car there. But yeah, absolute madness can ensue, and speaking of madness, more radness. They are a lifestyle performance brand motivated by motorsport itself and created by real-life racing driver Daniel Morad. And you can discover their racing-inspired pieces that are born at the track and made for everyday living. And I had a look at their website earlier today. They've got lots of new brilliant arrivals. I've seen some sim racing gloves based off that. Do you remember as a child the carpet with the toy land on there? If you remember that as a child, then they've got that as a set of gloves and things as that. They've got carbon fibre, tote bags, mouse pads. They've got a load of stuff on their website, so go and check them out. And once again, like all of our brilliant sponsors. They're all at affordable prices, so definitely check out iRTES for some good sim racing equipment and merchandise. Back to the action though. James Logsdon, currently 11th for Bear Pope Enduro in that pro class. He is right up onto the back of Penguin RC, the amateur car, so leading that amateur category. So currently overall 11th is Penguin RC in that amateur category. Well, for the GT3s I should say, but you know, he is leading his own class. Nicholas Schwartz jumping back on board with him once again as he trying to find his way through some traffic. I think he's got the German pit bulls right up behind him as well, so this could be a battle on track ready to ensue. It certainly is the German pit bulls. He's going to try and make sure he's got a GT3 separating the pair of them, but he's going to get it down the inside. I think that may have hindered him actually, because on exit the German pit bull was able to get a nice bit of traction out of the corner. He's going to have the run. There's traffic in between them now. It's just going to be a matter of slipstream and who has got the bigger manhood, shall we say, into the next corner. Slipstream in activation now. You're going to wait for them to pull out of it. Is he going to be able to get enough alongside? There he goes, pulls out of it late on the brakes, takes that tighter inside line, hopes the car grips up, and it does. What an impressive move as German pit bulls then up into 10th place ahead of Solpec for, well, it's now for 9th as they, I think, pass somebody in the pits, but yeah, move nonetheless, and what a move it was.
Yeah, nice move. Just did a great job with the draft. Maximized it down that straightaway and made an early and aggressive move into the corner. Not really anything that Solpec could do with that, and just had to give up the position.
Ooh. Put me right in the middle of a mouthful of food. I thought I'd take the brief moment. I was like, oh, I've got a gap here. I know I can do it.
Nope. Oh, it's okay. It's all right. So yeah, thank you for. I took a moment to go as you were doing the read from iRTES.com, and so yeah, I'm back and ready for the remainder of the race. So Bear Pope Enduro here, running in 11th in the GT3 Pro class. They are still, looks like, right behind. I think that's still the Penguin RC AM car that's directly in front of them. So still Penguin RC having a good run. Bear Pope trying to get a good, oh, that was a nice move. Really close up the gap there coming out of 13. Going to move to the inside. He's got a LMDH coming, and the LMDH, nice, just decides to wait. Working his way to the outside. Going to try and clear both of these GT3 cars, and does. So nice bit of patience there by the LMDH car. And a good pass there for Bear Pope as he gets around the AM leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice move indeed. Speaking of the amateur leader, or more the amateur class, I believe we have Back Pain and Eye Strain, one of their drivers, in the interview waiting room, Charles. So why don't we bring them in here and we can have a nice word and see how they feel the race is going. Hello, Vincent. Nice
Hello.
to have you here.
Yes, it's nice to be here.
Lovely.
Always fun chatting with you guys.
Lovely, thank you. Well, currently third. I mean, you look like you were doing a very good performance in the car yourself. How do you feel the race is going so far?
Frustrating is probably the most polite word I can use. Because our start went horrifically. I ended up, I was on the inside line, which for the first corner is great, but for the next two it's not, and ended up getting hung out to dry. And I wasn't able to get on the racing line until we got to the mini corkscrew there. And then after that, we got stuck behind a Porsche that anytime I tried to make a pass on them, either I got doored or I got boxed in, or it just wasn't great. So, and eventually it led to ended up getting boxed in turn 4, I think that is 4 or 5, the left-hander, and a little bit of contact from a P2 trying to go around the outside, put us around. So I don't know. It's been following the theme of our season. It's just been frustrating. So
Understandably, yeah, completely understand that. But still, P3 at the moment, you've had 4th positions all season long. I mean, consistency-wise, you're right there and then. Is it just a bit of lady luck maybe coming your way to get that podium spot?
Well, part of why I say the theme of our season has been frustrating is because we routinely know we have the pace to be on the podium at minimum, but things just haven't swung our way. Race 1, we get caught up in a lap 2 contact from somebody else's incident. They rolled back onto the road. Le Mans race 2, we make a pass on go-in for 2nd late in the race, and they get loose on our outside, end up tagging our rear wheel, and we have to run the rest of the race with alignment damage. Race 3, we have a similar thing. We end up getting a taste of the podium really late in the race, and then things don't swing our way traffic-wise towards the end. And and then we have this race where we put it on pole, and numerous times through the race we know we've been the fastest car in class because we've been catching on everyone who's in front of us, and we had the incident with Doring trying to get past a pro car, and I mean that sucks because you're not even fighting for position, but you got to get in front of that pro car to catch the other guy who passed him. And then we've also had a couple instances where prototypes are going up the inside late and they don't have the pace they used to have, so they end up having to park it on the apex, so we have to swing wide around the outside the entire corner. And it's really just been that's why I say the season's been kind of frustrating, because the theme is just missed opportunities.
Yeah, I totally get that as well. But I mean, looking at this one, you are currently 3rd. You said you've got pace. You feel there's pace in that car. I mean, you've got a long way to go still to that checker flag. Do you feel maybe you can do it?
We're watching right now because it's just me and Zach who are a part of this team. But we're watching right now, and we're keeping an eye on the times for the cars around us, and we don't know who's taken that last stint yet. So but there's confidence, there's pace in the car 100%. It's just a matter of we're gonna have to watch to see if things start swinging our way traffic wise and whatnot, and if we're in touching distance to try and gain another spot. That's the current outlook.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think good luck for the race as well, Vincent. I think from me and Charles, this is a joint question here. Who came up with the team name?
Who came up with the team name? The team name was a joint effort of actually everybody who's a part of it. It's only me and Zach who run this series, but we have a whole bunch of friends who are also a part of the team over in Australia and New Zealand, but the time zone just doesn't work out for them. But all of us, I think, at one point have done a 4-hour stint or more than a 4-hour stint, whether it's because the guy who was supposed to take the car didn't wake up or something like that, and you get out of the seat and it's just like, oh, can finally rest my legs and rest the back and whatnot, and it's and we all decided, hey, we all love doing endurance races. We've all done a 3, 4, 5-hour stint before. Back pain and eye strain. That's the name of the game.
Yeah. Hey, wait till you get old enough that becomes a daily life lesson.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna tell you.
Well, I hope you guys enjoy watching the rest of the race. I hope it's been as entertaining for you guys as it's been hectic for us.
Yeah, I do have one more question. So
yes.
We talked about this earlier. The Ford, obviously, lots of power down the straightaway. Just a lovely car. Sounds good, but it seems like it, from what little I've driven it, seems like it kind of has the same issue that the BMW and the Merc have, which is kind of chews through the front tires a bit. Is that what you guys are seeing as well?
I can't say so. I do understand what you say. For the past 2 seasons iRTES, and even basically from the moment it was a prototype, the BMW was our car of choice. We've only switched starting this year. And very early on, the BMW did chew fronts. They changed something with it. It doesn't chew them as hard anymore. And the Ford, I would say, on its own doesn't chew fronts. You can make it chew fronts. You can sort of exchange tire life for grip a little bit. But no, our biggest thing coming from the BMW has actually been the Ford's brakes. It's very, very finicky on its brakes. It doesn't like slamming them. It likes almost rolling on the brakes, despite the fact that many people consider that to be slower. It likes smooth brake application. It doesn't like slamming them. We noticed. I ended up going really in depth on just how the cars are designed, and the Ford has a longer engine that's further forward. Its weight bias is forward. I think what we think happens is if you slam those brakes, you end up moving the center of mass beyond the front axle, and now you have the weight of the car pulling the car along.
Wow.
So you got to sort of be really smooth on those brakes and try and feather that center of mass over that front axle.
Interesting. It almost drives like, sounds like you're making it sound like it drives like a TCR almost, where it just, if you get hard on the brakes on the TCR car, it just wants to just plow and
actually, now that you bring it up,
dig into the track.
Yeah, now that you bring it up, actually, especially around here, it feels very similar. We're almost never running 100% brake pressure or even near it around here. A lot of the time around these corners, 50, 60, 70, 80% brake pressure. You're trying to... It does feel very similar to a TCR car around these very technical tracks.
Wow. Well, hey, good information. Thank you for that.
No problem. No, it's I do a lot of the setup work for our team, so I know a lot of these cars' dynamics very intimately.
So your eye strain comes from looking at telemetry constantly.
Yeah, no, Zach hates me because we'll run a practice session, and then I'm always like, hey, stick around for another 10 minutes. We're looking at Garage 61.
There you go.
Alrighty, have a good day, guys.
All right, thanks, Vincent. We appreciate your time.
No problem.
Man, that's awesome information there. That was very cool.
That was very in-depth. I'm very impressed. I mean, driver stroke engineer.
There we go.
It certainly is one of the ways to go, especially when sim racing. You, of course, don't have a budget for an entire team built around you, so you have to learn a lot of these things. You kind of dip your fingers into every pie, in a sense, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Wear some different hats. I mean, it's I'm not just team owner. I'm also team painter and the guy that does the budget and pays for everything. And and then tries to work and help get schedule set. So yeah, and then if I'm driving, just another added layer to it. So yeah, I completely understand. And once again, these teams that they're watching over the course of this season, for the most part, these are hobbyist drivers. They do put a lot of effort into their hobby. They want to do their best when they get on the track, but still, we've got everybody out here has a full-time job probably, and a family, and or at least other obligations outside of this that they have to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a way, it almost makes what they can do on a track more impressive when you think about it like that, because they're not full-time drivers. They are part-time driver, full-time. I don't want to say average Joe. It's such a horrible way of wording it, but they are just sort of a bit more of your everyday person, and this is their hobby. So in a way, what they are doing on the circuit is more impressive because they're not fully 100% on it, but they can still produce the pace.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, impressive stuff from all of the drivers up and down the field. Looking at the timing tower as we give a brief update of what is occurring. Solpec Precision Racing 110 still leading the LMDH class. Virtual drivers, they have now closed that gap up. It's just under 20 seconds, so bringing it down very slowly, but they are doing it. Team FFSR 30 seconds back from the lead. They've also been slowly gaining some momentum there too. Punk Crew Pink, CRF Motorsport, German Pitbulls up into 6th there as well. Team Tenudo, they had that stop go. They're now currently 7th. If we look down to the LMP2s, Punk Crew Blue still leading by some considerable margin of 35 seconds over their sister car of the Punk Crew Gold. You've got Epsilon Simsport 3rd, Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, Blue Chip Racing, West Coast Racing, Sim HQ 7th, Bearpoint Prototypo 8th. So gaps are a bit larger in that category, but I think the actual strategy is going to come into play as the race wears a bit further on. Although we are getting into the final third of this race now, so it's catching up on us, isn't it, Charles? It's slowly getting there.
Yeah, as we're just now crossing over the 2.5 hour mark, so 90 minutes to go. as we're looking here on board with the GT3 Pro leader, this Hyperion Racing. They've stretched that gap out. You know, when Solpec came out of the pits, they came out right behind Hyperion. The gap is now 7 seconds. So Hyperion has done a good job of just pushing the issue, and Josiah Farrow on board, having himself quite a good run, extending that gap out. And as we go down to the GT3 AM class, back on board with Penguin RC, who is having a fantastic run. That gap to go in racing Ruby appears like it's coming down. The gap is now 6 seconds. So we're on board here with Penguin RC, and they're behind the James Logston and the Bear Pope Murder Hornet. So I love that livery, by the way. I think I came up with the name Mac Hornet because it's a McLaren. So I think that maybe what I start calling it. I don't know why it gives me this sense of bee or Hornet.
I think the color,
just because it's black and yellow, I guess, is just the thing. But that's it looks kind of like it's got eyes on the front, so it's a very distinct livery. But yeah, they're having a good run themselves. They're running in P11 as well in the Bear Pope car. We're in here with Lewis Clark back in Punk Crew Blue, back in the pits again. I'm going to say this is their fourth stop of the race, so this is starting the LMP2 pit cycle.
Yeah, certainly is around that time now, and the Blue have always been one of the earlier cars coming in, so I wonder if they may have to do a splash and dash towards the end. It's still really hard to tell at the moment with so many stops going on, and the fact that the LMP2s do seem to be fairly spread out on pit strategy. So hard to say at the moment, but yeah, it definitely is the fourth stop for the Blue crew as they come back out in second position as well, the gap being large enough that they can do so. As we jump here to Daniel Mills of RD Simsport, currently 8th in the pro category of GT3s, but he is right up behind that Bear Pope Workers Union car, only separated by about 0.3 of a second, and that Ford Mustang, absolutely massive. I can imagine it's really filling the wing mirrors of that Acura car. Probably quite intimidating, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and the Penguin Pro car is right behind them as well. So this is a nice 3-car battle for P7 overall in the GT3 Pro class.
It certainly is. And you were saying Racing Ruby closing the gap. They certainly are. It was 6 seconds when you said it a moment ago. It's almost 5. So they definitely are bringing it down. And even Backpain and Ice Strain, we just had a word with Vincent, one of their drivers. They're slowly gaining in on the leader too. It was about 22 seconds when we were having a chat with him. Now just over 20. So slowly but surely that gap is coming down. Longhorn Racing, I don't think we've seen too much of them in the first 3 rounds. Currently P4 and having an absolute jolly good time in that car as well. They seem to be really enjoying that Ford Mustang today, and they're doing a stellar performance there, currently still 4th.
Yeah, I think so. I think they got I think if I remember the last race, they got in trouble early with some contact. But yeah, they're having a great run. They're running 4th in the M class and having themselves quite a good run. I can't really see if they're closing the gap or not, but I'm going to assume that they are, because I don't think that they were within 31 seconds or the last time we checked in on the AM class. I think all the cars are now kind of starting to put their foot down and closing that gap up to Penguin AM car.
Yeah, absolutely. But either way, we're sort of in that just over that midway point of the race, so lots of strategy still undecided on how they're going to play out. And of course, traffic management is the aim of the game when you're so deep into the race at this point. It's the point of the race where if you crash out, you're going to get most disappointed, really, because you're pretty much there at the end. Of course, it's worse if it's final lap, but you know what I mean. You're there at the end. You've done a lot of the hard work. It's just sort of more of a, it's like a sad exhale almost, really, when that happens. It's sort of, you're so close, just need a little bit more, but it's just not there.
Yeah. And here's the Punk Crew Gold car in the pits for their stop, doing a driver change. We got Andrew Taphorn coming in, so he's going to be jumping into the car, and this could be him for the remainder of the race with just a little under an hour and a half left. So they're going to relinquish the lead of the race to their sister car in Punk Crew Blue, as we've also got the 94 of Ludovic Ortiz is in the pits as well for his fourth stop of the race for the team.
Echelon Simsport have not pitted. They've gone round again. So Jason Taylor clearly able to save a little bit of extra fuel in that LMP2 car. And they now have passed Punk Crew Gold because they are second on the road. So that would be interesting, as there's a car going very wide in the background there of turn 5. Maybe we'll find out who that was in just a moment. But either way, Jason Taylor doing a very good job in his Echelon Simsport because he's able to get an extra lap over Punk Crew Gold.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all these extra laps count as we're getting close here with the at the 2 hour and 40 minute mark with their with the way their lap times are going. I think they would have to extend out to the 250 mark. I think if that's right. So 35 minutes or so for their fuel stint. So I think what we've been seeing. So, you know, all these cars that are coming in now are going to be obviously taking a splash and dash at the end of the race. The closer we get to that 2 hour and 50 minute mark, the less time that splash and dash is going to end up needing to be done. And so, you know, you want to extend, as we see Jason Taylor now coming into the pits for their pit stop.
So only 1 lap extra over Punk Crew Gold, but it still could be crucial at the end. It's, I mean, to be fair, it's such a quick lap though, so it might not be as bad as you think. But either way, it's still about 3 litres of fuel that are over the next car, so it's slightly different. As this is Daniel Mills right up behind Bear Pope now. This is a good chance to get a move done right on the rear bumper of that Acura. Can he get out the slipstream and get alongside? Not just yet. It could be a matter of getting the perfect exit out of turn 13 to maybe have a chance up to turn 1, but I don't think that's going to be on either. The gap's too large, but Bear Pope could get past the car in front of them. I think it's a car that they're lapping though, so unable to get alongside as Team Tenudo getting into the mix as well. And they're LMDH, and no changes though for the moment. But it's hotting up.
It is indeed. Oh, as we see a move to the inside there from that Acura of Bear Pope.
Oh, this could be it. He's had to go wide. Bear Pope's had to go wide. They're going to be side by side now. Bear Pope and Daniel Mills in his RD Simsport. Bear Pope going to have the inside line, but they're going to be wheel to wheel through turn number 7. It's now going to be a drag down to turn 8 and into the Spanish corkscrew. They're going to have the inside for the first corner is Bear Pope, but then it's going to come back to the Ford Mustang. Penguin RC getting in on the action as well, right behind. And that inside line has proved crucial for the left-hander, as there goes Daniel Mills in his Ford Mustang, and Penguin RC following him through as well.
Wow, that was a very nice move by Penguin. Obviously, RD did a great job of. I want to say Bear Pope maybe went for a move on the car in front, and it just didn't work out, and it ended up costing him 2 spots because he kind of got himself offline, and able for RD Simsport and Penguin as well to capitalize on a little bit of a mistake. Obviously, Hooper still in the car. Still right on the tail of the Penguin car, so he will have the opportunity to make amends as they're coming up on the 2 hour and 40 minute mark. Still about 15 minutes or so in the stint for these GT3 cars.
Yep, so I'm just trying to see if I can spot a Mercedes in the background, because Going Racing Ruby have closed that gap between them and Penguin RC to just under 3 seconds. So they really have been piling on the pace and the pressure now for that amateur lead. I was just trying to see if I could spot them, but I couldn't for the time being, as they seem to be a bit further back maybe than I thought. The gap showing me there, 3 seconds.
I think the confusion is, I think that was actually the pro car. Yeah,
I
think
was.
that was a pro car that was involved in that battle.
You're spot on. I mean, they look identical. It's an easy mistake to make. I think it's because they were on the same part of the circuit for so long, and they were ahead of the pro car. In my mind, that was just mentally how it stayed, that the amateurs were ahead of the pro, but at some point obviously it got changed around. Either way though, Going Racing Ruby putting on an absolute flyer later on in this race here in their Mercedes, and they've closed that gap right up to the Penguin RC amateur car and are now knocking on the door.
Yeah, he's having a good run. As works his way around the Lunatic Racing car and heads off. That was turn 7, and now into 8, and now 9. The corkscrew, nicely done. Just he's just running his race, and he's trying to close that gap down. He's going to have a little bit of LMP help as he get down this straightaway. Going to get a nice tow from that LMP2 for a little bit of time until he gets out of the range of the draft, and that's going to help him. But I think that the Penguin car also had a couple of prototypes in front, so he may be getting that same benefit. Actually, he's got a GT3 in front of him from Bear Pope, so he's taking the toe off of that McLaren. And getting is the same speed advantage that the Mercedes was getting.
That's the Hornet you were referring to, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Mech Hornet. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I see what you mean though. That the front.
Yeah.
If you look at the front there, you've got two little sort of eyes. I can see the wings spreading over the headlights at the front of the car, and then you've got that sort of rippling effect down the middle of the bonnet. Honestly, it looks like a wasp.
Yeah,
it really does. I think Hornet fits better, but I know exactly what you mean though now. Yeah, no, you're spot on with that one. That's fascinating how they've managed it like that, isn't it?
maybe we'll have
it. But...
Yeah, maybe we'll have to ask somebody from Bear Pope about their livery. I love the livery. I think the color scheme's quite nice. I do like the dithering pattern, the dots around their logo. So very, very, very sharp-looking design.
I wonder if that was on purpose, like the design at the front there.
I'm sure it was. I can't imagine that just being something random that somebody came up with.
Yeah.
It's I kind of like this design. I think it definitely looks like something. Now, whether or not it's a Hornet or not is a different story altogether. That could be, so
I hope they're listening.
I don't know.
I hope they're listening and think, actually, they're on to something. Their nickname at the Hornet. I'd love them to do that. It really does look like one, though. But either way, they are losing a little bit of ground to Penguin RC behind, as the gap does seem to have closed over that previous lap. You can see they're just over the crest of the start-finish is the Racing Ruby in their Mercedes. Gap staying around 3 seconds at the moment, as that was pretty close between them and I think 100 Force in their LMDH. But just about navigating it, and gap stayed relatively the same, but I think that's because now Penguin RC have picked up that toe from the Hornet in front of them. Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, and it's not, that was a good enough move that the LMDH cars did not slow the go-in Mercedes down at all, so the gap kind of stayed constant. So we'll see as they approach. They're going to be right up there with the Bear Pope car and the Penguin car. So we'll see if that slows the Penguin car down as they work their way down through the corkscrew and then on to the backstretch.
It certainly seems to have done. The Mercedes car just gained a little bit on the exit there of Marquez. Was back to 3 seconds. That was a little wobble there on the exit rumble strip. You see now we can hear it as well, the grunt of that Mercedes as it powers its way down this incredibly long backstretch. I think I found it to be about 1 kilometre long itself, that part of the circuit. Straight line, 1 kilometre.
Yeah, that seems about right. Is that counting the little kink coming out of 10, or is that just once they get through there? Is just the straightaway itself, or is that the entire thing? Because that seems
straightaway itself.
Oh, okay.
So after you get through 11, which is that long left-hander, it's technically 11 and 12 they call it, but it's 1 really for me. I think it's 1 kilometre down to the next corner.
Wow. Yeah, that seems about right, because that's about I think the same length as the front straight at Fuji. I think is 1.2 kilometers. So that sounds about right.
I'd say that's pretty spot on. But like including the sort of long left-hander of 11, you're probably looking at closer to 1.6 kilometers, something like that. So maybe about a mile in total. As Zachary Coonan having to trying to defend into turn 1. He's lost the position though. and that means Pneumatic Motorsport Blue has dropped down to 8th then in this top category. Through goes German Pit Bulls, but it's not over yet because I think he's got another LMDH lining him up behind, but I think this might just be a car lapping him. It's hard to tell with the gaps between them, but he's definitely getting held up a little bit. Let's see who it is. It's Nick Paquin in the Punk Crew Pink. So yes, currently P4 for the LMDH, and Nick just trying to find his way past the back marker.
Yeah, just trying to find his way around, and he's going to take his time and be patient. You know, obviously there's a significant gap for Punk Crew up to Team FFSR. However, he does have to kind of look in his mirror a little bit because he does have CRF only a second or so behind him. So he's got to make sure that he's patient enough that he doesn't cause an incident, but he's aggressive enough that he actually gets the pass made because he does not want to be behind this car and allow CRF to make up any more ground.
Yeah, it looks like I think he's going to have the move done now. Down to turn 13, definitely ahead. And it looks like he put a master stroke on that one and got the position. Well, I say the position, he got past the back markered car. So Nick finding his way through. And speaking of his master strokes, Nick is a graphic designer who does specialise in posters, branding and logos, social media graphics, all in the sim racing world. He even does some liveries in-game and photography as well. So Nick, an incredibly talented guy behind the wheel and not behind it as well. He's also designing the winner of each class a custom poster to commemorate their championship using photographs taken during the championship clinching race as well. So these posters ready to print large format, and he's also another sponsor of this series. So Nick Paquin, yeah, talented man on and off the circuit.
Indeed. We're back on board here with the Penguin Pro car, running in 7th in the Pro class. As you can see, the battle continues on here with iRTES SimSport and Bear Pope just behind. So still this 3-car battle for P6 in class overall, as we're at the 2 hour and 47-minute mark, and we should start seeing the LMDH cars coming in here very soon, somewhere between I think the 250 and 255. So you actually start seeing the LMDHs cycle through about the same time that they'll end up finishing up about the same time the GT3 start with their final pit cycle for the race. Potentially for some, so we'll have to keep a track of that and see if who's on their time targets to prevent that final splash and dash at the end of the race. And these cars are still going at it hammer and tongs, with iRTES SimSport leading this little group. Penguin right on their tail. Bear Pope just kind of hanging out behind there, just off a little bit. I mean, we're talking about 0.6 of a second, so we're not talking about anything. Ooh, good run here by Penguin down the straightaway on the Ford Mustang. Makes that pass into turn 1. And let's make sure they can hold it. And it does. So well done by Penguin to take P6 overall in the GT3 Pro class. So it was a very, very nice done. And it showed quite a bit of power out of that McLaren.
You could see he had a lot of confidence in that car because he took a very shallow line to get that move, and that's what you need to do, of course, but to have the confidence to know that the car is going to grip up and still get you through it without losing the rear is mighty impressive from him. So a brilliant overtake there for the Penguin RC Pro car, taking 5th in their class then, as this is a battle currently with P11 Curtis, Punk Crew Grey, and I think that was Hyperion Racing who's just got past them for 10th. But this is not going to be done and over with just yet, because down the back straight there you go. Slipstream in effect now. I think Solpec Racing is, sorry, not Solpec. I think 100 Force is not far behind them, or actually no, that's Virtual Drivers getting through to lap them. But no move into the turn 13. Long left-hander. Very differing lines there. Punk Crew Grey looks like he went a little bit wide, if anything. He's definitely lost some ground, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely like not quite the right line. Just a little inside out there, and was able to hang on to the spot, and he's now caught up to that GT3 traffic of back painted eye strain. He's got to be very careful here.
It's not good for Virtual Drivers here. They're definitely getting held up.
They are, yeah, they are indeed. And it's 23-second gap up to P1. So the clock is slowly running out on their ability to make up 23-second gap in an hour and 10 minutes. That seems like that's outside the realm of possibility. But unless some outside force interacts and makes that a little bit easier for them. So we'll have to keep an eye on everything as we're going here, as they're working their way through, and now they're going to get through Punk Crew's team and get that car lapped and head along their way as they're working their way down.
He just needed a bit of patience, and he had to wait for turn 10. There's only really one quick line through that orange zone, that first 10 turn. Of course, you can go side by side, but you're going to cost yourself lap time. And you really do need a massive pace advantage to just send it and stick it alongside and complete the move. But yeah, when you're in the same car class, it's very tricky to then try and make that time back up in that first sector. Sometimes it's better just waiting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think patience is the name of the game there when you're intra class passing, trying to lap some cars. It's on you and it's on you to make that clean pass, and the other car to be predictable, and they will absolutely be predictable by not giving you any more room than they absolutely have to, because they obviously don't want to lose a lap to the lead group. So they're not going to necessarily fight you and block you, but they're not going to make it easy on you for sure.
No, they're not, exactly. Both of you are running in the same race. Of course, you both want to get to the end as quick as you possibly can. So it's one of those things. Patience, like we say, aim of the game a lot of the time in endurance racing, and some of that is just part and parcel of having to pick your moment when to let a car through or when to make a move. Particularly when coming up to lap traffic in the same class. It's not always the easiest thing to judge, but managed to get there in the end. And virtual drivers, they got past. It was about 23 seconds. It's now getting closer down to the 22 seconds. So clearly got some pace in that car. And clock is ticking, you're right, Charles, but maybe, you never know, they could bring it down close enough to have a little last lap battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just going to be kind of the wait and see thing, as we got on board here with Matthew Perrin in the Echelon Sim Sport car running in third in the LMP2 category. He's just got a 94 car is he unlapping himself, I believe. I think that's exactly what he's doing. Ludovic Ortiz, Team FFSR Maison Carré. As we see a car going into the pits, I think that was an LMDH car, Acura of some for some team, not really sure. Oh, and I think he caught that orange, that little bump dot, there on the inside. I think that really unsettled the car. He was trying to make his way around the inside, around some of that GT traffic.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. It looked like the bump unsettled it, and round the rear went. Very fortunate not to be collected by the following car, because they were very close on the circuit. He did very well to avoid him, and luckily no damage sustained by the looks of things. So on they all go once again. This, though, what we've just jumped on board with, is the battle for P2. We're looking on board here with Luke Wallace, Hyperion Racing, currently third, and the car right in his line of sight is P2 of Solpec, and this is a very good chance down to turn 13. Pulls out the slipstream alongside, later on the brakes. That looked like a nice easy move for Hyperion Racing, taking P2 once again and back past Solpec.
Yeah, it did indeed. It looked like a very strong move by that McLaren, which we've seen a couple of times. We've seen the McLarens being able to power down that straightaway and make passes on some of their GT counterparts. That one looks pretty straightforward. Didn't see anything out of place. Maybe the McLaren is just really good on low fuel. Is able to just extend a little bit, and so far though, Hyperion doing a great job running second in class, but they've still got that fight on their hands from Solpec behind.
Well, it seems like the McLaren's quite a strong car. I mean, they're currently first and second for the Pro category, and they're first in the amateur category. So, There's also a car, the sister Penguin car is in 6th as well for the Pro category. So that McLaren does seem to go very well around the Aragon circuit. So maybe it's just a characteristic that clearly the McLaren is suited for it, and they're able to take advantage of that, because we thought the Ferraris might have been able to really take advantage later in the stints, but the Fords are going well. The Ferraris, of course, are going well. The one odd one out there is I'm looking at the Corvette in 3rd.
It does seem like it's out of place. A lot of the Corvettes are there's only, let's see, 2 that I see. I think that's right. Yeah, the other Corvette is down in P26. That's Kevin Ayers in the 58 car. As we got another PCA sim racing with a drive-through for avoidable contact. We've had a few of these incidents pop on the screen in the last couple of laps. So penalties are being dished out as these races are continuing on. So yeah, good on Ray Kingsbury for putting that Corvette up in P3, and he's obviously going to have a little bit of work because the McLaren seemed very strong today.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. But the Mercedes of Going Racing Ruby has still been closing that gap down in the amateur category. It is now just under 2 seconds between them. So who knows, in the next few laps we may see a battle for the amateur lead. But we have jumped on board here with David Nelson, currently 8th for CMS Racing, and currently P8 for the amateur class. As a brilliant overhead shot. You can see there the MotoGP circuit as it ventures back onto the main straight here, as Pierrick for Team FFSR picking off the traffic. This is a lovely camera angle. Where's this been all race?
It does give you a good view of the track, doesn't it, as he's working his way around the that's the Hyperion racing car. Team FFSR, Pierrick Garden. And yeah, having himself quite the run, running in P2 in the LMDH class, 39 seconds back. Looks like that time still coming down. A little bit of a slow last lap, but overall, I think that the time is coming down. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that time is decreasing.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be, as they disappeared round the back of the mountain there, or the hill, I should say, not quite a mountain by the seams of things, into the Spanish corkscrew as we jump aboard here with Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, James Stacey, currently 5th in class, picking off a few more of the GT3s as he tries to file through the traffic. And there goes blasting past in his 100 force LMDH. 100 force, yep. Bit of a lull before the storm, I feel we're getting here, Charles. It's sort of not a break in the action, but I feel like we're building up to the end now. Sort of pit strategies will start playing themselves out, and this is sort of the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're coming up on that last pit stop for the GT3 class. As was that one of them that just went in the pits as I said that. Yeah, Michael Hooper in the Acura Bear Pope Workers Union, I believe. In the Acura GT3 in for his final stop with about just a minute short of that hour mark. So he's going to be thinking about that, about fuel saving for that last hour, just trying to squeeze every drop of fuel out of that. And it's actually a driver's change. So it's EJ Berg getting in the car for Bear Pope. We're on board here with Victor Tanaka, and still leading the race. 37-second gap over Team FFSR. 27 laps on the current stint, so they're still looking at maybe another 5 laps or so before those cars will be called into the pits for another stop, and then I think they'll have one more, as you spoke up earlier, probably another half stint or so left after they come in for the next stop.
What I'm failing to understand, what happened to virtual drivers? They're now 40 seconds off the lead. I don't remember them making a stop, so maybe a mistake happened at some point around there. But either way, they dropped to 3rd, and like you said, Team FFSR are up into 2nd. And gap between those two drivers, though, or two teams, I should say, about 4 seconds, so not much separating them. and there's not much separating these guys here for the Pro GT3s. Luke Wallace for Hyperion Racing leading, and Solpec Precision have closed that gap right up once again. It's just about 9 tenths. It might dip to a second in just a moment. There or thereabouts, either way, and it's about to get hot under the collar for these guys, as they will no doubt commence some battling.
Yeah, it's about to be game on here as they get this final stop in, and then it'll be how hard are you gonna be able to push? It's like we're past the 3 hour mark now. So all the cars, the GT3 cars that have not stopped yet, should be able to fuel up and finish the race with their current fuel mileage strategy in place. So it's how much fuel saving they're having to do. It seems like there's a little bit there. It seemed like that was a little bit of a lift and coast there as they were coming down to the entrance of turn 1. So there may be a little bit of fuel saving going on during the course of this that may prevent us from getting a lot of really, really intense battles. Otherwise, it's going to end up, maybe potentially causing somebody to run out on that last lap. So they're going to be very cautious.
Yeah, they certainly are going to have to keep one eye on the road and the other permanently looked at the fuel tank and how many litres they have got left in it, or gallons or kilograms, whatever the car likes to work it out in. I personally prefer litres, but again, I'm European, so
yeah.
It doesn't really surprise me at all. Gap still about a second, though, between first and second for the Pro category, as I think Going Racing Ruby have made their stop because they're some 20 seconds now behind Penguin RC, unless, of course, we've potentially missed something happen, but I would like to think it's a pit stop. I'd hope it's more of a pit stop.
Actually, I don't see. I think they're both still stuck on 2. Hang on, no, looking at the wrong numbers. Very sorry about that.
I think something may have happened for Going Racing Ruby. There's some 20 seconds down now from first place of Penguin RC, and I don't think they have made that extra stop. So something has obviously happened to them. Not sure what, but either way, they're still out there. Doesn't look like there's any damage, which is good news, but they are slightly further down the track than they would have liked compared to the leader of the class. So either way, they've got a bit more work now ahead of them.
Yeah, they do indeed. That's going to be a tough hill to climb with a little under an hour left in the race.
I've just seen their last lap was 1 minute 53 compared to the leader's 1 minute 37. So something definitely happened.
Yeah, something definitely went wrong there. That's for sure.
Yeah, we will never know. But either way, a lot of time was lost, but they are still on circuit, like I said. So that's the good news. And they've still got an hour to try and do something about it. And they're in a very good position still. So what I would say to them is keep at it, because your next rival behind is a minute back. You haven't really got any pressure behind you.
Yeah, for sure. It's you got to just keep your head down and just keep working, because yeah, you're right. There's not any pressure behind. Back pain eye strain is like a full minute behind them plus, and have they taken their stop? So that'll be the next thing we need to check for, and they have. So Vincent Marsh is back in the car. Marsh, sorry, not March. Is back in the car for back pain and eye strain, so they have taken their final stop for the race. So when Goin comes in, we'll see what the gaps are going to be. That might be a bigger battle than we're aware of at this point, but it's still, once again, still got to make up almost 20 seconds on the lead car. That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Lawrence, pit exit for the iRTES Motorsports Pro team, currently running P6 for the Pro category, as in come Ray Kingsbury, and they're going to make a driver swap for Solpec there. So Blake Reynolds back in the car for the final stint. Sonic Racing also coming in. There's Going Racing Ruby coming in for their final stop as well. So all these GT3 cars coming in, they'll be going to the end of the race. Racing Ruby also made a stop there. Question was, I think Hyperion Racing came in last lap, so what is the gap going to be between Solpec and Hyperion Racing? That's going to be the big question. I think they're still up on the jacks.
I think they are indeed. Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, he's already through. He's gone.
Yeah, he's around. So he's taking over the lead. Just saw them leaving the pits for Solpec, so they're just now coming out. So yeah, that's a pretty massive gap.
That's a huge gap.
You know, and they've actually lost not just P1, but back to P3, as both the McLarens are back up in P1 and P2 for Hyperion. So nice 1-2 on the potential for Hyperion Racing if everything stays true to form for this race. And then we've got Penguin coming out of the pits now. Looks like they're going to rejoin P6, P7. Let's see.
It's going to be a massive high for them if they can keep that 1-2, because last time out at Portimao they were 14th and 17th. So what a turnaround in form should it finish this way, because they would have gone from pretty much at the back of the pro category right up to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to bounce back from a disappointing performance, as the Penguin RC AM car is now in the pits. 3 hours and 6 minutes. It's a good run for the AM car. They should be able to push full pace for the remainder of the race, although I'm not sure they're going to need to. So we're going to see as the gap now from between Going Racing Ruby in second and Backpain in third is about 3 seconds. So that's going to be something that we'll have to keep an eye on for that P2 position. And looks like the AM car is going to have about a 20-second gap back to P2.
Yeah, so Penguin RC then looking pretty solid at this moment after the moment that Racing Ruby have had. And I think they're now going to be a bit more looking at their wing rear view mirrors a bit more, because Backpain and Ice Stress, they were, we spoke to Vincent earlier. He was saying that they feel like they've got a lot of pace in the car. Maybe if they can unlock it a little bit here, they could be back on for second. Yeah,
I think the decision was that he said wasn't sure if he was getting back in the car or not, but I think that kind of means that if he thinks there's a potential for, he may be the better of the two team drivers. So if he thinks there's a potential that they can secure P2 by him getting back in the car, I think that's the decision they decided to make. As we're back on board here with the overall race leader, Pat Pelchat, back in the car for Solpac. Oh, half spin. And that's going to tighten things up in the LMDH class. Oh, no.
Oh, that's changed things massively.
Yeah. Yes, it has. That puts FFSR in the lead. And Pelchat's going to have to bring that car back into the pits. He's going to try and limp it back around. But a couple of these corners are going to be very, very touch and go with no rear wing. Oh, yep. There we go. Just nothing back there to hold the back of the car down. And he's going to loop it around again. So he's very smartly decides to tow that. And that wasn't a horrible rejoin, but it wasn't the greatest. Oh, man. Infinity Racing's missing their front as well. So they had a good run on board. They were running up around the top of the podium positions in the GT3 AM class, and now they're going to have to come into the pits and get repairs, as they've got the left front tire is about 20 degrees offline. So he's obviously struggling to get that car around, but he's just got to try and limp that back, and hopefully, I don't need him to be anybody out there. Just if you can't make it, you can't make it. There's no shame in towing. Obviously you'll get back faster if you drive it, but if the potential's there that you're going to wreck the car just trying to drive it in a straight line, then it's just better to pull over and tow.
Absolutely. It's gutting for those drivers and teams out there, particularly for the overall leader. One small mistake, rejoining, and that's it. Just been absolutely collected, and does mean now that I don't think the win is on for them anymore. You can never say never. There's still 50 minutes left, but Team FFSR now lead the race. Virtual Drivers some 12 seconds back behind them. We know how quick they have been through the previous races as well. So there's still a good shout for those to bring home the gold for 3 times in a row if they manage to do it. And so yeah, big changes then at the top class, and I'm not going to say bottom class, but the amateur class of the GT3s. Yeah, big swings.
Big swings indeed. Yeah, it's that's why we talk about you have to finish the race, and there's things that are going to happen that are not in your control. There are things that are going to happen that are in your control. And I think if Pat goes back and looked at that, he'll probably tell you that was not the best rejoin in the world after that half spin. I know he was thinking, I've got a bit of a gap back, but I don't have a ton of a gap back. So I want to get the car back on the track as quickly as possible. But, you get that half spin go like that, the rear tires are just lit up. They're overheated. It's just, very difficult to keep that car going in a straight line and trying to get the power back down. That's generally where the spins come from. And I think that's exactly what happened with him as he was trying to get back on the track. Ooh, late dive there for that LBH car. Virtual driver by Thrustmaster. Just with a lunge through to try and get those GT3s cleared. Obviously, he knows that he's got an opportunity now with an 11-second gap up to Team FFSR. That's he's basically just cut his margin in half to the lead car. So now it's just a matter of seeing if they can close that gap down with remaining 48 minutes left in the race.
Well, I think they certainly have the capabilities. They've got the pace, the experience. There's no reason why they couldn't do it. They were able to take out a few tenths there through that first sector. It's just under 11 seconds. Slowly creeping back up there. So that's interesting there for the overall win and lead. Still on board here with Callum Brandt for RD Simsport, currently 9th. Right up behind Bearpoint Workers Union there for 8th position in the pro category. Can he get alongside down towards the end of the back straight? Don't think he's going to do it here. It could be then an all-important exit of this final corner. Who's going to get the better of the 2 drivers? Keeping it nice and tidy to the apex, using all the runoff as well. Absolutely maximising the corner entry speed, corner exit speed, sorry. But no way past for the moment. As that was a bit of a mistake from the Acura though. This could be an opportunity then for the Ford. But I don't think it's going to be the section to do it. Through turn 3 now. You can see here rising up the hill. Now you've got the kink of 4 before you get it wide and then try and swoop round to take the 5th corner here as quickly as you can. Long right-hander is 6. You're going to have more lap traffic coming around the outside of you. It's going to compromise your line here into 7, particularly for that Acura. And now coming towards the Spanish corkscrew.
Yep. And fortunately, don't see any other cars trying to sneak their way in. So it's just the 2 of them able to work their way through the corkscrew nice and easy. And so RD's just trying to get that Mustang fired up down these straightaways and see if he can close that gap up to the Acura. And so far, it's like he's closing. Yeah, the draft's starting to work, and he's starting to close down ever so slightly.
Question's going to be, can he get alongside? That's what you really need to make the move stick. But it almost looks as though right at the end there, the Acuras, they were just slightly get away from him. But
yeah, I think that may be what Vincent was telling us about the brakes on the Mustang. Was you have to be a little more careful with them, so you just can't pound it into the at the edge of the ABS zone on these GT3 cars and expect the car to slow down. You got to be a little more gentle with it, and I guess I would say treat it like a hypercar, but not really, or a prototype, because obviously with prototypes you can't just go 100% braking on those either. Because obviously it'll just create a nice smoke screen for the cars behind you as you lock all 4 of the brakes up. So I think it's just having to be a little more tentative on those braking, in those high-speed corners is probably the deficit that the Ford is suffering from right now.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be particularly that corner is so fast. It's not a heavy braking zone, so you really can't take advantage of like a hairpin, if you like,
Right.
at the end of the long straight. So it's slightly different way you have to take those corners. But yeah, you could be right there though. And what Vincent said earlier, Charles, slightly different braking for that Ford Mustang, just hindering it slightly when you get to the end of the long straight. But either way, we move forward and we jump here now on board. Punk Crew Gold coming in for what I would like to think is their final stop, but 45 minutes, I think they may be splashing and dashing still.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they're going to need I think they're going to come in with about 10 minutes to go on the race. I think based on what we've been watching with them, I think they're right at the 35-minute mark, maybe a little under that to be fair. So it may be closer to 15 minutes to go in the race. They're going to have to come back in and take another stop with Andrew Taphorn in the car. Gives Punk Crew Blue the lead until they come in for their pit stop. Lewis Clark in the car for Punk Crew Blue. Matthew Perrin sitting back there about 40-ish seconds behind. And that's before their next... No, they've already stopped again? I think they have. So maybe Matthew Perrin is on the same strategy. So we'll see. See how this is all going to work out. As we've got some cars. I think Lewis Clark is actually already stopped also. I'm looking at the timing and scoring and I'm seeing some cars that got 4 stops. The car we're on board with, Punk Crew Blue, it's got 5. As you can see it, thank you very much for that, Lee. So we got Gold, who just came out of the pits on their 4th stop. Echelon's in P3 with 4 stops, and then everybody else has got 5. All the way down to Bear Pope, who have 6. I think have had an extra stop in there as well. So
I think that Prototipo car had actually damage at one point, so that
yeah,
might
I
be
think you're
the
absolutely
extra
right.
stop for them. As Sim HQ Motorsports White, they have come in now into the pits for their 5th stop. But this is a mighty impressive drive though from Punk Crew Blue. They've done 5 stops and they've still got a 17-second gap to their sister car of Gold behind. So really impressive stuff from that LMP2 team. As we jump back here, still this battle rages on between Callum Brandt and for RD Sim Sport and the Bear Pope Workers Union car. Absolutely nothing separating these guys, and the gap maintaining that as well. Because still advantage Acura, and the chasing car of the Ford Mustang still trying to find a way past.
Yeah, he's definitely looking around, trying to find anything, hoping that the car in front makes a mistake that will allow him to get by. But obviously, I think that I just don't think he's got quite the pace to make it all work. So I think these cars have been pretty close together on track for quite a while now, along with one of the other cars I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe the Penguin Pro car, but he's managed to get through and get himself checked out. He's another 13 seconds up the road or something like that. So we got approaching LMDH Cadillac. Working his way through. Yep, the 101 car. That's the German Pit Bulls team running in P4. So yeah, just for whatever reason, the Mustang just doesn't have enough draft and enough grunt to work his way around, and that's the strength of the Mustang, is that straight line speed. So if he can't get around there, he's just struggling to find another place to do it.
You mentioned the German Pit Bulls obviously just came through shot. From my timing tally, it says they've done 6 stops and they're still in 4th. they're quietly just there, aren't they? They had an impressive drive last time at Portimao. They finished 2nd. And now they're currently 4th. So they're having a really good crack at it once again, and really good results for them. They're not really that far off of 3rd place with CRF Motorsport when you look at the timing tower either. So
they're not.
Who knows? They could be doing an alternate strategy.
Yeah, they were a second a lap faster than the CRF team last lap. So obviously got some really good pace in the car. So with the number of laps we got left with 40 minutes to go, there's still a potential for a podium for German Pit Bulls.
You definitely can't rule them out. Let's put it that way. But we look on board here for, well, we were with Luke Wallace. We have instead jumped back to Team Tenuto 233. Pat Labrossi, Canadian driver, 5th overall and 5th in his class, as he passes the Hornet there of the Bear Pope car. Just working his way through some traffic here is Pat. Nice and easy for him, and especially now with the long back straight, the superior top end of that LMDH will just absolutely blitz the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Just made that look very, very easy. First the GT3, then the LMP2. We've got the other cars at Punky Pink behind them, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, it is indeed. Nick Paquin is right behind them running in P6, so there's still a battle here. You know, Tenuto is not going to be able to let up. They're going to keep pushing in that car. Otherwise, they're going to lose at least one spot if they're not careful. So, you know, don't have no time to let up with so little time left in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely getting into sort of the crunching, you know, the crunch time of the race. Last 40 minutes now, so 10% left, as that was a little body check on the way through. And wide goes one of the GT3 cars, similar to what we saw earlier with the Fendi racing team. So did well to not spin or lose their composure, and they kept that Beamer on the straight and narrow, but a little bit cheeky as they make their way through. Either way. Yeah. We look here though, because this is Blake Reynolds, Solpec, right up on the gearbox of the Hyperion racing car. Very little separating of us. That's going to be contact. He went for the up and under with the back marker in between. Has that caused damage to his car? That's going to be the question. Has the Corvette picked up any damage, or is he okay to continue on racing? It was a bit of a whack. Oh, it's going to be tough to tell. Next few corners are really going to make the difference to see, have they picked up any lasting damage, or was it just a little bit of a love tap?
Yeah, I don't see anything. I'm really trying to focus in and see. I don't see anything remarkable on the car as far as damage is concerned. Sometimes it's hard to tell if you've got maybe a wheel off camber, if you get a little bit of wheel contact that's thrown your alignment off. But I don't think at this point that there's anything that looks out of place for that car. So we'll have to see if he can work his way back up to that Hyperion Racing McLaren and make up some of that time. Then we'll see in lap times whether or not he's struggling with that car.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, round the final corner, is he going to pull off into the pits? Yes, he is. Oh, so he's obviously picked up enough to make a difference. Oh, it's such a shame. They were right there, battling for P2. And they've now had to, no doubt, pit for some very quick repairs. If it is just a quick repair, it doesn't look too terminal. Will just be a bunch of optionals, but hopefully as short as possible for them. But they'll get going once again fairly quickly as in comes German pit bulls from 4. So this will be their final stop then, and they'll be going right to the end. It's going to be a matter of how long they stopped for, and where are they going to come back out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just kind of looking. I'm kind of looking down the timing and scoring to see if we had a black flag for the car. I didn't see one, so kind of just checking things out to see if there was anything I could gather from the iRacing data. I did not see anything. So we're now here on board with RD Sim Sport, still hanging behind that Acura GT3 of Bear Pope. With it's just no change in scenery thus far. He's still riding behind that, as we've got some LMDHs working their way through. That's the Punk Crew Pink and the 100 Force car in front of him directly. And just so nothing changed here. It's it can be frustrating to just know that there's nothing that you can do to get around the car you're battling with. It's just you're just kind of hoping that he's going to make a mistake, and of course he's hoping that you're going to make a mistake and you're going to get off his tail. So thus far no change in status for the RD Sim Sport car.
The other thing is maybe some bad traffic management can also cause it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, either way, still one behind the other, no change. But this is Team FFSR. Thomas at the wheel once again, and getting past the LMP2 cars, nice and easy. And he's got a comfortable lead, 16 seconds. It's grown a little bit from the last set of pit stops, and it was about 12 when we last looked and checked in, but gained 4 over the car behind. So probably feeling a little bit more relaxed in the car, and from finally getting themselves on the podium last time out, maybe they can go a little bit further and potentially take the top step. Of course, don't want to jinx it before it gets there, but they're in a strong position to do it.
Yeah, and just as you can see on the screen, Team Tenuto 233 dropped through for avoidable contact. So from bad to worse, unfortunately for Team Tenuto. Just had a promising strategy that obviously mistakes are going to prevent them from being able to employ. So you have to come back in for another drive-through and serve that within here the next 3 laps.
Yeah, it's a shame. I would have loved to have seen how that one unfolded, but alas, it was yet to be. And yeah, gonna have to suffer a little bit more pain before they see that checkered flag. But we're getting up to 35 minutes, close to, so nearly into the final half an hour. So strategies should beginning to shake themselves down and work themselves out. I think the LMDHs, the vast majority of them, will have one more stop. GT3s are to the end. As there goes Brett Stevens around the outside of race. Oh, sorry, that's Brett Stevens in Longhorn Racing. One of the pro cars going round the outside of him. Apologies, but yeah, Brett up into 3rd. He's in that podium spot. So Longhorn having a very good race indeed. The Penguin RC, the amateur car, they were winning. They're now in 4th. What's gone on there?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was kind of looking through here at the Penguin RC car, and the looking through here, they had to come in for a quick stop. Maybe that was their splash. They went ahead and took it. 4.1 seconds for the last time they were in the pits, or they had either that or they had a stop and go. Can't really tell the difference, unfortunately, with our live timing, and I don't have access to the entire incident sheet for the race, unfortunately. So we'll not be able to give any other information other than they have been in the pits again, and I think that's what's caught them out, because it was 25 seconds cone to cone. So there's your lost time during the race, as we're looking on board here with Bear Pope Workers Union, still in front of the RD Sim Sport Ford Mustang. They're coming up on, I believe that's one of the Soul Pet cars, the 112.
Could well be. This is interesting though, because it's GT3 on GT3, although he has got through with relative ease, so I don't think it's going to cause any issues in being held up. But it could have gone easily the other way. That was wide there from Penguin RC. The pro car. Oh, and there goes Nicholas Maynard round the outside, that blue LMDH, sorry, as they got a little bit squirrely on the exit of 7, and now Punk Crew Pink is going to try and go round the outside of them, out of Marquez corner. We'll see who did come out in the end, as Maynard tries to scarper away, and yes, Punk Crew Pink did get ahead.
Yep, they did indeed, and I could not tell who the other car was. Might have been Hyperion Racing. No, that was an LMP2, actually, I think, is actually who I was looking at there. That was kind of involved in all that. Or was it not? Or was it Hyperion, and the Hyperion 944 car, Acura? So it's in the third group back. I don't know. I hate to say that. I don't know, but we'll have to just let's see if we can get a little research done and figure it out. But I have been watching. The gap was 6 seconds for back pain and eye strain. A lap or so ago, it's down to 5 seconds, so that gap seems to be closing down. between Back Pain and Eye Strain and Go Win Racing Ruby. So we're still on board here with 100 Force, working their way through. This is turns 4 and
Everyone's turn 7, down towards
turn
the Spanish
7,
Heads,
down
corkscrew.
to yeah, that's exactly right. Down to 8 and 9. I was just a couple of corners behind. I'll catch them eventually.
Loading time.
Maybe. We are 33 hours and 30 minutes into a 4-hour race, so
You're allowed a little bit of buffering,
yeah,
Charles. It's
yeah,
all right.
thank you. Yeah.
We'll let you off.
My hard drive doesn't spin as fast as it used to.
You need a solid state drive. That's what you need.
I wished it worked
Instant.
that way. Yeah, I wished it worked that way. Unfortunately, I don't think it does.
I'm sure we'll all be able to become partly robotic in the future, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, I reckon SSDs will be obsolete by then as well. So who knows what we'll have.
Yeah, for sure.
Either way, what we've got right now is the German pit bulls currently in 5th, and I believe they're right on the back of that. No, I think they're coming through on a back marker now. But I do know Punk Crew Pink on the same lap as them. They're not a million miles ahead, and I think we do know that a few of these LMDHs have still got to do a splash and dash towards the end here. So there could be a chance that the German pit bulls could find themselves up towards the podium spots once again. So they're having a real stellar of a race. They've even done 3 extra stops than everyone else at the moment. So they're really doing a weird strategy, but it's working for them.
Yeah, it really is. It's they're having a really good run. I'm trying to just look at their last pit lap was 141, so they've already had their stops 8 laps ago. They may be able to finish on the tank that they've got. It's going to be very, very close. But that's the potential for picking up a couple of positions, even still. And yeah, 3 extra stops is just insane to be still running P5 and having this kind of pace in the car.
I've just realised while we're here, because Team Tenuto, they're going side by side. This is for position. So actually, German pit bulls are losing 5th position here because Team Tenuto round the outside, swooping through. Can they get past that GT3 for good measure? Yes, they can. And German pit bulls were running 5th. They're now running 6th because Team Tenuto on an absolute flyer. Pat Labrossi, a blistering lap time, a 1:23.8 over Christopher 24.8. So an second quicker than that German pit bulls car. That is absolutely flying and very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Team Tenuto, but I wonder if they came in for there, because I believe they still had another penalty to serve. I don't know if they've served it yet or not. So their last pit stop was on 136. Obviously, there's a little bit of difference between a pit stop and a drive-through penalty. I know it doesn't register as far as your times, but I don't think it registers for your pit lap either, so I'm not sure. But having a great run either way. Anytime you can get a top 5 in a race, you've done a good job, especially a difficult 4-hour multi-class race. Top 5 is definitely something to be proud of. So all these drivers or all these teams are striving to just finish off this race strong with 25 minutes or so to go. And they're going to try and get the best position they possibly can.
Yeah, certainly. Well, like you say, 25 minutes left, so not long left on that clock. And time is, of course, ticking away. Team FFSR still leading this race overall and their category by just under 15 seconds now. So virtual drivers up the pace ever so slightly, with CRF Motorsports in 3rd. Punk Crew Blue still dominating the LMP2 class with their sister team of Gold a minute and a half behind before you get to West Coast Racing, who are a lap down in 3rd. Hyperion Racing in their McLaren still dominating the pro category of GT3s. They are 1 and 2, with Solpec Precision about 23 odd seconds behind the second Hyperion car. And Going Racing Ruby are leading the amateur class now as we get into the dying stages of this race, with Backpain and Ice Strain 3rd and Longhorn Racing in 3rd. So Gap between those first two as well, 5.6 seconds. Not a massive margin. It's the closest one between the leaders out of all the categories. And they said they've got pace back, Payne. See if they can put it on show and catch back up to this car.
Yeah, it's kind of settled out around that 5.5 second mark over the last few laps. As we're just continuing on, we're at the point now that any mistake you make on the track is probably a race ender for you. If it's a dramatic event, this is the point where you got to just be spot on with everything. As we're on here with Lawrence Shilovich for iRTES Motorsports, running 5th in the GT3 Pro in the Ferrari, having a good run. He's got about a 2-second gap or so in front of the Penguin RC Pro car. There we go, coming into the screenshot now. And so that might be a battle that's going to heat up here in the next few minutes. Once again, we think that, like I said, over the last, 20 minutes or so, any mistakes are critical mistakes. And then we'll start seeing people peeling into the pits for their splash and dash. And the ones that stay out, this is where the tables get kind of turned upside down on those cars that are able to extend their fuel stints and make it to the end without that last stop.
Yeah, certainly. Well, we'll find out shortly, because I'd imagine we're in that pit window for the LMDH cars. So anybody coming in will probably be doing it soon. As in comes Luke Patrick, West Coast Racing for his LMP2. Up on the jacks as well, so tyre change for the last 20 minutes here then. Let's see what he can do in the closing stages. Won't need a full tank of fuel, it'll be a bit more of a splash and dash, but light on fuel, brand new tyres. He's going to be attacking the circuit the last few 20 minutes or so keep an eye on him. Down he comes off the jacks. I'm sure he'll be going away soon. There he goes.
Yeah, 27.6 as opposed to about a 38.8 for a normal stop, so about 2/3 of a tank of gas. And I think the tires, he dropped off the jacks around the 21 second mark. So that'll be something we'll have to keep knowledge of for next time. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
no,
I'm here with. Yeah, sorry.
I was buffering.
Yeah, no worries. I had to clear my throat there. So we've got our Team FFSR in for their final pit stop of the day, at the 3:38 mark. And this will be their final stop, and we'll see. I didn't see the car get up on the jacks, so looks like it's going to be a fuel only stop. We'll see if I can, since they're kind of doubled up there with a McLaren. No, so fuel only. Yeah, so fuel only stop for the for Team FFSR. So they'll come back out on the track in P2. So we're on board here with 100 Force. Working their way around 4 and 5. Coming into turn 7.
Yep.
Down to 8 and 9. Still continuing on. They're still riding right behind the Punker Gray car.
So this is full position then. P8 up for grabs now. Around the GT3s through the Marquez corner.
Well,
he managed to get the inside line. That could give a bit of an advantage to Nicholas here then. He's picked up the slipstream. It's a matter of can he get alongside or maybe even be a bit braver on the brakes. Let's have a little look. It's a long back straight, this one, as we said, over a kilometre long. I don't think it's going to be long enough for Nicholas. Into the braking zone they go now, and well, barely a braking zone. Looks like it's just a lift off the gas and away they go again, doesn't it? It's crappy with that downforce. But here's a good run though now. On the exit of the final corner, he's going to have the outside line. Punkru Gray defending the inside. Can he get the up and under maybe through one? No, not quite. And I don't know if he's going to be close enough into the next few. GT3 car ahead. That could be crucial as they make their way through turn 3. Now coming up towards 4 and 5. This could be a good opportunity. But again, I don't think he's close enough to really make a move.
No, not quite close enough yet, but he's slowly working that car closer and closer as they're coming in here into turn 7. So we get going down here to turn 8 and 9. So you want to get a good run out of 9, really deep in. You see him kind of a little correction on the steering there. So he's much closer than he was last time. Now we've got, of course, more GT traffic, because that's usually how it works. When you're getting a good battle, you end up getting some multi-class traffic around.
It looks like he's gaining a little bit down the straight this time.
It does. It does. He's gaining just slightly. Cadillac versus Cadillac.
They do enter that corner at such speed, but that's a slightly wider line for the grey team. So look at him close up. Oh, this is his chance.
That was nice.
Pulls alongside. Definitely got the overspeed then on the exit of the corner. He's going to have the inside line for turn number 1. Should be advantaged to 100 force. Punk Crew Grey holding it round the outside. He'll have the inside then back for turn number 2. And I think he might just about fend him off, but no, still going side by side. Up through 3 now. They're going to have a GT car in the way in just a moment's time. That was a bit wide from 100 force, but got the position done and just about darts down the inside of that Porsche. My word, that was close, but got the position, and that's 8th place for 100 force. And
yeah, great battle there, and that was a great move to the inside. It's a good side-by-side battle. I think there might have been a little bit of contact in amongst all those corners as we were watching, I think, coming out of maybe out of 1 or out of 2. Little contact side by side as they're fighting for position. I think maybe Punk Crew got had to just lift up a little bit, just kind of collect the car. 100 force was able to go wide, take maybe a strategic off track there on the outside of the corner to just clear and make sure he had that pass solidified.
it's not done though, because Punk Crew Grey now back down the inside into the final corner. And through they go. So position regained for Punk Crew Grey. So it didn't even last a lap for Nicholas. And already the other Cadillac back through. He may have let him get that a bit easier. Maybe he felt he cheated him with running wide through the exit of 3. So maybe that was a bit more of a ego, good sportsmanship, which I think is fair play, because he did run it very wide out of this corner specifically. And yeah, that may be the case, but through 4 and 5 now. Bear Pope on the inside there, so can't tuck it into the apex. But 100 force looking very racy in this late stage. Just over 15 minutes left on the clock, and Punk Crew Grey probably feeling the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some pressure being applied by 100 force behind. Obviously having to deal with the lap traffic in front, as you saw the LMP2, they're working their way through, and now you've got so great move by 100 force. Kind of saw that was that might happen, took the inside line as Cadillac kind of got the Cadillac of the Punk Crew car kind of got shut down as he was trying to work his way outside. So nice move there to take advantage of that by 100 force.
Yeah, some good strategic racing when you think about it in that regard. Saw it happening in front and was able to correct his trajectory to get a better exit as we jump back here between ARC-E Motorsports Pro and Penguin RC Pro as well, battling it out position in the GT3 Pro category. To me, they look like they're in the same car, but they're not. It's a McLaren and the Ferrari, but very similar profiles when you look at them.
Yeah, the front is very similar. Obviously, there's a little bit of difference in the back with that Ferrari going to that open rear Ford GT configuration. But front, yeah, very similar on the front end of the car. So just kind of look at the gap now, and AM is starting to close a little bit more.
Yes, but here comes the move for Lawrence. Yep. Down the inside, final corner. He's going to make sure that McLaren runs it a bit wide. They're still giving each other just enough room. And through goes the Ferrari then of ARC-E Motorsport, just about getting ahead on the exit. But I think the McLaren's definitely going to try and fight him back in towards turn 1. They're bumper to bumper. Pulls out the slipstream, late on the brakes. Penguin RC back through, but runs it wide. That's going to allow the Ferrari back once again and retakes the position that he just picked up a moment ago, and 5th position for Arky Motorsport.
Yeah, smart racing by Lawrence there in the Arky Motorsports car. Just was fighting, and the McLaren tried to be aggressive into one, and so he let him, and it was a little late on the brakes for the McLaren, kind of washed through the corner, and Lawrence with a nice over-under to take that position back.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant stuff between these two. Very respectful racing as well, so fantastic to watch unfold. I don't think this battle's done and dusted just yet, though. I think Penguin RC, they're going to want some revenge and try and get it back if they can. Right up on the gearbox still of the Arky Motorsport, so not out of it yet. As you mentioned, I think Back Pain Ice Train slowly closing the gap between Racing Ruby. The gap's under 3 seconds now, so I got my eye a little bit fixed on that too to see what's unfolding. Down the back straight, can the McLaren pick up enough of a slipstream to get alongside? I think it could be on the exit of 13 is where he might be able to do something. Getting close to the braking zone now. Not going to be close enough here. Closes up though.
He doesn't. Yeah, he definitely closes up, and car settles in. So all that time he made up in the braking zone, he's managed to keep. So it's a much tighter battle here going down the front straight.
Yep, there goes one of the faster prototype cars. Tried to line there from the McLaren, and that definitely closed up the gap there. He's now tucked up underneath the rear wing of this Ferrari. You can start to, you can see sort of turning a bit invisible underneath it. He's so close.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, almost touching there through 5. Now the long right-hander of 6. Yes, we're now on board with Gonzalez in his McLaren. You can see how close he gets to the back of that Ferrari. Fascinating to watch. It's so impressive how close they can get without touching and going as fast as they possibly can. Tight apex opening up this left-hander. Turn 9, and now through the turn 10 of Marquez. Ferrari getting a little bit of an advantage on the traction zone, but now the slipstream's going to start picking up, and that should allow the McLaren to close back in.
Yeah, it seems like the Ferrari's got a bit of an advantage getting out of the corner, especially the tighter, slower corners. It just seems like it could get back on throttle, and it's got some good rear end grip. But it seems like that on some of these higher speed corners that the Ferrari just kind of washes out a little bit. McLaren's able to get a much tighter line in and better corner rotation, and that's where he's closing that gap up.
Yeah, certainly is. Through the final corner now. Can he get a better exit than that Ferrari? It looks pretty even at the moment. It's hard to really pick a difference between these two. Brilliant defensive driving now from Arky Motorsport. They got the move done a few laps ago and have done well to keep it, but the pressure is still mounting on them as they are desperately trying to keep that McLaren behind. Through 4 into 5, out wide on the rumble strip to open up this corner. And use all of the exit strip because you can. Long right-hander is 6, tightens up into 7. Oh, very close there from the McLaren. Slightly differing lines. The Ferrari opens it up on exit as you now got some more LMDHs finding their way through traffic. That's given the gap though for the McLaren. Has a little sniff down the inside. That Ferrari's going to be wide on exit. This could be a chance down towards the next corner. He's so close. Let's see if he can pick up the slipstream and get alongside.
Yeah, good run through that wide corner there of 12. And just looks like that he's just a little bit off, 0.2 of a second as we got the punk crew car coming through now. Shouldn't be a factor in either one of these two as the punk crew car works his way around. As you can see, the 26 car of the Ferrari just taking the defensive line down through there. And just not enough yet. Will wiggle from the rear end of the Ferrari. That opens it up for the Penguin RC car on the inside, coming down the front straight. So it's going to be a drag race down the front straight to see who makes it into turn 1.
Yeah, McLaren advantage with that inside line. Ferrari going to have to go the long way if he's going to try and hang on to the position. I think he's had to relinquish it though. And the McLaren back through for 5th position in the pro category as this battle rages on still. It's not over yet. We've got just we've got 10 minutes to go now. So not long left in this race. It's crunch time. Do or die. Sink or swim. And let's see where you can end up at the end. But that's wide from the McLaren. The Ferrari should have closed the gap back up from that one, but it's so close between them. You can barely split these two. Nothing in it at all.
Yes, these little mistakes by each driver that's keeping this battle tight. It just seems like whoever gets out in front just makes a little mistake that invites that other driver to come back in and make another challenge. So I guess the first one that makes a really good, clean, solid lap is probably going to end up victorious in this battle, as it looked like the McLaren got a good run out of 11 and 12 in that back straight to start stretching the gap. We'll now own with virtual drivers in P1, which means that FFSR has now came in and taken their final pit stop. Yep, very, very quick splash and dash. 23.3 stopped when it's normally a 40-second stop, so should have plenty of gas, and we'll see what Juret is going to have to do on his final stop.
Well, we say that they've got under 10 minutes now. I wonder if they're going to the end, and if they do, it's very impressive indeed. They've done 4 stops to Team FFSR's 5, and so CRF also in third have done 5 as well. So those two, second and third, doing the extra stop at the moment, and the German Pitbulls doing 2 extra over them. They've done 7 in total, and they're still sat in 4th, which is mighty impressive. If virtual drivers can get that car to the end, that is an absolute stellar performance from them, and played the strategy again masterfully. But another team and driver combo out there masterfully playing their strategy. Punk Crew Blue, they've got a minute over their sister team in gold, and they've lapped the rest of the field.
Yep, we saw another LMP2 that was Aaron Beaver in the 85, Blue Chip Racing, in for his final stop of the race. So I don't know if virtual drivers is going to be able to make it. It'll a master stroke if they do, for sure. But if 4 stops seems like that's pushing the edge of the envelope a little bit. As we're on board here with the Hyperion Racing, Josiah Farrow leading by 9 seconds over Team Car. So we've got Punk Crew 1 and 2 in the LMP2 class, Hyperion Racing 1 and 2 in the GT3 Pro class, and then looking down at the GT3 AMS, that gap's now 2.5 seconds and closing again between Going Racing Ruby and Back Pain and Eye Strain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, but the virtual drivers, they're teetering on a tightrope almost in a way, aren't they, with their fuel? I didn't think it was doable. It was an option, of course, but I didn't think they were on for that strategy. So if they can pull it off, mighty impressive stuff still. But yeah, GT3 AMS, Going Racing Ruby, still leading, but they have got a Back Pain and Eye Strain car, which I just saw in the background very briefly. There it is. And they're only about a corner behind, just under 3 seconds is the gap. All it takes is a little bit of bad traffic from the Racing Ruby car, and Vincent Marsh at the wheel could potentially snatch the victory away. As in comes virtual drivers. We thought it was going to happen. It's happening now. 7 minutes left to go. This is going to be a quick stop for sure.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a very, very quick stop, but is it going to be quick enough to be able to take the overall lead? It's something we don't know yet. My guess is probably not, but we'll see here very shortly, within about 30 seconds or so.
Certainly will do. Being held currently, putting the fuel into the car, and away they go already. Right, you can see the gap dropping down rapidly. Here they come down the start-finish straight. Pit lane, you can see them probably passing. Oh no, they're out before, they're out ahead. They've done it, they've jumped them.
Yep, 2.2 seconds. And the gap's closing a little bit as the tires come back up to temp. They've cooled off as they were in the pits. But yeah, 9.4 second stop for virtual drivers on that final splash and dash. And so now 2 second gap. So it's going to be, all hands on deck. Let's see who's going to have the fastest car for the final 5 minutes of the race.
Yeah, race absolutely on for these guys.
Oh,
Only 2 seconds the gap.
interesting. Back pain ice train just pitted. Splash and
Oh.
dash 9.5 seconds. So that means that there's a potential there that other cars will have to pit. So we'll see. Had to keep an eye on that for this final 5 minutes and see if anybody else is going to be short.
They also are going to be battling on pit exit there between Longhorn Racing, but we've jumped back to the front of the field because Team FFSR have closed the gap to 1.5 seconds now between the leader of Virtual Drivers. Can they continue closing that gap down? That's going to be the important thing for them. They're going to have to take advantage of the slight tyre warming effect for the team in front, but they should get up to temperature pretty quickly. It's a matter of, do they have the overall pace over that car in front? 1.5 seconds to gap. Just over 4 minutes left in this race, so probably about 3 laps to go. This is it. This is what it all comes down to. After 4 hours of racing, the gap for the overall lead is just about 1.5 seconds. Nothing in the world of racing.
Oh, yeah, and the traffic is playing into this. The gap's down to 1.3. The virtual drivers team got held up by those 3 GT3 cars that FFSR is working through. Gaps expanded just a little bit as they had to work through the CMS racing car, I believe is who that is. And so the gap now back up to 2 seconds. So we're back to some clear traffic, I believe, or clear track, I believe. At least the open part of the track. So that'll definitely help. So we'll see if what kind of pace that Porsche 963 has on the straightaway.
Yeah, I think what we need to see here, when they come over the line, what was their lap that they've just done? Both teams. Was Team FFSR quicker, or were Virtual Drivers quicker? Because I think that could determine the outcome of who really does put the best lap in. Of course, traffic plays a factor, no doubt about it. But it does look as though FFSR are slowly closing in. It's about the same as what it was last lap. Lights flashing on the leader. They're desperate to get through, so they're not getting held up at all. Last lap, they were pretty much even. 0.05 of a second between the two of them. Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Exactly, nothing. Blink of an eye. Just very, very, very equal lap times. Still, traffic is just involved in this, and I think that might play a factor before this is over with.
I think that could be the biggest factor, particularly it's an LMP too. They're pretty much up to speed through the sort of quicker corners as a LMDH, and so that does effectively slow them up a little bit more, whereas FFSR are going to get the nice easy straightaway to get past that LMP2 car, so that should help them a little bit on their way forward. Gap still about 1.5 seconds as we jump to the overview camera. Watch the closing speed of that 2 cars there. Look how quick that is. They're up to full pace as well. Yeah,
they are indeed. And I'm going to say just from knowledge of the LMDH cars, I think the Acura is much better in the tighter section. I don't think it has quite the outright speed down the straightaways, and I think we're seeing that now with that Porsche closing it down to 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. This is going to be the penultimate lap coming up. You've got just under 2 minutes left. So this lap and one more to go. A second separating the top 2. Nothing in it in the world of racing, particularly endurance racing. GT3 is just getting in the way ever so slightly. Ooh, that was a little bit tense. 1.5 now the gap.
Yeah, as they're working their way down in here into 4 and 5. They work around gap starting to close again now that they're out of in some clear air. You can see the Porsche working hard through these corners. Once again, I think the Acura obviously has quite a little bit more of the front end downforce. I think that helps them in the infield or the tighter sector. And then we're down here, it's 2 seconds is the gap, and we're going to see how much this closes up as this Porsche gets back up to full song.
Out of Marquez corner, 1.9. Keep an eye on that gap between the two. You should see it starting to drop down and down and down as they get up to full pace. Probably about 250 kilometers an hour by the time you reach the end, maybe even a little bit more once they are at full revving capacity. There you go, 200 miles an hour. So 320 kilometers. Well
there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Absolutely flying.
last lap. Here we go.
1 to go. 1.7 the gap. Will traffic play a factor? There's a lot of GT3 cars there. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Yep, gap down to 1.1. So working their way out of turn 1, turn 2. We go coming up through 3, into 4 and 5. He's got to get through this BMW quickly. Able to get the inside line. Gap down 0.8 of a second. So we've still got a couple more GT3s to work through. I think that was the Fendi car. And yep, here we go. This is the 26 Ferrari. 1.1 still the gap, so he has tightened it up. He needs to be within a second to have a shot at this when he come out of they come starting down this back straight. I don't think he's gonna be close enough. 1 second even as they start through 11 and 12.
It's there or thereabouts. I think question is there traffic in front? Have a look further down the road. Is there a car? There could be.
There's a few.
Oh,
Yep.
there could be. This could, by the time they get to the end of this straight, the closing speed is so rapid. This could be crucial. Only one corner left in this race. The 4-hour mark is up. There is 0.4 of a gap between the leaders. Virtual Racing is in front. Team FFS are behind. Are they going to make it 3 from 3? I think they are. Virtual Racers win once again, 3 from 3. And Team FFSR are going to have to settle for second. Only half a second between them. CRF Motorsports, they're going to come home in third. German Bitballs are fourth. Team Tenuto fifth for the top series. Going Racing Ruby have already picked up the win in the amateurs because Back Pain Eye Strain have already finished their race, as well as Longhorn Racing, Penguin RC in the amateur class. Punkru Blue, I don't think is going to have any challenges here. He's got Punkru goalkeeping and company, but the GT3 Pro cars, here come Josiah Farrow round the final corner. And for Hyperion Racing, going to cross the line and take the GT3 class win here this evening. It's going to probably be a 1-2 for that racing outfit. You've got to wait 8 seconds just to double check it.
There we go.
And there it is, 1-2 for Hyperion Racing. What a result for those guys.
Yep, and here comes the LMP2 lead car, Lewis Clark in the Punkru Blue car. They're going to finish first because everybody else has already crossed the start-finish line. So they get to just have a nice leisurely drive around, as well as the Go Win Racing Ruby car.
Celebrate before they've even got there.
Yeah, because the same reason, because everybody else has already crossed the start-finish line behind the overall leader. So they're going to have a nice leisurely drive in, and it's going to be Hyperion Racing 1-2 in the GT3 Pro. Going Racing Ruby takes the win at AM. Very tight battle back between Back Pain Eye Strain, Longhorn, and Penguin RC AM. About 2 seconds between each one of those cars for second, third, and fourth.
Well, what a mighty impressive race that was. 4 hours at Aragon in Spain, and my word, yeah, it came down to half a second right at the death for the overall win. A little bit less than that, but either way, Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster are the winning drivers once again. Winning car once again, I should say. That's 3 on the bounce for them after missing the first round. And Team FFSR go 1 better than last time, from third up to second. So brilliant result for those guys as well. CRF Motorsport rounds out your podium. Then we have German Pitbulls, Team Tenuto, the Punkru Pink. 100 Force managed to regain 7th after their sort of woeful start, we shall say. Good result for them in the end, I would also argue that. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue 8th, Hyperion Racing 9th, Solpec 10th, Punkru Grey 11th, CRF Motorsports, that's a GT3 car. Nope, they're not in there. Sorry, RD Simsport will be there, and Solpec as well will also be up as well.
Yeah, our final results in LMP2, 1-2 finish for Punkru. Blue takes the win, gold takes second, and it was how I said that the LMP2 category was the tightest category we've had. Not so much today. Dominant performance from Punkru Blue. Echelon Simsport takes third. West Coast Racing takes fourth. Pneumatic Motorsports Purple takes fifth. Blue Chip Racing takes sixth. Sim HQ White takes seventh. Bear Pope Pro Tipo finishes in eighth. Team FFSR Maison Category Dubai takes ninth. Initial 3 Racing 10th. And I don't think that last team is part of this, so we're going to skip those. And you go to the GT3 Pros.
Well, the GT3s, you've got Hyperion Racing 1 and 2. for their McLarens, and brilliant result for those guys from towards the bottom end of last race, last time out, to the very tippy top. So brilliant stuff as Solpec also round out that podium too. Sonic Racing Team 4th, Penguin RC 5th, Arc E Motorsports 6th, with Bear Pope Workers Union and Bear Pope Enduro 7th and 8th, RD Simple 9, Solpec 10th. Then you have Tectonic, PCA Sim Racing, Team Tenuto, and Echelon Sim Sport.
And then finally in your GT3 AM class, Go Win Racing Ruby takes the win. Back pain and eye strain, late race, pit stop. Go Win did not have to stop for a splash, so they finished the race on that 3-stop strategy, so well done to them. Back pain taking second, Longhorn Racing taking third. Great result from the 77 Ford Mustang. Penguin RC AM with a 4th, Bear Pope 0 with 5th, Go Win Racing Sapphire in 6th, Solpec 112 in 7th, Punk Crew White in 8th, CMS Racing Com Endurance in 9th, Longhorn Racing Chrome in 10th. Fendi Racing with a late race incident finishes them in 11th, Lunatic Racing in 12th, CMS Racing Titanium in 13th, and 14th, Moradness M Squad, obviously involved in something during the course of the race.
Well, there we have it, the full rundown of the grid at the end of 4 hours. So now we can get into the nitty-gritty of the interviews to see how the drivers felt throughout their race and see what their thoughts are about some of the things that maybe went on. Why don't we start with the overall winners then? We've got the virtual drivers in, and we can get them all sent into the commentary lounge here. Let me get them all in here. And I'll bring in their translator as well. Lovely. Well, hello guys. Thanks for joining us here once again. I feel like this is becoming a regular occurrence. Maybe we can make a podcast out of it. Who knows? But congratulations on your win, and well done once again. 3 on the bounce. That's got to feel good.
Good evening. Sure. Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
It was tough, but we did it till the end.
Very tough race. To the start to the end. For myself, very difficult because last at the first lap, yeah, I no words for that. It's a very tough race. Ludo did an amazing job, so it's great. It's great for the team. Thanks to Michael too for the strategy. Yes, it's awesome. Very awesome for the team.
Yeah, all the team for the support beside the stream of Julian.
Yeah. Thank you, all the members of the TX3. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Well, thank you guys, and I'm going to come at you with a question because I've just seen it whilst being played as the replay. Caught up in an incident lap 1. I mean, did that sort of set the strategy straight away of what you went for, or was it sort of something you already had planned?
First, we stay calm because it's not very easy to start a race like that. But with Michael, we decided to keep the same strategy and stay focused on the track, on the traffic, and after that, it's an amazing strategy. Great also to battle with FFSR. Great battle at the end.
They were quick.
Very quick. Because the Acura have no pace on the straight, so difficult. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we saw that unfold at the end. I mean, of course, strategy played a big role in that. I mean, able to go a bit longer as well. Is that what won you the race here this evening? I mean, it certainly looked that way.
Want to answer, Ludo?
Maybe Mika is the strategist, so he can answer that.
We do think they pitted too early, to be honest. They were on the exact same strategy as us. We were a bit surprised they decided to take the splash so early. We are definite on our way of pushing the splash to the very last moment, whatever happened. Yeah, that's about it, really. That was the strategy that was planned initially. We knew trying to save the splash was impossible mission because it would have required way too much fuel saving. So we gave it up quite early, and then we just rolled the strategy despite all the mess during the first stint. And it worked.
Yeah, certainly worked indeed, taking the top step for the third time on the bounce as well. So very impressive stuff. Well, thank you for joining us here this evening, guys. And I will say thank you for doing your best with English. It's very impressive, and I can tell you it's so much better than my French. So thank you for doing that for us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks for the broadcast and
We do the
Thank you.
best. We do the best for the English. English. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're
Thank
very
you, guys.
impressive, guys. Thank you so much. Is there any final thanks you to shout out to anybody?
Maybe to you. Thanks to you for the broadcast, for the commentary.
Yeah.
It's nice to share the same passion to other friends across your stream. So thank you to all of you from the race control too.
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Ciao.
Lovely. Well, virtual drivers there picking up their third win on the bounce. Mighty impressive stuff. Charles, who would you like to have a word with?
Let's bring in our LMP2 winners, Josiah and Lewis of Punk Crew, the blue team. So I'm going to grab them.
Got one for you. I'll bring.
I got
you've
the
done
other
it.
There we go. Josiah, Lewis, congratulations. We talked about it's beginning of before the race started that the LMP2 category seemed to be the most competitive class during the season so far. But you guys have just got control of this and checked out and made it look really easy today.
I would like to start off. Josiah is not my teammate, but
I'm sorry. Who did I pull? Oh, I'm sorry. I pulled Josiah. Sorry about that. Let me bye, Josiah. We'll bring you back.
Sounds good.
Sorry.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Lewis. I for whatever reason I guess I just became colorblind there for a minute. So anyway, so Punk Crew Blue, dominant performance today. And it was kind of, I think, out of place a little bit for the competitive nature of the LMP2 class this season.
I mean, I would be lying if I said I don't know. I'm finding it slightly not too competitive. I mean, my teammate isn't the quickest, so which is kind of what we have to fight more than anything. Scott's like, not as quick as me, but for what sort of rating he is, he puts in a good shift. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, can't lie, it's been a fairly simple evening.
Oh, okay.
Clean, simple laps.
Well, I guess that's part of it is the team aspect of this. You have two drivers that both have to perform at their top level in order to be successful. So talk about the competition during the race. It seemed like it was just a pretty stand pat type of race for you today.
I mean, our only competition was really our teammate in Punk Crew Gold, but I mean, Taphorn is a sub-in and Eli's very ill and only got the track this morning, so they've done very well to get second as well. But yeah, really there wasn't much fight other than them at sort of midpoint through the race.
All right. Well, congratulations on your class win, and I'll let you go ahead and give any thanks or shout outs that you want to give before we let you go.
Just like to thank Tony Taphorn, good support, and all that lot, all the family at home.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations, Lewis Clark, Punk Crew Blue, LMP2 race winner today.
Cheers. Thank you.
Lovely. Well, yeah, dominating performance by those guys. Really impressive
was.
stuff. Yeah. And we'll now we can bring in Josiah and have a chat with our GT3 Pro winner. Let's bring on in Josiah. Sorry for that before, but welcome in now. And congratulations on your win as well. It looks pretty simple out there almost today once you got in front. But tell me how the race went for yourself.
Yeah, well, it's simple. I think you're right. I gotta hand all the credit to Bryce, my teammate, who drove an incredible quali and drove away in the first half, leaving me the very simple job of just not messing up. So yeah, we're a bit tight on fuel for the two last stints, so I had to do 2 38-lap stints. But honestly, all credit to my team. They really helped out with the prep for this and made it easy.
Yeah, well, fantastic stuff. I mean, maybe you can tell us how it feels to have a 1-2 as well for the team. That's got to be quite a momentous occasion, particularly from last time out of Portimao, having not your best performance to immediately bounce back. It's got to feel good.
It's amazing for the Hyperion team. Last round out was not ideal. And everyone, there's guys that were practicing and helping out with prep that didn't race, and honestly a huge effort for the team. So to come away with a 1-2 in pretty convincing form is amazing. And yeah, just really amazing. And quick shout out to our sponsors at TAM Liveries and the Sim Expo. Super great for everyone.
Lovely. I guess a good question might be, has anything changed from last round to this one? So maybe training or mindsets, trying to get you into a better frame of mind going into rounds, or is it same again and it was just a bit of a blip last time?
Yeah, I think the latter actually. I'd say our prep as a whole, on the team has been really good through the whole season, and we've had some unlucky moments. I guess we'll call them that, and yeah, so this just feels like hard work paid off from all season rather than a big change in mentality. So maybe even more rewarding, I guess.
Lovely stuff. Well, thank you for joining us here, Josiah. Congratulations on your win, and of course on the team's one too. It's fantastic to see. Is there any final shout outs or thank yous you would like to give?
Just to the team again. Everybody did such a great job, and it's super rewarding. And thanks to the league organizers and you guys doing the broadcast. It's always a really great job. So thanks so much.
Oh, lovely. Well, nice to hear. Thank you, Josiah, and good luck for the next round as well.
Cheers.
Lovely. Well, Josiah, GT3 Pro winner, and that means we have one team left and one class winner left in Nick for Going Racing Ruby. Charles, he's all yours.
Yep. Right, bring him in. There we go. Nick Goen, congratulations. Going Racing Ruby with the GT3 AM class victory. Was kind of tight there, but I think the fuel strategy for you guys worked in your advantage.
Yes, and thank you. Yeah, we definitely did the math this morning and tried to figure out what targets we needed to hit during the race. The 62 did make us worried there at the end. We knew it was going to be close for them because I think we had about a 6-lap delta between pit stops compared to them, but no, the second we saw them dip down to pit road there at the end, it was a big sigh of relief for us because they definitely had pace there at the end over us.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk with them during the course of the race, and they just it's sometimes the strategy, it works in your advantage, and you guys did it just spot on. So congratulations. And so what are your thoughts going forward for the remainder of the championship?
Well, I think today's results definitely help it extend our gap a little bit. I know the 383 Fendi Racing, they had some trouble today, and they were our closest competitor. I think we had a 3-point lead going in today. So it'll be nice to see that gap expand. The 62, I think, is in third place. So they, I think they're going to gain a little bit on Fendi, but I'm curious to see how it goes from here on out. I don't think we have to perform as well. I mean, of course, that's the goal, is to always at least finish on the podium and at least put ourselves in position to win like we did today. Because, I mean, we know we're not always the fastest, but we just try to minimize mistakes and just try to put ourselves in, at least in position to get the gold.
Absolutely. So congratulations, and we'll let you thank your sponsors and give any shout outs, and we'll let you go about the rest of your day.
Well, thank you to you guys for doing the broadcast for every race. It's awesome having you guys on. Thank you to the league sponsors and Champion Motorsports for putting this series on. It's a lot of fun with all this multi-class racing. It's a really, really good group on the track, and I look forward to the remaining 2 events.
Excellent, Nick. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lovely. Well, I think that rounds up interviews, Charles, and unfortunately brings a close and an end to our 4th round of the series. It's been a magnificent race this evening. I think Aragón has been a very good home for the iRacing Team Endurance Series powered by Champion Motorsport. I think for its inaugural round at this circuit, I think it's definitely worth a return.
I definitely think so, especially if they're going to use that the outer layout again. I think that really provided us for some great multi-class racing today. I think that was a great call by the CMS admins.
Yeah, I certainly think so as well. Well, I think that's pretty much all we have time for here, unless Lee wants to pipe up and let us know something else. But I think we are good to wrap things up now. And Charles, thanks for joining me here once again. It's been an absolute pleasure. Any final thoughts from you this evening?
Oh no, it's Super Bowl Sunday, so now it's switching gears and let's just sit back and watch some football. so no, great race today, and really enjoyed it. Always enjoy doing the commentary for these endurance races, and so looking forward to the next round.
Yeah, me too. And well, I hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl and everyone else that's going to watch that one. And for me, I think I'm going to just tune into some more online racing.
There you go.
My speed. Either way.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely not. Either way, that is all we have time for. This has been the iRacing Team Endurance Series powered by Champion Motorsport here on Apex Racing TV. We look forward to the next round at Suzuka for March 2nd. And hopefully we'll have everyone back once again watching us see the action unfold before our very eyes. But that's all from myself. My name's been Ashley Denman. Charles Boschel alongside me with Lee Thompson behind the scenes, making sure everything works and runs smoothly. But thank you very much all for watching, and we'll see you in just about a month's time for Suzuka. Bye bye.